Yes, Paydesi's ship left the port yesterday. We seized most of his assets, but left him with some liquid assets to ensure his peaceful departure and avoid further troubles. The assets he took with him amount to about 400,000 tax currency, which shouldn't cause us any more issues in the future. Well, that guy is lucky to have a good brother, serving as a governor who only indulged in pleasures for over a decade without having to work, and now he can be a wealthy retiree for most of his life. But I hope he'll grow wiser in the future, or he won't be able to preserve his fortune. Yes. Let's get down to business. Yes. The pressing matter they were about to discuss was none other than the greatest asset on Flying Wing Star, the Feiyi shipyard. Speaking of Zhang Lingdian, he was one of the 100 talented students from Flying Wing Star who were sent by Ji Yuhang's mother when she had initially reached an understanding with him. Despite the reconciliation, Ji Yuhang still didn't completely trust his mother. At first, he didn't take these 100 people seriously, leaving them all to Osenia to handle and assigning them to low-level clerical jobs. However, at that time, the alliance was in dire need of people. The fact that individuals like Patel, former leaders of refugees, could manage an industrial center, was telling. Among the talented students from Flying Wing Star, although many were pampered and couldn't endure hardships and thus were declining in low-level jobs, those who were dedicated and willing to work hard always managed to stand out. Zhang Lingdian was such a person. He didn't receive any preferential treatment and even faced pressure in the alliance's bureaucratic system, particularly because he was an outsider and initially seen as a spy sent by Ji Yuhang's mother. Nonetheless, over a long period, he achieved remarkable results in every position he held. These achievements were impossible to ignore. The alliance had clear standards for rank recognition and merit assessment of government officials. When someone performed well, diligently, with a good ranking and consistent results, how could the alliance resist promoting him, especially when there was a severe lack of clerical staff? Or rather, the alliance's system had been trying hard to keep him down, as many with lesser accomplishments were being promoted much faster. Latterly, as the relationship between Ji Yuhang and his mother improved even further, to the point of integration, and it was also confirmed that there was nothing particularly exceptional about them. It turned out that Ji Yuhang's mother, dissatisfied with the ragtag bunch under her son's command, handpicked some poor graduates from various colleges on Flying Wing Star, signed 15-year contracts with them, and sent them over en masse. There are many universities on Flying Wing Star, an important industry for earning foreign currency for the star. Not just locals from Flying Wing Star, but many elites from Tianma Star Sector and even other star sectors would send their students here for education. With over 30,000 universities that offered technical and liberal arts education, they have nurtured countless talents. But not every graduate had a promising future. For students like Zhang Lingdian, who came from a disadvantaged background and had relied on scholarships and educational loans to progress, the pressure after graduation was even greater as they had to start repaying their loans. For the graduates of Flying Wing Star, the GU commercial firm was an excellent destination, and the limited number of recruitment spots available each year were fought over fiercely. Even a 15-year contract to a little-known place was sought after. That's how Zhang Lingdian came to be here. Once his background was clear, those who performed well among these 100 individuals quickly made it onto the talent list of the Alliance Organization Department. They started to rise rapidly, and Zhang Lingdian was the one who ascended the fastest, even entering the premier's office and becoming one of Osenia's important aides. Now, Ji Yuhang has promoted him to a position of greater responsibility. The reason Ji Yuhang chose him was still due to his full trust in the system's judgment. Zhang Lingdian was one of the talents who had been enlightened early on in the hero panel, with considerable aptitude and a quick advancement rate. With assurance of loyalty, Ji Yuhang decided to use him more boldly. Under the alliance system, the planetary governor post is not significant. Although, according to the imperial registry, this is the highest official on a planet and could even be considered the owner of the planet. In reality, under the alliance system, this is at most an honorary title, if even that. The real power is held by the planetary government of the alliance government. Moreover, the leaders of the alliance's planets are not at all the same as the imperial planetary governors. They are purely administrative heads under the jurisdiction of the alliance government, in charge of administrative power. The alliance government also exercises strict control over the various planetary governments, except for the leaders who are responsible to higher authorities. Entities like the Organization Department, Commerce Department, Development Department, Industry Department, and other such departments, are not only managed by the planetary leaders but also subject to the vertical jurisdiction of the Alliance's ministerial commissions. Planetary leaders have no authority over military matters. Aspects like legislation, judiciary, law enforcement, as well as functions such as audit, anti-corruption, and internal affairs, are the jobs of the Alliance Legal Tribunal, and Lambert, the Chief Justice, operates independently from the government in theory, which the planetary leaders can't interfere with. Under the centralizing system of the Alliance, there's no possibility for the planetary leaders to act independently. However, despite this, the position remains very important. Economic development, administrative management, both depend on them. Jiyu Hang had great expectations for Zhang Lingdian, otherwise, he wouldn't have bestowed such an important responsibility upon this young man. And indeed, Zhang Lingdian did not let Jiyu Hang down. His first task was completed quite satisfactorily. The Flying Wing Star shipyard, as the most significant wealth on the entire planet, is now under Zhang Lingdian's control. The production capability of the entire shipyard has also been clearly ascertained. With about a 4-year large construction cycle, the Flying Wing Star shipyard can produce 1 musician-class cruiser, 8 destroyers, 20 escort ships, along with various patrol ships and civilian merchant vessels. The total output value of this cycle can reach 300 billion tax currency, averaging 75 billion tax currency a year. Of course, that's the output value. In reality, there are some components that need to be purchased, a massive amount of raw materials, even the processing of the raw materials, all of which are completed elsewhere. These procurement costs must also be accounted for. But despite this, the profit each year is around 25 billion. The Feiyi shipyard is the absolute pillar industry supporting the whole of Flying Wing Star, not only bearing the brunt of a high tax revenue of level 5 development but also ensuring that the 8 billion inhabitants of the planet can live a fairly decent standard of life. The value of this shipyard cannot be compared with the one on Rage Owl Star. For the Rage Owl shipyard to develop to this level, even with advanced technology, it would take a very long time. Moreover, now that it's in hand, there's no reason for Jiyu Hang's advanced technology not to be used on the Feiyi shipyard. The construction special effects of the shipyard can be redeemed and applied to improve production efficiency. The shipyard's blueprints can be used to reform some unreasonable designs. Some components that originally couldn't be produced in-house can now be processed on their own, without the need to buy from distant places through trade, or even compete to purchase. All these can enhance the efficiency of the Feiyi shipyard and significantly reduce costs. Under Jiyu Hang's control, the Feiyi shipyard can achieve effects much more potent than before. Of course, even with the acquisition of the Feiyi shipyard, it doesn't mean Jiyu Hang will give up on developing the Rage Owl shipyard. Progressing on multiple fronts isn't a bad thing. The Federation's approach to handling Flying Wing Star was, to some extent, actually similar to that of the Fascist TriStar. Smooth currency reform, nationalization reform of key industries, welfare policies covering state-owned enterprises and government personnel, and eventually extending the hierarchy to all citizens and industries transformed the completely unprotected private enterprises into Federation system characteristic private entrepreneurship. Although Flying Wing Star seemed much more developed than Fascist TriStar, when the Federation actually took over both areas, they found the gap was not as big as imagined. The development level of Fascist TriStar was 2, barely lifted to 3, and it was already struggling. Flying Wing Star, carrying a development level of 5, lived just as comfortably. The biggest difference between the two places lay in that shipyard. This was a profit of about 2.5 billion a year that Fascists couldn't compensate. Add to that the money reduced for the Star Sector government and various academies, especially the Naval Academy. The money made was enough to wipe out the imperial tax, even leaving a surplus. Apart from these aspects, only in terms of natural environmental conditions was Flying Wing Star somewhat better than Fascist TriStar. Overall productivity and the level of social civilization were not much different. In this situation, the Federation could completely strip away the shipyard, administration, and education, these 3 big chunks, and the remaining parts could simply adopt the policy of Fascist TriStar with a few minor adjustments. As for the shipyard, the situation was relatively straightforward, just ensuring that the shipyard and all kinds of supporting factories continuously operated, maintained capacity, and that the workers' treatment was guaranteed under a hierarchical system, and then there wouldn't be much problem with the takeover. Indeed, this was the case. The difficulty of taking over the shipyard was not even as great as the subsequent process reforms. For some old craftsmen in the shipyard, Flying Wing Star had been manufacturing all sizes of starships for hundreds of years. You bunch of so-called technical experts, coming from Rage Owl Star and the so-called Federation, or just country bumpkins, coming to teach us how to build ships. Isn't that a joke? However, under the push of power, the initial changes that came out were still barely passed. Of course, this was also because some more enlightened, old craftsmen, did indeed find some value in these improvements, and decided to give them a try. Then, this trial proved to be more eloquent than argumentation. Higher quality, lower cost, higher production efficiency. These things were all tangible, undeniable and immediately visible. The mechanics from Rage Owl Star shipyard were immediately embraced. At the same time, there was also a subtle inquiry. Within Tianma Star sector, the sect of mechanics didn't have much power. Their foundry world wasn't here, and they hadn't established churches and clear institutions of the mechanical sect in Tianma Star sector. However, within the whole empire, the influence of the sect of mechanics was omnipresent, even penetrating daily life. Common titles like entry-level commissioners and technical commissioners were widespread in many factories and even within the army. Some of them graduated from various technical academies with their certificates. Others passed examinations later on. They might not have a strong religious background, but whether it was those technical academies or some technical associations that granted their credentials, that qualification was applied for from a foundry world. Official technical academy curricula include theology of the mechanical god content. Technical association exams also include theological knowledge evaluations and theology discourse, becoming increasingly difficult at higher levels. And what is a foundry world? A world completely controlled by the sect of mechanics earns the name foundry world. Foundry worlds don't even pay imperial tax, the official statement being that foundry worlds, like the home worlds of interstellar warriors, serve the empire in another way, so they don't need to pay imperial tax. This assertion is also correct. The foundry worlds are the ones creating most of the weapons, construction work, and naval ships for the Imperial Army. Within the Star Realm Army, there are countless technical commissioners and mechanical priests from the mechanical sect who manage military equipment and even engage in combat directly. The Protection Army and the Titan Legion belonging to the mechanical sect are simply an undeniable main force of the Empire. But to dig deeper, understanding it simply as the sect of mechanics not paying taxes because of their responsibilities would be somewhat shallow. Some say, and it's just a saying, that the Empire's emblem, the double-headed eagle, one head represents Holy Terra, the other head represents Mars Foundry World. Whether this is true or not, it at least highlights a very important point. They don't pay taxes not because of their contributions, but because of their special status. They contribute to the Empire not out of any obligation, but rather because the mechanical church could practically be considered one of the Empire's most important original shareholders. Only someone like Ji Yu Hang, who redeveloped from a death world like Rage Owl Star without much influence from the sect of mechanics. However, even in such a case, his most trusted technical expert, Ms. Wu Jiarong, was from the sect of mechanics. Both Rage Owl Star and the newly established Technical Academy on Heijian Star issued bootleg technical certificates that outside didn't recognize. And moreover, this was not a sustainable situation. In fact, Ms. Wu Jiarong already had plans, preparing to make a trip to the nearest foundry world, Jindi Star, to get this matter resolved. Jindi Star belongs to the Mingyang sect, the sect of mechanics. Among the numerous branches within the intricate hierarchy of the sect of mechanics, the reputation of the Mingyang sect is not outstanding, but it is not a particularly small sect either. They exert the highest influence within the entire Eastern Cosmos domain. Within the Tianma Star sector, all the technical professional certificates bear a small, golden yellow sun and flame emblem, which is the symbol of the Mingyang sect. In theory, the Flying Wing Star shipyard should have no relation to the sect of mechanics, but how could such a technology-intensive industry be free from influence? Even within the shipyard, there is a dominant bishop. Although they do not preach and only serve as technical experts and advisors, their appearance, always donning a red robe and carrying the sect of mechanics insignia along with scriptures, and their heavily modified body make them seem inhuman yet sacred. At least by the standards of the sect of mechanics, they are considered very sacred. Below them, there are not as many engine prophets, but mechanical priests are a dime a dozen. In the past, the Alliance's small time actions, even when they rolled out the Warhound-class Titan on the battlefields of Corellia, were not deemed too severe. Although the Foundry world does not sell Titans often, they do sell a few. As for the production technology of the Titans, it is regarded as an open secret. They don't explicitly forbid the leakage of technology, but in practice, hardly anyone outside the sect of mechanics seems to have the capability to produce Titans. The scale of the Titans produced by the Alliance was still not large, and the Warhound made few appearances, but even so, it had already attracted the attention of interested parties. However, these attentions had not yet had any direct impact on Ji Yuhang. But the kind of attention that came without any action would not last long. They were watching because they were planning to make a move. Now, with the starship construction capabilities demonstrated on Rage Owl Star, where Ji Yuhang had directly started a shipyard, this drew even more attention. Starship manufacturing, unlike Titan construction, is not monopolized by the Foundry world. However, just in terms of technical content and industrial scale, starship manufacturing is a more advanced and complex industry than the construction of Warhound Titans. The ability to build starships is no small matter. What's more, the starship manufacturing technology on Rage Owl Star seems to have many unique features, which could even provide some guidance to established shipyards like Flying Wing Star. This could not be ignored. After the Alliance took over the shipyard, they caught 5 sneaky individuals within 2 days, poking around and inspecting the Alliance's shipyard retrofit when unobserved. To be honest, at the moment, the Alliance does not have strong control over the Flying Wing Star shipyard. Even so, if they could catch those few, the number of those not caught could well be 100 or 1,000 times greater. After some time passed, Ji Yuhang received a visit from an expected guest. The dominant bishop of the mechanical god cult's Mingyang sect and the foundry advisor of the Flying Wing Star shipyard, Wang Joran. What was expected to come eventually did. Even, Wang Joran's arrival was much milder than what Ji Yuhang had initially anticipated. Without any questioning or further aggressive behavior, while carrying out his duties at the shipyard, Wang Joran courteously submitted a meeting request to Ji Yuhang, the head of the star sector. The reason for the meeting was also spelled out clearly. It was about the new technology at the Flying Wing Star shipyard. The overt nature of his intentions made it difficult for Ji Yuhang to find grounds for refusal. It's not that he couldn't refuse, but on what basis? The visitor was the foundry advisor, the dominant bishop of the sect of mechanics. Seeing new technology and inquiring about its origins was completely justified, wasn't it? On the contrary, if Ji Yuhang chose to refuse, it would seem like he had something to hide. Even though he did feel somewhat guilty, however, for such an anticipated event, Ji Yuhang had his contingency plans prepared. After the meeting time was set, Ji Yuhang also called in his most important technical expert, Ms. Wu Jiarong. Taking over the Flying Wing Star shipyard was a big deal for the Alliance, and there was no room for error in technical matters. Ms. Wu Jiarong, along with the technical team she had personally trained, had come here to handle the shipyard affairs. Having her face Wang Joran was just perfect. At the start of the meeting, Ji Yuhang was also present. But soon, he found another excuse to leave, allowing Wu Jiarong and Wang Joran, both with technical backgrounds, to chat on their own. Of course, Ji Yuhang had the full capability to monitor the content of the conversation. He also had complete trust in Ms. Wu, she wouldn't speak carelessly. This was also something Ji Yuhang had thought through before, about how to handle the source of technologies like the black box that he couldn't explain. Push it all onto Wu Jiarong. No matter what, just say it was Wu Jiarong who researched them. She just knows these things and has brought these technological capabilities to Rage Owl Star, aiding in the development of the Alliance. As for how Wu Jiarong herself learned these technologies, that came from the enlightenment of the deity of all machines. Revelations received during prayers, on top of some knowledge she already possessed, which she integrated and comprehended thoroughly. This sounded far-fetched, but it wasn't entirely implausible. And indeed, Wu Jiarong followed these prepared statements and managed to satisfy Wang Joran. The two of them didn't actually talk about the issue for long. Later on, most of their conversation involved technical exchanges. In this respect, Wu Jiarong wouldn't have any problems. For so many years, she had immersed herself in a sea of countless black boxes, gained extensive research insights, and her level of knowledge had surged. Now, while saying she had the knowledge and technical level of a dominant bishop might be a stretch, since she had not fully integrated many technologies, just theories, just academic discussions, she wouldn't have any problems. After so many years of research, some of the technical ideas and concepts she proposed were highly innovative and enlightening to Wang Joran. Even in the voice of the mechanical feeling dominant bishop, there was clear excitement. After a long chat, Wang Joran was somewhat reluctant when the meeting finally came to an end. He took the opportunity to invite Wu Jiarong to the shipyard for an in-depth discussion the following day. Wu Jiarong readily accepted. Then, he expressed his wish to visit Rage Owl Star, especially to see Wu Jiarong's research center. Wu Jiarong agreed without hesitation. What was there to refuse? In the past, she might have felt uneasy, but now, all the black boxes were hidden within the Storm God Kingdom. As long as Ji Yu Hang didn't wish it, who could traverse the subspace into his territory and uncover his secrets? If one wanted to see, then just see openly and honestly. Even if the dominant bishop were to propose some kind of exchange program in the future, Ji Yu Hang was ready to agree outright. No fear. After sending Wang Joran away, Wu Jiarong said to Ji Yu Hang, he definitely still has doubts. Let him doubt. Whatever we do, we can't eliminate those doubts anyway, can we? Indeed. Then let's be open about it. These matters are troublesome, even dangerous. But having reached this point, can we stop using them just because of the risks? That's even less possible. Wu Jiarong nodded and said to Ji Yu Hang, now, Governor, you are not what you used to be. If it were in the past, just because of a suspicion, the sect of mechanics might have sent a retrieval fleet to Rage Owl Star to turn our territory upside down. But now, your position makes even the independent sect of mechanics tread cautiously. Without clear evidence, they won't overtly act too excessively. As for underhanded tactics, we are not afraid. After a thought, she added, I look forward to the alliance becoming even stronger in the future. Then, even if we openly use the black box, people will not dare to interfere. Ji Yu Hang entrusted the affairs of the sect of mechanics to Wu Jiarong to handle on her own. Just as they expected, Wang Joran did indeed propose later on that they each send some personnel to learn from each other. This included technical staff from both shipyards collaborating, as well as his students going to Wu Jiarong's research center to study and work, while Wu Jiarong could also send people over. Studying and working were not pretenses. Since Wang Joran had made it to the grade of dominant bishop, his technical abilities were undoubtedly up to par, and with many years specializing in starship manufacturing, he certainly had his own set of unique techniques. Sending people to him, even if they couldn't learn the most fundamental skills, even a little bit of knowledge was valuable. Meanwhile, as they were sending people over, it was natural to expect to learn something from his exchange students, and at the very least, acquire a few laborers with exceptional technical abilities. Of course, they had to be cautious of any leaks of core secrets. The people Wu Jiarong sent were indeed her students and did come from her institute, but they had nothing to do with black box industries, knew nothing, and didn't even have any speculation. And the people sent over by the other side, she likewise placed them in positions that appeared to have substantial content to work on but were completely cut off from any access to the black box factory's production process, not to mention coming into contact with it. As for Wu Jiarong herself, she then engaged in significantly more exchanges with Wang Joran for some time afterward. Wu Jiarong was originally responsible for integrating the Flying Wing Star shipyard into the alliance. Although Wang Joran, this foundry consultant, seemed to have little power under the title consultant, he actually controlled the main aspects of the shipyard's technology and production. Their collaboration at work was inevitable. Not to mention, they had quite a lot in common to talk about. As for opening up the shipyard to the alliance, Wang Joran had no resistance whatsoever. It was none of his concern, as he was not the owner of the shipyard, he was merely a foundry consultant. Regardless of who took over the Flying Wing Star shipyard, they could not do without him and his disciples. Even if the alliance held some technologies that intrigued him, or could even be called astonishing, it was the same. During her interactions with Wang Joran, Wu Jiarong received a special invitation. This dominant bishop of the Mingyang sect was astonished upon learning that Wu Jiarong's current personal title was actually only that of a technical officer, believing it to be a mistake on the part of the sect of mechanics. He sincerely invited Wu Jiarong to Jindi Star, the nearest foundry world, to spend some time traveling and delivering several lectures. In his words, he believed that with Wu Jiarong's level of knowledge, she would certainly cause a sensation on Jindy Star, and could without a doubt earn the real title of dominant bishop. Wu Jiarong was somewhat tempted. Not tempted to seek the title of dominant bishop, for that would be meaningless. She could not and would not wish to leave the alliance. She knew that all the opportunities she had were thanks to the alliance, thanks to Governor Ji Yu. And she was also well aware that if she wanted to reach higher and go farther in the future, she could definitely not leave the alliance. Without the alliance, where would she find so many black boxes of different forms and categories to immerse herself in? Even the principal sages did not have such chances. What excited her was that a trip to Jindy Star could solve some of the problems she had contemplated before. Once she obtained the identity of a dominant bishop, she would have officially entered the ranks within the sect of mechanics. The prophet was still only considered mid-level, at best a little above mid-level, but reaching the grade of dominant bishop, even within the foundry world, would place her firmly among the upper echelon. Going further up to the grade of principal sage, that was almost akin to controlling the power of an entire foundry world. In a core foundry world like Jindy Star owned by the Mingyang sect, a joint foundry council consisting of a dozen or so principal sages managed the entire world. The founding general was, in fact, also merely a principal sage in terms of official title. If Wu Jiarong obtained the identity of a dominant bishop, she could then truly proceed to establish a small sub-sect as previously discussed with Ji Yu Hang. This sub-sect might not be recognized at first, not widely accepted, and seen only as a minor faction under the Mingyang sect, but it would be able to independently execute certain matters, propagate certain knowledge. And as this sub-sect grew and strengthened, many of the things that are now hidden, that they dare not disclose openly, would finally have a pretext for emergence. But these thoughts were not something she could discuss in depth with Wang Joran. Wu Jiarong did not give an immediate response, saying she needed to think it over. In reality, she sought out Ji Yu Hang to ask Governor Ji Yu for his opinion on the matter. Ji Yu Hang agreed. This was already part of the anticipated plan. Moreover, Ji Yu Hang was not worried about Wu Jiarong leaving for a while to go to Jindy Star, that she would spread her wings and soar away. Aside from his trust in Wu Jiarong, knowing that the female archbishop would not sacrifice the important for the trivial, he was also assured that Wu Jiarong would not utter a single word that should not be said. Even if Wu Jiarong was to go to Jindy Star, it wasn't something that could be arranged in a brief moment. She would have to finish with the matters of the Flying Wing Star shipyard before anything else. It's a massive project. Fortunately, most of the difficulties had already been dealt with, and what remained was for the production management officers dispatched by the Alliance to clear up the entire production process. Once the first ship was completed under the Alliance's takeover, and they became familiar with the process, the issues that followed would become increasingly simpler. Overall, Ji Yu Hang was quite satisfied with the progress, so he shifted his attention slightly away and turned to look at the numerous universities on Flying Wing Star. The education system on Flying Wing Star was also very developed. Here, it was not only the educational center of Tianma Star Sector but also a prime educational destination for many surrounding star sectors. For many, it was an honor to gain admission into the universities of Flying Wing Star. But in general, education is something that requires investment. While these tens of thousands of universities on Flying Wing Star created tremendous value, if one only considered investment and returns, subtracting the costs, these universities combined barely made a profit of about 100 million. However, Ji Yu Hang's perspective was never limited to the immediate future. In his view, the developed education system of Flying Wing Star was the best solution to the current severe shortage of administrative and technical bureaucrats. The current alliance, after many years of development, could no longer be considered a makeshift organization. However, it was certainly inadequate compared to the scope of power it now controlled. This problem had erupted after the alliance took over Coralia, and it had only grown more severe. The administrative officers under Ji Yu Hang's current government came from rather mixed origins. The most core group was, of course, the people from Rage Owl Star. A vast majority of those in high positions within the alliance government were Rage Owl Star people. These individuals who had risen with Ji Yu Hang now occupied high positions, wielded significant authority, and enjoyed superior benefits. They were the most central people under Ji Yu Hang's rule. But they were also the fewest in number. As more planets fell under the control of the alliance, the ruling classes of these planets, whether they had been eliminated or not, at least retained a substantial part of their administrative bureaucracy. It had to be preserved. Otherwise, who would do the work? Among these groups, the Hagian Star people had fared rather well. Although the Alliance had fought a battle against the local forces in controlling Hagian Star, the conflict was not particularly bloody, nor did it last very long, leaving no deep-seated enmities. Many kingdoms, after their surrender, like the Iron Curtain Queen Isabel and the King of Panbo's kingdom, Eureka, even managed to find their own places within the alliance. And on Coralia, many former officers of the planetary government, as long as they didn't make trouble and worked faithfully for the alliance, also were appointed to official posts. On Fatch's Tristar and Flying Wing Star, not just the administrative officers, but even the government structures were largely preserved. But Ji Hang did not want this situation to continue indefinitely. The risks hidden within were not insignificant. He used the Loyal Air Academy and the political commissar training under the military badge function to solve some particularly thorny issues, but that was also not a complete solution, as he did not have enough favor points to spare. The mitigation strategy he could think of was to utilize officials from other regions. It was observable that those former rulers of Hagian Star shone not in their traditional strongholds, but rather when they were largely transferred to Coralia. Hagian Star's initial governance heavily relied on people from Rage Owl Star, but with Coralia in hand, a significant number of Coralia's officers were redeployed to Hagian Star to work. Fatch's Tri-Star and Flying Wing Star having been controlled not too long ago, it was clear that similar maneuvers were bound to follow. But this was also a stopgap measure and brought its own set of risks. The fundamental problem still lied in the fact that there were too few qualified officials whom Ji Hang could genuinely trust and who truly embraced the ideals of the alliance. This thing cannot be faked, it must rely on self-cultivation. Loyal Air Academy is one path, but Ji Hang planned to build more. Even without making use of the system's training function, simply using Loyal Air Academy as an educational institution to cultivate students, its role would still be immense. It would just take longer to cultivate them. For now, the emergency period had been weathered thanks to the tens of thousands of officials nurtured by the hundreds of thousands of grace points previously bestowed by Ji Hang. Thus, the urgency wasn't as great. However, what Loyal Air Academy could solve were only issues of ideology and loyalty. It could not solve the problem of officials' competence. Mediocre talent, even after training, would only become loyal mediocrity. The advanced educational system on Flying Wing Star was regarded by Ji Hang as a good solution. After a thorough inspection, Ji Hang already had several clear methods for establishing a training system for administrative civil servants. First was retraining existing officials. The alliance government would fund this, allowing officials of all levels and types from various planets to have the opportunity to study and further their education. They would be arranged to relearn in various majors at universities on Flying Wing Star according to their type of work and job content. They would enter the special training programs offered by various academies for study. Secondly, the alliance government would recruit some young people and sign long-term contracts with them. The alliance would provide educational opportunities and student loans, and these youths would need to study hard in school. After graduation, they would go to the designated places as stipulated by the contracts, serve for a certain number of years, and repay their loans. Through this entrusted training model, young people with talent and potential from the lower classes could find better opportunities, and corresponding government units could acquire a steady supply of fresh talent. Of course, these students would also have certain academic requirements. They would need to keep their grades up to standard, or even excellent, in order to fulfill their contracts and secure jobs. Otherwise, if their grades were a mess and their original units didn't want them after graduation, they would have to find a job on their own to repay their loans. However, this was a better path than the original one, regardless. Whether it's in-service training for current civil servants or targeted training programs, these are initiatives launched from the government level, aiming at training a large number of government officials. It was estimated that the number of students in both categories would exceed 1 million annually and would continue until the alliance government had preliminarily resolved the shortage of civil servants, at which point they would gradually cut down on the numbers. For this, the alliance's annual education budget would need to reach tens of millions of tax currency. This was no small amount of money. How much was Rage Owl Star's imperial tax per year? It wasn't even a fraction of the current education budget. But the situation could also be seen positively. This would indeed be a massive expenditure, but in actuality, the expenditure should only appear on paper. The many universities on Flying Wing Star would naturally all be nationalized for management in the future. Accordingly, the expenses would be recorded on the government's expenditure sheet, consuming the budget, but they would also appear on the Academy's income statements and be turned over. Of course, one round of circulation still carries significant meaning. The essence of the economy lies in circulation and exchange. With such a rotation, government officials received training, broadened their horizons. The academic institutions increased their student base, increased their revenue, and could accommodate more educators. The series of economic activities surrounding the academies would become more prosperous. Besides these two types of direct training, the Alliance also had restructuring requirements for the many universities on Flying Wing Star. Mainly, on top of the existing variety of professional courses, a course on ideological education was mandatory to add. Whether for each academic year or for graduation, this course's grades would be included in the assessment criteria for all programs. The course content and materials would be provided by the Alliance's Loyal Air Academy, aiming to cultivate a widespread sense of identification with the Alliance's philosophy right from the cradle of Alliance talents, at the start. No matter which industry these students would end up in, this subtly inculcated sense of identification would play a role. Additionally, in terms of employment, governments from around the Alliance would come to the universities on Flying Wing Star to conduct direct recruitment, just like many businesses would. This recruitment, while requiring professional competencies, would inevitably have additional special requirements for the grades in the ideological education course. Through this three-pronged approach, Gu Hang hoped to gradually complete the replenishment and revitalization of the Alliance government's personnel within the coming years. Under the auspices of the developed educational system of Flying Wing Star, Gu Hang formulated a series of plans to address the talent shortage issue within the Alliance. In the future, he envisioned an ideal state where the officials from various regions of the Alliance would possess a considerable educational background and overall capabilities that were far superior to the present. During their educational journey, they would acknowledge the whole set of ideals currently upheld by the Alliance: loyalty to the Empire, allegiance to the governor, support for the Alliance structure, the promotion of integration among multiple stars, contributing to building a beautiful society, and leading all Alliance members towards prosperity and strength. However, relying solely on the ideological education courses within regular schools might not be sufficient. The many Loyal Air Academies established would play their role in the next phase. These Loyal Air Academies, each built using 1,000 points of grace, focused on ideological education, and had already started operating on all the planets currently under the control of the Alliance, varying in number. Whether they were administrative personnel, public servants, industry executives, or military officers, if they aspired to high positions, Loyal Air Academy was an indispensable path for them. It was not a requirement for everyone to enroll, for no matter how many Gu Hang built, it simply wasn't enough for everyone to study there. Only those who performed well and were about to take on important positions were admitted. When it came to promotions and job upgrades, the experience and academic performance at Loyal Air Academy would be an important part of the scoring ratio. Under equal conditions, a large proportion would be given priority if they had experience studying at the Loyal Air Academy. Even if some had slightly lesser achievements or educational backgrounds, if they were endorsed by the Loyal Air Academy, they would be given priority. The training at Loyal Air Academy would select some of the top graduates from various academies for full-time education, lasting 1 year. Graduates with such experience, without a doubt, had a very bright future ahead of them. If nothing went wrong, these young people would soar high regardless of their positions or business lines in the future. The full-time students at each Loyal Air Academy accounted for only about 20% of the enrollment. The remaining 80% were made up of in-service personnel undergoing further training for periods of about 2 to 3 months. This in-service personnel included administrative officials, public servants, employees of state-owned companies, senior managers of entrepreneurial companies, engineers, officers, almost encompassing every profession currently under the Alliance system. Currently, the number of Loyal Air Academies established by Gu Hang has surpassed 30, each constructed to accommodate around 20,000 students. Annually, they could produce 200,000 full-time outstanding graduates and 1,600,000 in-service trainees. With such a talent output, the purity of the various teams of the Alliance could be safeguarded to a certain degree. Subsequently, the number of Loyal Air Academies would further increase. With the integration of the higher education system into the alliance structure, combined with the loyal Air Academy system, the education department of the alliance is striving to establish the entire system that meets Governor Gu Heng's requirements in the shortest time possible. Cheers! Dozens of glasses clinked together once again. Shang Yanwen, usually calm and modest, was now flushed with emotion and excitement under the influence of alcohol. This was their last gathering. Shang Yanwen rarely attended the gatherings of his classmates. In his view, they were a waste of time. He neither had the time to participate in meaningless gatherings nor the extra money. Shang Yanwen hailed from Coralia's Nuoyan city and had been an average student from an ordinary family background. When the Great Plague broke out in Coralia, he was still young and became ill. If not for Governor Gu Heng leading the armies of Coralia and the empire, winning the war against the epidemic, liberating Nuoyan city, and enacting a series of policies to treat the sick and provide his family with work and improved job ranks, he would never have survived to grow up. In the past, boys nearing adulthood like him would certainly try to make ends meet in the streets. The better ones found work in factories, the worse engaged in street brawl, and trickery, or even robbery and theft. Whatever it took to fend for themselves and their families. But with Coralia joining the alliance and the system reforms under the leadership of Miss Isabel coming to Nuoyan City, his fate was changed once again. He was able to avoid the destiny of child labor, entering school to study. Despite the fact that most of his classmates ended up acquiring just some basic knowledge at school to improve their health and eventually find a job once they were old enough, their working environment was much better than before. His neighborhood, under the reforms of the alliance, had state-owned factories, transport teams, and the opportunity for self-employment in small trade, or if necessary, to seek opportunities in other neighborhoods. And as long as one had a formal job and obtained a rank, there was no need to worry about starvation. All this was brought by the alliance. When he had just recovered from his illness and his mother expressed endless gratitude to the alliance officials and soldiers, he understood this point. After entering school and acquiring more knowledge, understanding political education, and witnessing everything firsthand, he gained a deeper insight into it all. He did not miss the opportunity to change his fate. During his school years, he studied feverishly and his grades unsurprisingly topped the list. Later, he entered a higher grade institution and continued to graduate as the best performing student. At that time, coinciding with the alliance's reclamation of Flying Wing Star, the policy for appointed study was issued, and it was his academic performance, his ideological enlightenment, and his outstanding performance during internships that earned him a chance to study at the Flying Wing Star Liwen Law University, Anjiang branch. The Anjiang branch of Liwen Law, while considered a third-tier school on Flying Wing Star and ranked only around 7,000 to 8,000 among the universities there, saw him still leading the pack in the first 2 years, and he was promoted to the main campus. The main campus of Liwen Law University is indeed the top-tier school within the top 100 rankings on Flying Wing Star. His talent was without question, and his own efforts were particularly pivotal. But he never forgot that his accomplishments were entirely due to Governor Gu Heng and the opportunities provided by the alliance. Without the changes brought about by the alliance, he would have either died or remained cluelessly turning screws in a factory. How would he have had the chance to attend one of the highest academies on Flying Wing Star, wander in the vast ocean of knowledge, and secure a bright future for himself?
For this reason, he never dared to slack off. He was acutely aware that every opportunity was hard-won. He was already far luckier than most people, and he had received so much from the alliance. He needed to seize every precious moment and use it to improve himself. What he had received, he hoped to one day give back to the society that had nurtured him. Thus, no matter how many temptations surrounded him, he was always wholeheartedly devoted to his studies. But today was truly exceptional. The dozen or so people present were not just Shang Yanwen, the other young people also shared similar backgrounds. They were the first batch of government-appointed students sent by the alliance to study on Flying Wing Star and had just completed their 4-year education and passed the exams. Starting tomorrow, they would go their separate ways, returning to their respective homes on different planets, back to their appointed posts, to contribute their share to the development of the alliance, their hometowns, and to their own futures. Today was their last gathering before parting ways. No matter how focused Shang Yanwen was on his studies, indifferent to worldly affairs, he had to attend this gathering. What intoxicated him was not just the alcohol, not just the sentimentality of parting with his classmates, but also the passionate words of a group of young men with shared aspirations. Fellow students. Fellow students. One of them jumped onto a table. Shang Yanwen recognized him. He was also from Corolya, a fellow villager, though not from the same nest capital. In Shang's memory, this guy had always been mild-mannered, but now his collar was torn open, his movements were willful, and his expression was spirited. Listen to me, fellow students. We come from different worlds, different nest capitals. We have different backgrounds and different origins. But we all came here for one goal. We all came here for the entire alliance, for our hometowns, for the myriad changes brought by Governor Ji Yu Hang, to change our fates and gather here. I wholeheartedly embrace the alliance's ideals. I deeply believe that our world, our alliance, will become better and better under Mr. Gu's leadership. This is an era of vigorous youth. We are true to our prime years. We all graduated with excellent grades, and I am proud of every one of us. The young people cheered and shouted for joy. The man on the table gestured with his hands, crying out, but, fellow students, we must be sober. We must realize that all of this is just the beginning. The end of our studies only means that we have acquired the knowledge we needed. What comes next is of utmost importance. What should we do? We must take everything we've learned here back to our hometowns. We must apply the knowledge we bring back to our future work. With our intelligence, with our sweat and blood, we will merge into the alliance. The founders of the alliance emerged from Rajal Star, saved countless people, and changed countless fates. They created the past, and we will inherit these wills and create an even better future. In the future, more people, with brighter brains, will take over our cause, making the alliance everlasting. Today, we are taking over a world brimming with life and bursting with youthful energy, and I hope that the world we hand over to the next generation will be even more prosperous, more dynamic than it is now. Classmates, do you share my confidence? Yes. Yes. Shang Yanwen also raised his glass and shouted along. What should have been a melancholic farewell party for classmates had now been pushed to an exuberant climax. There was no sorrow, only the surging passion of the youth. In their anticipation for the future, everything became exciting and beautiful. With the last sip from their glasses, they made a pact to meet again in 10, 20 years. When they looked back, they hoped each person could stand tall and proudly share with their classmates how much they had lived up to their ideals over the years. Amidst laughter and smiles, the party eventually drew to a close. Arm in arm, they headed back to the dormitory, but then their steps halted. Little Shang, Little Shang. Lu Xiaoyu is up ahead, definitely waiting for you. While talking to a classmate about what to do after returning and how a recent letter had described the situation back home, Shang Yanwen suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked up and saw a black-haired girl in a white dress standing ahead of their group. He stopped too. His brothers patted his shoulder and, with mischievous smiles, left, leaving just the two of them behind. Soon, the noise faded into the distance, and the night breeze grew quiet. Yanwen, Lu Xiaoyu began, her eyes carrying a hint of plea. I've asked my father, his company has just completed privatization, and now there are many vacancies. You. Xiaoyu, there is no need to speak further, we have already discussed this issue. Despite the alcohol in his head and a sense of guilt in his heart, Shang Yanwen was resolute. I have to return to my hometown. More than flying wing star, my hometown needs my capabilities. But, Lu Xiaoyu rushed in front of him, looking up into his eyes, her own brimming with tears. Do you ever think about me? Once you go to Corolya, how long will it be before we can see each other again? I'm sorry. I understand, which is why I never dared to accept your kindness. You belong here, you deserve everything you should have, enjoying the bird songs and flower fragrances of Flying Wing Star, enjoying the progressive urban civilization. You should be drinking coffee on a sunny afternoon, doing a job you love. But I'm different. I come from the never-ending darkness of Nest Capital's lowest level in Nuo Yan City. I can never escape from there. How could I allow myself to enjoy life if I cannot make it possible for everyone in my hometown to laugh and enjoy their afternoons? How could I? In his speech, driven by alcohol and emotion, Shang Yanwen couldn't help but pull the girl before him into his embrace. But this tenderness was only momentary. I'm sorry. I can only fail you, I can only fail myself. But I would rather do that than fail my hometown, fail the alliance. He decisively let go of her arms and quickly walked past the girl. Lu Xiaoyu turned around, face already streaming with tears. I'll go with you. Shang Yanwen did not look back, just waved his hand behind him. Shang Yanwen ultimately embarked on the journey back to Corellia alone. Of course, he wouldn't let Lu Xiaoyu come along. Just as he had said upon parting, they were not people from the same world. He had resolved to dedicate his life to a great cause. There was no need for Lu Xiaoyu to do the same, her life would be more splendid and leisurely. She shouldn't accompany him to that dark, backward place. He knew Lu Xiaoyu's intentions, but perhaps love was just a momentary impulse, how far could it endure? Changing his hometown was his duty, he knew the road ahead was long and fraught with difficulties, he didn't even know how many years he would sacrifice for it. He shouldn't drag a fine young woman along. His challenging path was even reflected in his journey home. It took him 2 days just to get to the ground segment of the Flying Wing starport using public transport. Then, waiting in line to board the starport and for a ship took another 3 days. The Alliance had now established its own interstellar transport system within the Alliance framework, with the Traveler 2 and the Flying Pig ships being the main workhorses. The former carried 2,000 passengers at a time, while the latter could carry about 80,000. The Rajowl Star Shipyard and the Flying Wing Star Shipyard both received massive orders from the Alliance's Public Transportation Department to produce these two types of ships for constructing public flight routes within the star sector. In the past, if people from different star sectors wanted to travel, to say nothing of regular folks, including many wealthy individuals, tycoons, and high officials, often didn't have the opportunity. Intergovernment business relied on star sector government ships. For commercial affairs, it depended on whether companies had the connections to contact a capable interstellar firm like the GU commercial firm, and even then, they had to be fortunate enough to find a ship heading to the desired destination for a hitched ride. However, a year and a half ago, the Alliance's circum-star sector interstellar flights had officially commenced. Although tickets were still very expensive, beyond what ordinary people could afford, the fact that this route now existed marked a significant step forward. If one really needed to travel to another planet for some reason, at least there was now a way to get there. Not to mention, if travel was for official business or commerce, the government or company would pay for the trip. Shang Yanwen certainly didn't have the money to afford the trip between Corellia and Flying Wing Star on a ship. In fact, he hadn't returned home for the past 3 or 4 years of study. This time he was returning home with a government authorization, which gave him a free ticket for the journey. Lately, there had been an increase in people heading back to Corellia. He had waited 3 days before boarding flight B-1733, which was a Flying Pig transport ship. The conditions on board weren't great. A compartment of about 6 square meters contained 2 rows of 4-tier bunks, separated by an aisle, and each bunk could sleep 1 person. Such compartments were numerous and stacked layer upon layer within the ship's hold. Shang Yanwen was relatively accustomed to this. Although his living conditions during university were quite good, most of his life spent in Corellia was not much better than this. After placing his luggage in one of the 4 public lockers beneath the bed, he laid down on the second layer from the top. The space was cramped, just barely large enough for Shang Yanwen to sit upright without hitting his head. He took out the books he had brought with him and began to read. He had prepared several books to get through the lengthy journey from Flying Wing Star to Corellia. The total trip would take 6 days at the speed of the Flying Pig, and he planned to spend the time reading. Unfortunately, there were strict regulations on carrying various items on interstellar flights, and books were on the restricted list. One couldn't bring many, and before making the jump through the Star Realm tunnel, all books had to be stored in a designated place for special preservation, which was quite troublesome. But Shang Yanwen still brought the maximum number of books allowed by regulations, so as not to waste any time. The ship left the starport and drifted in the void for 2 days. Shang Yanwen estimated in his mind that they should be approaching the Star Realm tunnel node soon. A node might seem like a single point on the grand scale of the universe, but it was actually a large area. As the starship moved closer to this area, the signal received by the jump recognition system would strengthen until the signal intensity surpassed a critical point, indicating that the starship's location met the standard for a jump. With the activation of the warp engine, the entire starship would jump into the Star Realm tunnel, disappearing from the physical universe in an instant to outside observers. These were facts Shang Yanwen had learned from books, including that the ship should now be near the jump point, a deduction he made using his knowledge. Locked up in a box-like compartment, he couldn't see or hear anything, so he could only guess. However, the warp engine of the starship never activated. He was puzzled, wondering if he had guessed wrong. But he soon learned that wasn't the case. An alarm sounded within the ship. We regret to inform all passengers that our journey may be delayed. Pirate activity has been detected recently in the vicinity of our route, and the Alliance Navy started pursuing a group of pirates 2 hours ago. A battle is occurring near the jump point of the Corellia star system. We may have to wait here for 2 hours due to this situation. We apologize for the inconvenience this delay may cause to your travel plans. Oh, it's pirates. Shang Yanwen had seen some news reports about this before, mentioning the issue. In one editorial, Shang Yanwen also saw a viewpoint that he quite agreed with: the arrival of pirates was an inevitable situation. In the past, pirates were a rare sight in the Tianma star sector. On one hand, the powerful Tianma fleet was stationed right in the sector, and any pirate group foolish enough to commit crimes here was truly courting death. On the other hand, the Tianma star sector didn't have much to plunder. The Imperial tax fleet was not to be trifled with, and although the Imperial merchant fleet did have the GU commercial firm, its shipping routes were difficult to pin down, and its vessels did not travel frequently. Plus, the Tianma star sector itself wasn't a particularly important transportation hub, so the long-term return on pirating activities in this sector wasn't too high. However, in the last year or two, the situation had changed. The main forces of the Tianma fleet were absent, and the remaining ships, although they could still dominate ordinary pirates with their military might, the vastness of space allowed pirates to hide among asteroid belts or even leave the Tianma star sector to take refuge elsewhere, remaining undetected if they didn't reveal themselves. Moreover, due to the connectivity of the 9 stars within the Alliance, a large number of fixed flight schedules began to be carried out very frequently. And as most of them were single vessels traveling directly through the Star Sea, any that were marked by pirate ships were doomed. The pirates thus had fairly substantial expected profits. Of course, the pirates still had no means of confronting the reserve forces of the Tianma fleet, and upon encountering an escort ship, those ragged pirate ships would be overwhelmed. However, the high potential profits had emboldened the pirates to take risks. In the past year, there had been multiple incidents of pirate plundering, with 3 Alliance ships being looted, resulting in significant losses. And the Alliance, undoubtedly, took severe countermeasures. The current acting commander of the Tianma fleet, Du Shiliang, had publicly issued a statement apologizing to the public and assured that the Tianma fleet would strive to combat pirates and ensure the safe and unimpeded travel of interstellar flights. At the same time, the Alliance's Department of Public Transportation also urgently established a special task group and announced the formation of the Alliance Navy.
Of course, the official announcement did not use the term Navy. This was what the citizens of the Alliance themselves thought. The official statement referred to the formation of the Alliance escort fleet. The shipyards of Flying Wing Star and Rage Owl Star respectively received orders for the construction of Alliance warships. Reportedly, some travel vessels retrofitted with armed escorts and even several Blackfish-class rapid patrol vessels had already been put into use. 3 months ago, the Alliance had completed a significant strike against a pirate group known as Red Eye. Several of the Alliance's rapid response patrol vessels had clung to the tails of those pirates, engaging in a drawn-out battle for several days. They pursued relentlessly but without recklessly charging forward, and eventually, a detachment of the Tianma fleet consisting of a destroyer and several escort ships arrived. They destroyed some of the enemy and captured 3 pirate ships of patrol vessel grade through boarding tactics. It was a great victory, and for the 3 months that followed, there had been no news of pirate activities, but unexpectedly, there were still some now. Shang Yanwen felt a bit tense inside, but overall, he remained fairly calm. He trusted the capabilities of the Alliance government. Since they had not suspended regular flights or scheduled escorts for every flight, the problem shouldn't be too serious. Indeed, 2 hours later, a new announcement was issued, stating that the pirate issue had been resolved. The ship was about to enter the Star Realm tunnel, and all passengers were instructed not to move around inside the cabins. The duration of the journey through the Star Realm tunnel would be 13 hours. To Shang Yanwen, these 13 hours didn't feel particularly special. The ship shook for a few minutes, which should mean they had entered the Star Realm tunnel. Reportedly, one should be able to see a vast and bizarre tapestry of brilliant images from outside the ship at this time. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything from his cabin. It was also said that despite the activation of the Starfield force field, some unknown dangers could still occur when traveling through the Star Realm tunnel, but at least he had not encountered any. These 13 hours felt no different to him than any other 13 hours, until, after about 10 more minutes of shaking, along with the announcement he heard, he knew that they had left the Star Realm tunnel and returned to the real universe. Then, after traveling for just over 3 more days, the starship stopped moving. The announcement said they had arrived at Coralia Starport. Everyone packed up their belongings, left the cabin, and proceeded to queue orderly in the corridor outside, following the staff's guidance, heading toward the nearest exit to disembark from the ship. Flight B-1733 was a flying porpoise, this time carrying nearly 90,000 passengers. For so many people to leave the ship with their belongings was a cumbersome task. However, the design of the ship and the starport was specially equipped to handle this. Shang Yanwen waited in line and still, it was an hour and a half later when he left the ship. Walking on the skybridge, he could see through the glass that on the starport side close to B-1733, there were 20 exits of different sizes, scattered in all directions, connected to the starport through the skybridges. People and goods were being exchanged through these movable skybridges in space. Only here could one catch a fleeting glimpse through the glass windows of the skybridge at parts of the ship they were on, as well as the even larger body of the starport. The flying porpoise was considered a small transport ship, yet with a belly that could hold 90,000 people, along with a large amount of goods and living supplies, it was naturally also a huge object. It stood like a small town in space, but even so, compared with the starport, it was much too small. The scale of Coralia's starport wasn't as large as that of Flying Wing Star, but it still ranked second in the entire Tianma star sector. After entering the starport, he took an on-site monorail to a space elevator hub where he queued up again, waiting to depart from the starport. Once off the starport and on the ground, he was in Coralia's capital, Nest Capital, also known as Mingan City. After another vehicle transfer at the north station of Mingan City, he waited half a day for a train to Nuoyan City. Nuoyan City wasn't too far from Mingan City, certainly so compared to Nest Capital on the other side of the planet. Even so, aboard the train speeding through the wilderness at over 500 kilometers an hour, it still took him 7 hours to reach Nuoyan City. After disembarking at Nuoyan City Station, he transferred to another vehicle and after swaying for 6 hours within Nest Capital, he finally reached his destination for this journey. Green Bee Street District in Nuoyan City's Lower Nest District. The entire route was truly exhausting for even someone as composed as Shang Yanwen. Interstellar travel was indeed troublesome. The vast distances, even with humanity's various technological aids, were still too cumbersome for an ordinary person. He couldn't even remember how many times he had transferred or how much time had passed in between. But no matter what, he was back. Stepping off the vehicle, he looked around and saw some familiar scenes, but there were many things he had never seen before. The streets had changed a lot. The dirty, cramped alleys had been cleared out, the strange smells of metal smelting, various gas emissions, and all sorts of domestic garbage still lingered slightly, but they were much milder than his memory. The surrounding buildings, some remained the same, but the majority had changed beyond recognition. There were many people moving about on the streets, many vehicles driving, unlike the past when people wouldn't roam around aimlessly without a reason. Although the clothes everyone wore were not luxurious, they were at least neat, faces bore smiles and an air of confidence. Was this still his hometown? The changes in the Green Bee Street district made Shang Yanwen feel a sense of unreality. He hadn't returned for 4 years, how could it feel as if he had entered a completely different world? Not to mention 4 years, even in the past 40 years, the Green Bee Street district had never seen such significant change. In the old days, in the lower Nest district of Nest Capital, the faces of people changed one by one, but besides the people, those buildings, those streets, the ceiling crammed with pipes. They seemed to be frozen in time, never changing. Before he went to study at Flying Wing Star University, Shang Yanwen experienced firsthand the reforms brought by Mayor Isabel, which provided their neighborhood with enough food, jobs, and a future for its residents. While studying at Flying Wing Star, he also saw from various newspapers that the Alliance's reforms continued to deepen, and that the major Nest capitals on Coralia changed a lot. However, can the impact of seeing the transformations of one's hometown with one's own eyes be the same as reading about them through texts and pictures in newspapers? The hometown had changed drastically, no longer the image he remembered, but Shang Yanwen wasn't upset at all, only happy and exhilarated. Such changes were what he hoped would come faster and more abundantly. What he regretted was not being able to witness the changes of the past 4 years with his own eyes. What excited him was that, from now on, he would not miss them anymore. Reinvigorated, he first went home to see his parents and siblings. The surprise of his family members goes without saying, but he was the one who felt even more sentimental. Originally, his family had 7 members, and apart from an elder brother who passed away at a young age, the remaining 4 children, including himself, were all raised under the careful watch of their parents through hard times. And now, everyone was doing quite well. His father and mother both worked at a cooperative store that had opened in the district 5 years ago. His father as a cargo handler, and his mother as a sales guide in the store. In earlier years, both parents started at grade E5, but now they had both risen to E8. The welfare, supplemented by food and necessities, along with subsidies, was now sufficient to support a family. Besides him, the other 4 family members had moved into a newly constructed collective apartment, receiving a 60-square-meter apartment. The apartment had 3 rooms, a washroom, and a small dining room with an open kitchen. His parents lived in the master bedroom, while the 2 smaller secondary bedrooms were sufficient for his brother and sister to live separately. The overall environment was still somewhat small and cramped, and the decoration was nothing to remark upon, just some simple furniture and cabinets. But at least every family member had a place to sleep, their own space. They could cook for themselves, had a table to gather and eat together, and owned a set of kitchenware and tableware. This was already much better than the home he remembered growing up in. His sister had worked in a textile factory, and with her literacy, some mathematical knowledge, and accounting skills, she worked as a clerk in the factory. She married a young man 2 years ago, has already moved out to live with her husband. Her husband was from another area and worked as an office clerk in the district, currently in charge of building a new cooperative store. The couple already had a child and had received a 60-square-meter apartment as well. Their little niece, just over a year old, was healthy, and it seemed that the young couple's future was looking bright. His sister and brother were still in school. Although his sister's performance was not as outstanding as his had been when he consistently ranked first and shot up the grades, she was still a good student at the district middle school. She had the opportunity to compete for a spot at the community college. Although the scholarship was challenging, being accepted with grade E4 or E5 could guarantee living costs, subsidies could cover part of the burden, and school fees could be managed with educational loans, which would be paid back after starting work. Generally, if you reach at least a grade E8, you can pay off the tuition loans in 2 or 3 years of work. And an E8 job grade is not difficult for graduates of the community college. Moreover, with her results, she could also try for a local university on Corellia after high school, despite the considerable tuition pressure. Now that Shang Yanwen was back, he could help support her a bit. His younger brother was a bit problematic, however, as the boy's mind was not on his studies. Unlike his brother or even his sister, who could focus on their studies and even enjoy the knowledge, he would feel sleepy as soon as he opened a book, but as soon as he put it down, he was full of energy. Despite some worries, like his younger brother's education and future prospects, Shang Yanwen was reassured to see that his family's situation had improved over the years he was away. He talked a lot with his parents at home and even busied themselves preparing a meal together. By dinner time, his sister, who had been informed, also rushed back, bringing her husband and daughter, and they enjoyed a lively family reunion dinner. He spent the night in his brother's room, making do with a single bed that was somewhat cramped but not too problematic. Before sleeping, he chatted a lot with his brother, named Shang Yunwu, a name that obviously indicated they were brothers. Shang Yunwu felt inspired by his brother. What Shang Yanwen said about his life at Flying Wing Star University was quite good, but the stars and vast seas he described truly made Shang Yunwu yearn for them. But he also felt somewhat disheartened, as he did not think he was cut out for studying, unlike his brother or even his second sister, who could immerse themselves in their studies and even take joy in learning. He would fall asleep as soon as he started reading and become full of energy the moment he put down his books. Late into the night, the conversation had already ended when Shang Yunwu suddenly raised a question in the dark. "Brother, what do you think about me joining the military?" "Join the military?" "Yes, preferably the Navy." That would be quite good, Shang Yanwen said. But as you are now, you can't become anything. The selection for the Alliance Army is getting stricter and stricter, and I'm afraid you might not even make it into the Planetary Defense Army. You need to work hard, preferably getting into the Naval Academy. But that's too hard. Shang Yunwu fell into despondency again. The Naval Academy, even on Flying Wing Star, is the best, isn't it? I can't get in no matter what. Isn't there any way to become a Navy sailor? That's got to be much easier than getting into the Naval Academy, right? Shang Yanwen felt his brother was right. Even with his own outstanding grades back then, which were unbeatable, actually applying for the Flying Wing Naval Academy was still rather difficult. Not to mention his brother's current situation. However, aiming for the Naval Academy is the path to becoming a naval officer. If one simply wants to be a Navy soldier, a Navy sailor, or even a member of the Navy Marine Corps, then the level of difficulty is nowhere near that of becoming a Navy officer. It's very difficult to get into the Tianma fleet, as their size is rather fixed. The governor's fiancé is a general in the Tianma fleet, fighting on the front lines, but the naval forces on the front lines don't draw reinforcements from the rear Tianma star sector. Moreover, there's a particular aspect of naval combat. Generally speaking, the losses are not significant, but when they are, it could be a total annihilation of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands on a single ship. Replacements are only made when a new ship is built and ready for crewing. However, if it's not possible to join the Tianma fleet, there should still be opportunities in the Alliance Navy. Based on the information currently held by Shang Yanwen, the Alliance Navy is facing an increasingly serious pirate challenge, and the production capacity of the two major shipyards of the Alliance is quite ample. Besides the portion paid as imperial tax, there is still quite a bit of surplus capacity. That capacity is unlikely to go to waste. It can be foreseen that the fleets of the Alliance Navy will definitely continue to expand. His own younger brother truly has a chance to join. As for the dangers of joining the military, Shang Yanwen is aware of them, too. If possible, he would also wish his little brother could always stay with their parents, even if it means being an ordinary worker with a regular job. Under the current system of the Alliance, as long as one works, their livelihood for the future is certainly secured. However, since his brother has aspirations, Shang Yanwen feels that joining the Navy isn't a bad idea. Dangerous it may be, but for a young man to dream of the stars and the sea is definitely not a bad thing. There's still plenty of time. His little brother is just 12 years old, with at least 5 or 6 years to go. He will keep an eye out for him. But for now, he still cautioned, even if you just want to be a sailor, you need to start learning more diligently now. If you can't even attend middle school, everything will be in vain. The next day, Shang Yanwen said goodbye to his parents and reported for duty at the government office in Green B Street District. His sponsoring unit was Nuo Yan City. He had already reported to Nuo Yan City, and they had arranged for him to work in the local office of his hometown. As soon as he entered, he was warmly welcomed. The head of the Green B Street district government was a Corellia person, but not from Nuo Yan City. He came from Mingan City, where he had previously tackled a community reform project and was recently transferred to handle a larger street district. This man, named Moody, was a somewhat balding middle-aged man. "Comrade Shang, you've come at just the right time. We are in dire need of top talents like you. I won't bother you with pleasantries. We are in our busiest time, and I apologize for not having the time to give you a proper welcome. You will need to shoulder your responsibilities immediately. I came here for this very reason. Please instruct me, leader." Good. Under Moody's explanation, Shang Yanwen quickly understood what the first major task was upon returning to his hometown. Imperial tax. The mere mention of these 3 words instinctively made Shang Yanwen tense. Imperial tax, in his past memories, was profoundly significant. Each time the imperial tax was levied, with a period of 2 years, it was a time of suffering for the people in the lower Nest district of Corellia. Various supplies would begin to tighten before the imperial tax was due. Food would become scarce, everyday necessities would be in short supply, and every family might be saddled with the obligation to contribute a person. His grandfather, his eldest uncle, his uncles, all were taken as part of the population tax and never returned. His own family had been lucky, but he thought if Mr. Gu hadn't led the alliance to save Corellia, in 6 years' time, their family might have had to contribute another person for the tax. It could have been his father, himself, or his sister. But after the alliance took over, the Coralia battle zone was exempt from taxes for 6 years. Now, counting the years, 6 years had passed, and Coralia was about to return to the normal state of paying imperial tax. However, under the rule of the Alliance, the payment of imperial tax should not be the insurmountable hurdle it used to be, right? Indeed, that was the case. Now, the imperial tax no longer concerned ordinary citizens. It had completely evolved into an obligation of the government and businesses, except in places that had not yet completed reforms. But even within the 40 nest capitals of Coralia, there should not be many such places left. In the reformed areas, the populace was assigned ranks and job positions and enjoyed welfare and subsidies. Of course, with Shang Yanwen's current knowledge, he understood that these benefits and subsidies were not as much as the wealth created by the people. But he was still clearly aware that the opportunity to create wealth was given by the Alliance government. Besides, the common people who created wealth only had the duty to labor, abide by the law, enjoy benefits and subsidies, but not the obligation to pay taxes. The additional value they created that was taken by the Alliance government meant that the government should ensure a peaceful and stable life for its people, guarantee upward mobility for those who work hard, and ensure they would not suffer or go bankrupt due to unjust taxes. In the Green B Street district, an area that had already begun reforms, this concept was thoroughly implemented. The district government officials had to meticulously account for all production in the area, connecting various businesses, factories, soilless plantations, and other production organizations. They had to complete a series of tasks such as inventory, storage, and transportation of all production outputs. Indeed, it was a huge project. Shang Yanwen soon threw himself into the busyness. All this was within the district government, which had some experience and lessons learned. Although it was the first time paying imperial tax, the alliance system itself had been running for the past 4 years. The production and material circulation within businesses were firmly the government's responsibility, and the procedures for these tasks were already established. It's just that during the tax season, this part of the work became much more burdensome. And Shang Yanwen indeed played his role in this process. After overcoming an initial period of unfamiliarity, his processing speed for all kinds of documents and affairs became extremely fast. Moreover, with the management knowledge he had learned, he could identify inefficient and time-consuming parts in their workflow and propose practical amendments through his participation. Although these were only changes in the details of the work process, not involving any significant changes, they did indeed make the operation of the entire organization smoother and more efficient. This also earned Moody's praise. Top students really are different. Shang Yanwen was modest in response. I still have a lot to learn and many areas in which I can contribute to the alliance. While Shang Yanwen was busy with the imperial tax, he did not forget that there was something he wanted to do. It was during his time on Flying Wing Star that, combining what he had learned and his past experiences, he designed a number of industries that could be developed for his hometown, as well as the specific strategies for their development. And now that he had returned, he saw that his hometown had undergone so many changes that many of his previous ideas, far from being designs, were closer to wild guesses, and totally inconsistent with the current situation in the Green B Street district. But he was not discouraged, nor was he in a hurry. While he was busy with the imperial tax, he became even more familiar with the district, which had changed so dramatically, and he investigated many actual situations. He continually overturned his own plans, using the current state of the district as a blueprint and combining it with reality. He made a fresh start. Meanwhile, he did not neglect his own work. When accounting for tax affairs, he found that his biggest worry had not come to pass. The Green B Street district had a population of 420,000, and in the past year, the total production value of various materials in the district was 390,000 tax currency. A large part of that was consumed by the local population. The value produced, through money in exchange, had become housing, food, furniture, appliances, textiles, medical expenses, and had tangibly improved the living standards of the people in the district. The medical level was not high enough, there was not enough furniture and appliances, the variety of food was not rich enough, the textiles were not fashionable enough, and even the houses constructed in full swing were actually not enough in number, with many people who should have been assigned housing still queuing up. But without a doubt, it was much better than before. And there was no need to worry about the part for the imperial tax. The district government actually started to prepare for the imperial tax from the beginning of the year, reserving 40,000 tax currency. Its composition was mainly some raw materials that had undergone initial processing, textiles, and alliance government cash. When the district government paid taxes to the higher level government, it could use alliance government cash. Correspondingly, the alliance government would use this alliance currency to pay some key industrial zones, such as military factories and heavy industry plants. Their output was the main force of the physical tax payment. After all, when the alliance government was paying the imperial tax officials did not recognize any alliance currency. In the eyes of the empire, currency was just a worthless piece of paper. They only recognized proof of tax payment, which meant tax currency or actual goods. The empire recognized a great many physical goods, but not every item. If you casually produced a kitchen knife or a table, the empire would not even look at you. Not to mention, some service industries such as commerce within the planets, construction, transportation, medical industry, etc. They certainly created value within the planet, but they had nothing to pay to the empire as taxes. So, in fact, when the planetary government paid taxes, it mainly relied on heavy industry, military industry, textile industry, and agriculture. These industries produced the hard currency recognized by the empire for tax items. But the workers in these production zones also need to live. Their living needs, such as transportation, medical care, service industry, food, come from the supply from other places. This is how the overall division of labor is formed. Regions that can produce products listed in the imperial tax categories use currency issued by the alliance to purchase services from other regions, while they themselves produce most of the goods needed for the imperial tax. Non-producing regions prove their contribution through affiliated industries using alliance currency. This division of labor exists widely at various levels, between districts, between nest capitals, and even between planets. The main pillar industries of the Green Bee Street district are construction, transportation, waste recycling, and raw material initial processing. Except for the processed material products that can serve as actual goods to pay the imperial tax, the rest are not quite up to the mark. Yet they still created value. The real imperial tax was not something they needed to worry about. The large industrial production areas would provide it, and the higher authorities would plan and coordinate. The district helped in transportation, also sent out construction teams to build houses for other industrial zones, earning alliance currency. This was essentially the labor value they had given, and it was recognized by the alliance government. This is the essence of why the Green Bee Street district, with a local population of 410,000, had a total production value of 390,000 tax currency, consumed 350,000, and used 40,000 for tax purposes. The per capita consumption of Green Bee Street district was 0.85 tax currency, not a very high standard of living but definitely a survivable one. Shang Yanwen had once seen an old report where, in the 100 years before the Plague War, the per capita consumption in Corellia was actually only about 0.3 tax currency. It was a level that barely kept people from starving. The per capita output of Corellia was about 0.5 tax currency, only half of the empire's minimum per capita standard. This was also essentially why the Corellia people had to pay 0.05 tax currency per capita as the imperial tax and then face a 1% chance of being conscripted as a taxpayer. As for the difference of 0.15 tax currency per capita, that would be a question for the former bureaucratic echelons of Corellia, the rulers. Now, with the per capita consumption level reaching 0.85, more than double, it's no wonder life has become bearable. Moreover, this is the consumption level after setting aside 0.1 for the imperial tax, which means that Green Bee Street district will not need to pay personal taxes in the future. Of course, these are just the results of Shang Yanwen's observation of his own Green Bee Street district. But as far as we can see now, this seems to be the level all across Nuoyan City. Even in the middle and upper Nest districts of Nest Capital, the situation is much better than that in the lower Nest district. The state of affairs may be a bit worse in the bottom Nest district, but it should largely be similar overall. From the perspective of Nuoyan City, if each Nest capital across Corellia were at this level, then it could be said that the whole of Corellia was on the right track. Corellia would no longer need to pay the human tax and could meet the imperial tax with its own production, no longer being a burden to the alliance. Given the current pace of development, in 2 more years, there could be a surplus. A few years later, with an increasing surplus, the standard of living for the Corellia people will keep improving, and they will become a major engine for the alliance's development. After all, the population size speaks for itself. Realizing all these things truly exhilarated Shang Yanwen. He was excited to be personally involved in this great transformation of the era. In his spare time at work, the development plan he had formulated would add another engine to the advancement of the Green B Street district. After the busy period with imperial tax concluded, he found his immediate superior, the head of the district government, Moody, and presented his ideas. What he wanted to do was to set up a recycling aquaculture system. In the Green B Street district, there used to be a kind of small flying creature similar to a bat, with sturdy membranous wings and strong teeth. Its main requirements for survival were threefold: human garbage, industrial wastewater, and a type of luminescent spore-producing fungus that grew in heavily polluted environments. The locals called these critters fluorescent bats, and in the past, they were considered harmful creatures in the Lower Nest District and Bottom Nest District of Nuoyan City. They brought disease, pollution, and radiation into human populations, causing illness and sometimes death. The district had put an effort to control them, and now there were fewer, but they still existed. But Shang Yanwen saw the value in these strange little creatures. A classmate of his, who was in a school of engineering on Flying Wing Star, had a research topic on biomaterials. Shang Yanwen thought the teeth and skin of these creatures from his hometown, which fed on highly polluted fungi and organic waste and drank wastewater, were excellent raw materials. Previously, he had managed to obtain some of these specialties from the Lower Nest District of Nuoyan City for the research group to analyze, and indeed, they found them to have some value. If they could be mass-produced, then the collected wings and teeth of the creatures could serve as a fine biomaterial, useful for making leather for machinery, inner linings for armor, and corrosion-resistant biomaterials to emit light and heat in some situations. He had compiled the relevant technical materials and brought back a copy. What he aimed to do was to designate a specific area to breed these pollution fungi, which would in turn cultivate these mutated creatures under heavy pollution, and then slaughter them en masse to collect the biomaterials for sale to some processing plants. This was the initial project. Moving forward, it would be ideal if the relevant processing industries could be undertaken by the Green B Street district itself, establishing corresponding factories, and even developing a more comprehensive industrial chain on this basis. If the whole setup could indeed be successful, there was no doubt that Green B Street district would gain a new industry. This signified higher productivity, more employment opportunities, and residents of Green B Street district would be able to rank up more easily. With more money, the public standard of living could take a further leap forward, and they would be able to pay more taxes directly, contributing even more to the alliance. After listening to Shang Yanwen's plan, Moody slapped his thigh and said, "You are indeed a top graduate. You've already been a great help with the tax matter before, not to mention that now you've come up with a surprise. Do you think this is feasible?" asked Shang Yanwen, who wasn't as confident as when he had been speaking so confidently just moments earlier. Essentially, he was still a newcomer just starting out, with little experience in governance. He was afraid that what he had painstakingly developed was just pie in the sky. Although he had done his utmost to prevent this, and had conducted many investigations with numerous carefully considered, specific implementation steps in the plan, he was still somewhat uneasy. He was afraid of letting his hometown down. But Moody seemed much more reassured. "Stop worrying, we need that spirit. As long as the whole thing looks good, let's do it. What's the worst that could happen if we fail? The higher-ups aren't going to punish us for one failed attempt. The Alliance always encourages innovation. However, we do indeed need to be cautious. If we invest too much, there will be an impact. Let's start small with the aquaculture and work our way up slowly. As long as it can be done, we'll have solved a big problem. To tell you the truth, there are still a lot of labor forces in the district that haven't been absorbed. This is a core indicator for our regional government, and I've been worried to the point of going gray. Your method sounds good. We definitely had to give it a try. Even if we can only accommodate a few dozen or a few hundred people to start with, that's very good. Don't underestimate a few hundred job positions. With a few hundred stable output positions, we can support a new mall, more construction workers, more street vendors, and stalls. The affiliated industries can develop along with it. Not to mention, there will be further opportunities to grow and strengthen later on." Encouraged, Shang Yanwen said, "Then let's do it. I will apply for interstellar communication immediately and contact my classmates. Their research group will be interested in our area." The deeds of Shang Yanwen were condensed into a brief report, along with the achievements of several other commissioned young civil servants and new managers of state-owned enterprises, and were placed in front of Ji Yuhang. At this moment, Ji Yuhang was on a starship, en route to Coralia. During the voyage, he finished reading these documents and gave his evaluation. Our young people have indeed done a good job, he was quite pleased. The industry initiated by Shang Yanwen was thriving. A few months later, it achieved notable production value, had a stimulating effect on the local district, and even had the potential to be promoted throughout the Nest capital, from Bottom Nest District to Lower Nest District. Although, even if this industry were to develop further in the future, its production value is a small matter in the grand scheme of things. Its application scope is somewhat narrow. Ground teeth and processed bat wings, turned into a basic material, can only play a certain role in the construction of industrial product components, nowhere near the scale of the metal smelting industry. The alliance had applications for this material in the past, but it mainly relied on imports. However, the innovation reflected by the alliance system behind this matter, and the emerging talents of this new generation of administrative personnel, were all things that made Ji Yuhang even happier. A single-cycle breeding and processing industry might not count for much, but several linked together, even forming industrial chains, could have high value. Moreover, as long as the alliance system can prove its capacity for innovation and the new generation of officials is reliable, whether it's about establishing new industries or maintaining old ones, it's permissible to say that the future holds promise. Setting this matter aside, Ji Yuhang started to look at another electronic tablet in his hand. This contains something even more important: the tax situation facing the alliance. Currently, the imperial tax treats the alliance as a whole, collecting taxes in one go. For the tax fleet of the empire, this is also considered a convenient approach. Now, the total annual tax amount for the alliance is 10.95 billion tax currency. Flying Wing Star 4 billion, Fascist TriStar 3 billion, Coralia I and III combined at 3.5 billion, Rage Owl Star 100 million, Hajian Star 150 million, and Hongjin Star 200 million. When the tax was set, Rage Owl Star had a population of 10 billion and Hajian Star had 15 billion, with the excess population having migrated from Coralia. As a result, the population of Coralia dropped from over 370 billion to around 350 billion, thereby setting the tax at 3.5 billion tax currency. After deducting an exemption of 4 billion, the tax is paid every 2 years. In the past 4 years, in both tax seasons, the alliance had to pay 13.9 billion in imperial tax. This was a huge figure that Ji Yuhang, who hadn't yet been prosperous a few years back, wouldn't even have dared to think about, but for the current alliance, it wasn't difficult. Especially in this latest tax season, Flying Wing Star had completed a musician-class cruiser, along with 4 destroyers, totaling over 10 billion. After setting aside the imperial tax annually, the alliance's financial surplus could still be about 5 billion or so. In one of Ji Yuhang's recent conversations with his mother, he had quite boldly stated, "I've got plenty of money now. A fiscal surplus exceeding 5 billion a year, this is certainly a number that Tianma star sector once could not imagine." Relative to other surrounding star sectors, Tianma star sector was indeed wealthy, but precisely because of this, it was burdened with a significant amount of imperial tax. Like Coralia, which had to rely on a population tax to cover half of its 4 billion imperial tax last year, Fascist TriStar would be at death's door just by raising its development level to 3. Flying Wing Star was not bad, but its highly developed shipbuilding industry had to hand over practically all the ships it produced just to bear the tax burden of a development level of 5. However, after the alliance government took full control of all the planets in the Tianma star sector up to the present, 4 years have passed, and not only can it satisfy the imperial tax, but it can also have a surplus of 5 billion. The key aspect is that the living standards of the people in the entire star sector did not decline, but instead, there was an improvement. There may not be much change in the living standards of people on planets like Fascist TriStar, Flying Wing Star, and Hongjin Star. But in Coralia, on Rage Owl Star, and on Hajian Star, the changes were significant. The reason for achieving this, on the one hand, was that the imperial tax, once set 4 years ago, would not change for 10 years, and during this time, the planets under the alliance's rule were rapidly developing. Of course, just relying on the fruits of development was not enough. The primary reason lies in the alliance's system, which drastically reduced the existence of capitalists, bureaucrats, and other rent-seeking classes. They still existed within the alliance's system and played a role, but the super profits they could take were greatly reduced, transitioning to a method of gaining rewards based on rank. They could improve ranks more easily than ordinary workers, but compared to their former identity as exploiters, it was much less. Most of the value created by workers was consumed by the workers themselves, which is the fundamental reason for the significant improvement in the living standards of the people under the alliance's rule. The alliance government took a direct part of the remaining proceeds. The rent-seeking classes still had a bit of income. After all, the alliance had not yet abolished all private economies, but on the whole, it was definitely a significant reduction. With both development and the elimination of the middle layer, the alliance's management of society's middle and grassroots levels, and production became more direct, which under a dual effect, led to a fiscal surplus of 5 billion. And these fiscal surpluses, of course, the alliance would not hoard like misers. They are to be used in the budget allocation, for reinvestment in production, which accounts for a large portion of the budget. The second largest part is used for military expenses, including military expansion and maintenance. The third largest, used for the expansion of government expenditure. Normal government expenditures are not included here but are accounted for as costs. This refers to the expenses needed to establish more government agencies. Besides the costs of establishing more agencies, the corresponding maintenance costs naturally increase, but these expenses are included in the maintenance costs. These three are economic development, military construction, and political construction. The 5 billion will all be spent, nothing good is left to save. Spending more money now is for the sake of having more income in the future. And in 2 years' time, when Corelia starts paying taxes for the first time and loses its 4 billion tax exemption, Gu Hang hopes that at that time, the alliance will still have a fiscal surplus of 5 billion. This means that in the next 2 years, the alliance's income surplus needs to increase by another 40 billion. On the condition of ensuring the growth of the people's consumption, the alliance must increase from the current output value of 1123 billion to at least around 1,300 billion, requiring a 20% economic growth rate over 2 years. It's not very difficult. The ones with the greatest potential are Rage Owl Star and Corelia. Gu Hang hoped that in 2 years, Rage Owl Star would have a population of 40 billion, mainly through migration from Corelia. With this scale, it would be able to better exert the power of Rage Owl Star's transformation into an industrial planet, as well as better utilize the value of the Rage Owl Star shipyard. As for Corelia itself, it is expected that after a total of 6 years of population migration up to 2 years in the future, in addition to boosting Rage Owl Star's population to 40 billion, it would also be able to boost Hagian Star's population to 30 billion, which would be the limit for Hagian Star. It is estimated that by then, including the new additions, Corelia will still have a population of around 31 billion. With 9 billion fewer people, the pressure on Nest Capital will be greatly reduced. And as the reform deepens, the development potential brought by the population will also be realized. Gu Hang is counting on these two planets as the strongest economic engines to really bring about 2 years of 20% growth. That is also Gu Hang's demand of the alliance government. Lady Asina, who had been promoted to A4 rank, was so worried that she was pulling her hair out. She had thought that as the alliance's situation improved, she would be able to catch her breath and have a bit more time to rest. However, the 2-year planned targets set by the governor left her no choice but to continue worrying. It's not that the targets can't be reached. The governor is not setting arbitrary targets. But the fact that it hinges on the prerequisite of hard effort compelled her to keep striving. She had to take charge of her premier's office staff, rally the governments of various planets, and rally the high officials of the alliance's ministries and committees to fight hard. After finishing reviewing the tax-related documents and reports and signing her name, Gu Hang turned his attention to military construction. Actually, his trip to Corelia was for this very purpose. A big chunk of the alliance's fiscal surplus was allocated to military construction. The alliance army won't be making any particularly significant moves at the moment, or rather, the major activities began 4 years ago and have only recently come to fruition. Initially, the composition of the alliance army was quite straightforward. Later, when Corelia, Fatches, and Flying Wing Star gradually fell into Gu Hang's hands, things became more complicated. The Planetary Defense Force of Corellia was already split into the Salvation Army and the Defense Army. Fatches and Flying Wing Star also had their own planetary defense armies. On top of that, there was the sequence of the Alliance Army, as well as the combat troop sequences of the Rage Bear Legion and the Dragonhawk Third Corps. Such a complicated military force structure is certainly not conducive to command. The Rage Bear Legion and Dragonhawk Third Corps are not easy to mobilize. These two forces belong to the Star Realm Armed Forces sequence and theoretically have little to do with the Alliance or Star Sector government. Logistics fall under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Military Department, and command of operations and the appointment and removal of officers are managed by the Star Realm Army Command. However, just as the Fatches family once had strong influence over the Dragonhawk Third Corps, now, this Star Realm Armed Forces unit of 20 million is actually supported by Gu Hang's alliance. Although the costs are formally covered by the Military Affairs Department, the soldiers and officers are all from the Tianma Star Sector, previously under Alliance jurisdiction, making the Alliance's influence absolutely indispensable. Not to mention the Rage Bear Legion, which is simply a direct conversion from the Alliance Army, from the command system down to the soldiers. In the past, Gu Hang used to wonder how he could assimilate the Dragonhawk Third Corps into his own. Now, he's found that he doesn't need to do anything. When he became the ruler of the Tianma Star Sector, in both name and reality, the Dragonhawk Third Corps stationed there became his. Especially since Gu Hang adopted some strategies. Normally, the Star Realm Army doesn't entertain the concept of demobilization, as most of their personnel come from Imperial tax and having been conscripted as such, there is no reason to send them back. Moreover, the longer the service, the stronger the veterans become, certainly much more so than new recruits. But that's assuming they aren't so old that they can't even lift a weapon. People do age, and while they may be in their prime in their 30s and 40s, once they reach 50, the normal human body functions begin to decline significantly. The body can't keep up with the accumulation of experience. By the age of 60 or 70, it's unreasonable to expect them to traverse mountains and rivers carrying heavy loads. At that point, unless promoted to officer rank, continuing to fight on the front lines is simply not suitable. The Star Realm Army, constantly engaged in battle at the front, can have veterans who have survived for decades, let alone those assigned to rear guard duties. Typically, the Star Realm Army is quite generous to veterans who have been fighting on the front lines for a long time, accrued a distinguished service record, and survived. If a veteran has continued to live, they are either promoted to officer ranks or, if unsuitable for officer duty, are settled in place upon reaching retirement age. A substantial sum of money and a comfortable, well-paid position on a local or rearguard planet are standard procedures. Those left behind in the rear are a bit less fortunate. However, Gu Hang does not intend to handle things this way. In fact, the Star Realm Army does have a standard retirement process. Personnel of a certain age, not necessarily old, can be arranged for retirement, but if veterans retire as early as 30 or 35, how will the military's combat power decline be addressed, and how will new personnel be replaced? The former is almost irreplaceable, and the latter would also require additional Imperial resources to draft new Imperial tax recruits. It's a loss, and neither the Military Affairs Department nor the specific Star Realm forces would do such a thing, rendering the standard retirement process virtually inoperative. After numerous discussions with the Dragonhawk Legion, General Hans agreed to a large-scale retirement process for the old soldiers but also stipulated some conditions. Within the Dragonhawk Third Corps, veterans, particularly those over 30 and especially over 35 years of age, would be retired in batches, and the Alliance would handle their resettlement. The Alliance would be responsible for replacing the missing personnel, adhering to the standards of the Star Realm Army. Gu Hang agreed to all these conditions. Those over 35ths of a year of age who retire are not dead. There are plenty of opportunities for them to be resettled locally after switching careers. Departments like the police force, anti-corruption, and intelligence services are all willing to take them. If there are excesses that can't be absorbed, there are many industries and industrial regions that need manpower. Even those who were locally adjusted to some planetary defense army units essentially turned the old Star Realm soldiers into the backbone of their own defense forces, which is undeniably beneficial. Members of the Star Realm Army, particularly those from the Dragonhawk Third Corps who have mostly remained in reserve duties and are not exceptionally distinguished, nor too old, don't need to be placed in especially comfortable and lucrative positions like retired heroes. As for Ji Hang's gains, they lay in his ability to complete a blood exchange of the Dragonhawk Legion. The supplemental troops had to meet the standards of the Star Realm Army. Where would these people come from? Ji Hang would transfer them from the Alliance Army, which had completed the Army badge training. The Dragonhawk 3rd Corps had been stationed in Corellia for over 8 years, and even the younger soldiers in the unit had, after these 8 years, normally aged to over 35 of a year old. Once the blood exchange reached a certain extent, the Dragonhawk 3rd Corps would no longer be the same as before. Of course, in essence, it was still the Star Realm Army. This was also true for the Rage Bear Legion. The Military Affairs Department and the Star Realm Army Command had the authority to transfer these two units to take on other tasks. But it wasn't so easy to transfer them, not like before. Now, Ji Hang's voice was hard to ignore. Moreover, if there were conflicts near the Star Sector, have them transferred to fight was not necessarily a bad thing. So far, the Alliance had expanded to its limits through normal means. Without the support of Star Sector leaders or unexpected events, Ji Hang found it difficult to reach beyond the territories of the Star Sectors. That is why Ji Hang indeed had thoughts of using the Star Realm Army to wage war abroad and further expand the Alliance. However, this idea was not yet mature, with many issues to resolve. Additionally, the Alliance's main task was still to digest internally, to solidify the current territories as core lands, with no energy left to focus outward. But at the very least, Ji Hang had to keep this option open, ready to take advantage when an opportunity arose. Once the Star Realm Army moved out, the Alliance would follow and look for chances. Even during these peaceful years, supporting the Star Realm Army was not a loss for the Alliance. It could offset taxes. The Dragonhawk 3rd Corps maintained a size of 20 million, while the Rage Bear Legion had expanded to about 10 million over these years. The equipment standards remained high. Maintaining these 30 million troops alone cost over $1 billion tax currency a year. That is, they could offset $1 billion in imperial tax for the Alliance annually. Besides the 30 million soldiers of the Star Realm Army, the Alliance abolished the Salvation Army structure in Corellia and the whole defense forces system within the Alliance, replacing the Planetary Defense Army entirely with the Alliance Army structure. The overall size of the Alliance Army was around 400 million, with 300 million stationed in Corellia. Ji Hang could not and did not need to train these 400 million using the Army badge system to be qualified soldiers. In fact, only 100 million completed system training. The remaining 300 million were trained using conventional methods. But with 25% core members leading and supported by logistics that met Star Realm Army standards, reaching the combat strength of a standard Star Realm Army in 4 years of training was not a big problem. Currently, the proportion of Alliance Army soldiers who met the standards of the Star Realm Army could reach 85%, which was already better than many regular Star Realm Armed Forces units. Not to mention, Ji Hang had established many elite divisions within them. These elite divisions, internally called skeleton divisions, often had stronger equipment, such as rifles fully replaced with laser or Gauss rifles, equipped with more heavy explosive machine guns and various types of bombs, equipped with plasma weapons and thermite weapons, armored units with higher density of armored vehicles, equipped with Lion King tanks, reconnaissance units even extravagantly equipped with sentry mecha. Even more, there were higher-tier divisions with special numbers, which even had a large proportion of exoskeleton armor issued to the soldiers. Some vanguard companies were even outfitted with a large number of servant god, feedback-type power armor. Let alone those special numbered elite units, even the skeleton divisions could make General Hans of the Dragonhawk Legion feel sour. Damn it, even the Defense Army's equipment outclassed our legitimate Star Realm armies. Where's the justice in that? The Alliance Army, with 400 million troops, had a total construction cost exceeding 20 billion and required nearly 2.1 billion in military expenditure each year for maintenance. This expenditure was considerably larger than that required to maintain 30 million Star Realm Army troops, even on a per capita basis. It meant that although the Alliance Army ranked lower in the Empire's order and was essentially a planetary defense army, its actual combat effectiveness was likely much stronger than that of standard Star Realm forces like the Dragonhawk Legion. Normally, the Alliance wouldn't have been able to afford such an army. Besides personnel training, the production and maintenance costs of military equipment were prohibitively expensive. But in reality, the Alliance hadn't spent that much money. Most of the equipment, especially the expensive items, were offered to the Alliance Army at least at half the reported price. This was to make the military expenses seem reasonable. Otherwise, if the costs were really $20 billion for construction and $2 billion annually for maintenance, outsiders would start wondering how the Alliance could sustain such expenditure. In fact, under normal circumstances, the Alliance truly couldn't afford this expense. The reported prices could be manipulated to appear lower, but actual production costs couldn't be falsified since the troops genuinely needed that much equipment and ammunition. However, the Alliance had a unique advantage in this aspect. The black box's direct output of some equipment was nearly free, costing only material expenses. The advantage was not obvious when producing relatively cheap items like firearms and armored vehicles. However, when it came to producing the Lion King tanks, which cost about $300,000 each, getting one from the black box was like picking it up for free. Direct production from the black box was only a small part. The main benefit was the production lines it could directly create, which were highly efficient and practically cost nothing. When the cost of equipment excluded research and development and production line expenses, considering only the labor and material costs needed for manufacturing, the cost became very acceptable. Moreover, the larger the scale of production, the lower the production cost. The Alliance would certainly keep building, and any surplus land forces equipment would be treated as payment for imperial tax. With over $100 billion in imperial tax revenue each year, the production capacity would not be a concern. Leaving aside the reality for a moment, officially, the Alliance spent only $7 billion on the construction of the land forces, spread over the past 6 years, with annual maintenance costs of just $6 billion, which had been rising year by year. However, another major portion of military expenses, the construction of the naval forces, was not so easy to manage. For products that the black box couldn't produce, only blueprints were provided. It could output only key components to establish production lines. Even though this significantly reduced manufacturing costs, due to the high unit price and fewer ships, naval accounting was difficult. And there wasn't much need for detailed accounting, as the price difference wasn't particularly large. In the past 4 years, the Alliance had invested approximately $7 billion tax currency into naval construction. The current Alliance Navy possessed 3 Crazy Shark-class destroyers, 5 escort ships, of which 3 were Silver Helmet, and 2 were Silver Sword. These were the main force of the Alliance Navy, along with 21 Blackfish-class patrol ships, whose smaller role was not worth mentioning. Du Shiliang of the Tianma fleet had witnessed the Alliance Navy's debut, and his expression was somewhat complex. On one hand, the current combat capability of the Alliance Navy couldn't compare with the Tianma fleet, not even with its residual forces left behind. The entire Alliance Navy's value was roughly equivalent to the cost of a single Musician-class cruiser. On the other hand, the Alliance Navy had become a force in the Star Sea that couldn't be ignored, having built all this in just 4 years. By comparison, how many years had it taken for the Tianma fleet, which was funded by imperial tax, to reach its current strength from its inception? 300 years. The Tianma fleet started from scratch 300 years ago, accumulating ships, engaging in warfare, losing ships, and continuing to build more. The Alliance Navy, not part of the Imperial Navy, was nominally an internal escort team of the Alliance Star Sector. Neither the Military Affairs Department nor the Imperial Navy Command had jurisdiction over them. Without the need to unconditionally obey Imperial commands and go to dangerous battlefields to fight, they would only escort within their star sector, with a very low chance of losing ships. Accumulating resources this way, coupled with the further growth of the Alliance's production capacity, especially that of the Rage Owl Star shipyard, wouldn't they be able to accumulate a third of the Tianma fleet in 20 or 30 years? From this perspective, it was quite frightening. But in fact, Jiyu Heng's vision might be even more ambitious than what Du Shiliang imagined. It would be too few to accumulate a third of a Tianma fleet in 20 or 30 years. If given that much time, the growth of the Alliance's productivity could reach an exaggerated level. The speed at which starships were produced would increase, and the general increase in production capacity would lift the restrictions on using starships to pay imperial taxes on Flying Wing Star, allowing those ships to stay and join the Alliance Navy. The speed at which the Alliance Navy was built would accelerate over time. Forget a third of a Tianma fleet. If the Alliance were to develop peacefully, Jiyu Heng was confident that in 20 years, they could accumulate naval power not inferior to the entire Tianma fleet. Jiu Heng's warship arrived at Corellia. He inspected the recent restructuring effects of the Alliance army and watched an elite legion parade before him. Then, he made a circuitous visit to some officials in several Nest capitals and stayed a few days at the governor's mansion, thus completing his itinerary in Corellia. Currently, Jiu Heng spent half of the year in the governor's mansions at Flying Wing Star or Rajowl Star, and the other half flying around various planets in the Alliance, checking things out. A Crazy Shark class, 2 Silver Helmet class, and 7 or 8 patrol ships were specially designated as his personal transports, ferrying him around the star sectors. On the destroyer named Meditation Number, a cabin had been specially modified for him, his headquarter office, and the Alliance staff group, to assist with his work. The star language signals on Meditation Number were also enhanced to facilitate his execution of official duties and communication with Alliance officials, ministries, and planets. Thinking about it, the life of such a supreme leader of the Alliance was indeed monotonous and dull. However, there had recently been an event that required his attention. The main force of the Tianma fleet was returning, and that also meant that Yelicia was coming back. Yelicia had been away from Tianma star sector for over 6 years. An engagement had been made, yet the wedding had not taken place in 6 years. But this was an unavoidable matter. In the beginning, no one expected the war against the Iron Tooth clan to last so long. The Iron Tooth clan had been entrenched in the northeast of the Dragonhawk star domain for over 70 years. Not only had they not been dealt with, but they had also grown stronger over those 7 decades. What started as a minor hassle on a single planet in the Iron Pass star sector had escalated into the entire star sector being dragged into war. Then the First Iron Tooth War broke out, and humanity, despite having space superiority, was disastrously defeated in the ground war. A massive number of landing pods were launched from the planetary surface onto human warships in orbit, leading to the destruction of at least 50 naval vessels of various classes. The Greenskins were fearless, launching manned rockets directly from the ground to orbit, handling both explosion damage and boarding in one go, something human troops couldn't manage. After capturing the naval ships, they would then pilot them straight to the planetary surface, not caring if the ships were damaged or destroyed upon impact. After the failure of the First Iron Tooth War, the star domains urgently mobilized more forces to fight back. However, before the Second Iron Tooth War could begin, the entire Iron Pass star sector had fallen. The Greenskins were no longer just ground combatants, as numerous rickety, weak, but plentiful green skin junk ships began to roam the Iron Pass star sector and spread outwards. The Second Iron Tooth War erupted, a campaign primarily fought by naval forces. The human military, underestimating the enemy's strength, was once again defeated. This time, the consequence was the fall of the surrounding sectors, Silver Pass Sector, Kuala Sector, and Zhongmeiyu Sector. The warlord who had unified all green skin tribes launched a massive WOG, attacking vigorously around the Iron Pass star sector. Humanity hastily engaged in battle, and then the Third Iron Tooth War broke out in the Golden Pass star sector. In this battle, human forces finally achieved victory. The death of a green skin overlord pirate threw the vast green skin fleet into chaos and led to its widespread annihilation. Humans seized the opportunity to deploy the extinction order onto a planetary surface, killing most of the green skins there and causing the death of the commanding green skin overlord who had personally led the expedition. The Beastman Empire across 4 star sectors plunged into civil war. With the loss of the warlord's leadership, many first-level green skin overlords began to fight amongst themselves. This could also be considered a traditional skill of the green skin orcs. Under the unified leadership of a warlord, the green skins would unleash formidable combat power. But once their leader fell, internal strife would immediately begin, continuing until they vied for a new chieftain. In theory, this was the best opportunity to completely eradicate all green skins. However, in reality, after 3 consecutive Iron Tooth battles, the first 2 were defeats, and the third at best could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. After the battles, there simply wasn't enough strength left in the star domain to pursue a decisive strike. The Greenskins were indeed in chaos, but the sheer number of them still posed a threat, and the infighting was between planets and even among overlords who occupied multiple planets. Recovering lost territories and exterminating the Greenskins still required sufficient force. And the Dragonhawk star domain no longer had the necessary strength. The aid they requested from nearby star sectors and the higher-level space domain government was nowhere in sight. In such circumstances, they could only attempt to recapture the Golden Pass star sector, clearing out the green skins within it and calling it a day, lacking the capability to carry out comprehensive extermination operations in the 4 star sectors that had completely fallen into green skin hands. The Third Iron Tooth War had taken place 26 years ago. In the 26 years since, the Dragonhawk star domain had established a defensive line around the 6 directly accessible star sectors surrounding the 4 occupied star sectors, effectively sealing them off. This defensive line came to be known as the Iron Tooth Defense Line. The human forces would often organize troops to attack the occupied areas, attempting to take back some planets, destroy green skin fleets, and raise their shipyards. At the same time, the Iron Tooth clan's raiding fleets would often penetrate into the 6 star sectors that composed the Iron Tooth defense line, attacking the human side. The greenskins would also fight amongst themselves, and the whole situation reached a dynamic equilibrium. It wasn't until 6 years ago that the star domain government believed they had recovered sufficiently. Noticing the greenskins had not yet unified and that the entire star domain had revitalized after 20 years of rest, the star domain government planned to organize another war, intending to hit the Iron Tooth clan hard. A problem that hadn't been solved in 70 years could not be expected to be resolved all at once, but at least, some results needed to be produced. Initiating this war led by the human side, the first step was to sever the green skins' reach towards the Golden Pass, Copper Barrier, and the defensive star sectors, fully liberating those worlds embroiled in the green skin wars. Following this, the next move would be to strike at the Silver Pass sector, at least capturing and eliminating 3 to 4 green skin worlds and establishing a beachhead to prepare for subsequent actions. Following this plan, the main force of the Tianma fleet was dispatched. At the same time, several main army groups from the Dragonhawk Legion and Dragonhawk Fleet were also put into action. When the war first started, it was reportedly going smoothly. In just a little over a year, the greenskins in the 3 Iron Tooth defense line star sectors were dealt with by the human army. Then, the fleet and land forces advanced into the Silver Pass sector to begin the second phase of the campaign. However, here they reached a stalemate with slow progress. A task initially estimated to take 3 years dragged on for 6. But recently, at last, some good news had arrived. Silver Pass 2, Silver Pass 3, Water Fog Star, and White Fog Star, the 4 predetermined targets within the Silver Pass sector, had finally all been captured. As a result, the human forces established a beachhead within the Silver Pass sector. Although the course of the war was quite strenuous, with the elimination of green skins within the Iron Tooth defense line, and the capture of 4 worlds in the occupied territories, the achievements could be considered satisfactory. What followed was waiting to accumulate another wave of power to slowly erode the occupied territories from within. Even so, the Star Domain government had drafted a timetable to completely eradicate the green skins, boldly stating they would resolve the green skin issue within the Star Domain definitively in the next 15 years. Under such premises, with the preliminary objectives of the war achieved, the Tianma fleet also had an opportunity to return and recuperate. Below is a star map of the Tianma star sector. The united forces of the Dragonhawk star domain achieved their war goals, but it didn't mean the war was over. Wars can be started at will, yet they cannot be ended so casually. Would the greenskins just accept their loss and give up? In the Water Fog Star and Silver Pass 2 star systems, the war continued. The greenskins had launched fierce attacks for 2 years, trying to recapture these 2 planets and then target Silver Pass 3 and White Fog Star behind them. The human military gritted their teeth and held out for 2 years, finally driving the greenskins back. To this day, there are still sporadic small-scale wars going on. The large-scale battles have ended, otherwise, the Tianma fleet wouldn't have been able to return. According to the plan, the Tianma fleet would return and rest for at least 5 years. The crew needed rest, and at the same time, the ships also needed repairs. The departing Tianma fleet, led by 5 cruisers, comprised over 100 warships. After 6 years of war, 1 cruiser was destroyed, and the losses of other types of ships exceeded 20. The rest could only undergo field repairs and were overall quite worn out. It was estimated that after returning, it might take more than 5 years to repair all the ships. By then, the shipyards on Flying Wing Star would likely have to cut production, and many docks would have to be emptied, exclusively for ship repairs. Just the cost of repairs would probably break 200 billion. The related orders had already been sent. Of course, the bill for the ship repairs would be footed by the Military Affairs Department and the Imperial Navy, with the amount being set off against taxes, 20 billion a year. In terms of revenue, that wasn't too bad. At least a few docks were emptied out so other ships could be built. Gu Hang and Yelisia had communicated several times during this period and planned to marry upon his return. As for whether the war would continue thereafter and the two would have to face separation again within a few years, it sadly seemed unavoidable. Even for people of Gu Hang and Yelisia's status, they often had no control over their fate, perhaps even less control. But at least they could enjoy a few years of peace. Gu Hang had to tell himself that much. Calculating the time, Yelisia should have already set off. Returning, she would have to pass through 12 star realm tunnels. Generally speaking, the one-way journey from one star system to another takes about 5 to 8 days at the speed of an average fleet. Among those, the time spent traversing the star realm tunnels isn't long, typically just a day. The main part of the journey is the vast emptiness between the starport and the jump point, which requires the ships to travel for a long time. However, this issue can be substantially overcome during long-distance travel. If the starship keeps accelerating without stopping, flying from one jump point to the next without slowing down, and initiating the jump upon arrival before accelerating again to the next jump point, the fleet's speed will keep increasing. Since the physical speed of space travel does not affect the time it takes to jump, these 12-star realm tunnel transits would indeed take about 10 days and cannot be reduced, but the time for interstellar travel in space can be compressed to around 25 days. The entire voyage would be just over a month. That is to say, in just over a month, Gu Hang would be able to see his fiancée. It all felt so unfamiliar. Originally, in order to solve the issue of political marriage, Gu Hang worked hard to close the gap between them before Yelisia left. Now, after a 6-year separation, it's hard to say how much of that painstakingly fostered affection remained. But no matter, this marriage had to proceed regardless of the state of their emotional foundation. While the welcoming ceremony was being arranged on Flying Wing Star, a military operation currently being executed by the Alliance also reached a conclusion. After the internal trade routes of the Tianma star sector became busy, they attracted pirates. Pirates are a nuisance. They appear and vanish unpredictably within the Star Sea. They might not cause any major incidents, but their constant harassment, hijacking a small ship one day, and playing cat and mouse with the Navy the next, is extremely annoying. Aside from those formidable pirate alliances not easily eradicated, typical pirate groups are nothing but trash in front of imperial authorities. As long as their lair can be located, snuffing them out is simple. But the issue is, one has to find the lair. Where the pirates' base is, where their ships come from, where they recruit their hands. For the officials, these are all mysteries. And once this information is in their grasp, it's usually the moment when the pirate organization is doomed to be wiped out. The pirate group that haunts the Tianma star sector is named the Red Eye Pirate Group. It has been causing chaos for over a year now. The damage they've caused is neither significant nor insignificant. It's not significant because it doesn't seriously harm the Alliance. And it's not insignificant because losing even a small passenger ship like the ones used by travelers can cost several million in tax currency. Not to mention an incident where a ship departing from Corellia, carrying over 800 young students delegated by the local government of Corellia heading to Flying Wing Star to study and change their fates, resulted in all of them being captured. This was undoubtedly an open provocation to the Alliance. Gu Hang could not tolerate such an incident in his own star sector. The pirates conveyed their ransom demands through secret channels to Gu Hang, asking for an outrageous sum. But they underestimated both Gu Hang's resolve and the power of the Alliance. Regardless of how much the pirates wanted, even if it was a mere dime, Gu Hang had never planned to pay. He knew that to give in would set a precedent. Tasting success, the pirates would become even more unbridled. If word got out that the Alliance was weak and easy to bully, and big money could be made in the Tianma star sector, then it was likely that not just one Red Eye Pirate Group would come knocking for a windfall, but perhaps a myriad of colorful-eyed brigands as well. He had to issue a hard-line response to let all potential pirates know that to challenge the Alliance was to court death. Gu Hang did not hesitate to refuse the ransom demands, even though it meant hundreds of people would die. At the same time, he also gave orders to the newly established Alliance Navy and Du Shiliang of the Tianma Fleet, demanding that they resolve the issue as soon as possible and prevent such incidents from happening again. This was not easy, mainly because the pirates were hard to find. The only measures they could take were somewhat clumsy. Reduce flight frequency, assemble a group of ships, and then travel together, all the while escorted by the Alliance Navy. The method was effective, but the key issue was that it was extremely disagreeable. The efficiency of interstellar shipping was greatly reduced, and the escort duty also consumed naval costs, fuel money, ship depreciation, all were additional losses. There might be a thief for 1,000 days, but can there be a defense against the theft for 1,000 days? The goal of the Alliance Navy and the Imperial Navy was still to eradicate the pirate group as quickly as possible. In several battles that repelled pirate harassment, the Alliance's rapid vessels played a major role. Thanks to the Alliance's technological accumulation in advanced engines, they had generously equipped almost all types of ships with excellent motors while designing them. The Spirit engine, a type of engine typically used for regular navigation, wouldn't be fitted in large numbers on normal ships. For example, even patrol ships might not be equipped with it. It's quite expensive, and most importantly, it consumes high-grade energy crystals, which are costly. For lower-grade ships, using it seems wasteful. But the Alliance was not afraid of wastefulness. Rage Owl Star had a large output of energy. Currently, Rage Owl Star had extensive experience in the collection and utilization of energy from low-energy storms. Energy compression technology was also derived from the black box output, and after many years of expanded production, it now had a pretty decent yield. Especially after an abundant population was established, the other two uninhabited continents on Rage Owl Star have already been entered into the development process. The planetary government has built sizable energy collection factories on those two continents. Moreover, the Alliance's technological center, in collaboration with the Storm Mage Corps and the Psychic Cultivators Association, were already researching how to completely quell the low-energy storm worldwide. Once this project is overcome, it's expected that spiritualized gas fields could reappear on Rage Owl Star. By then, just from energy production, Rage Owl Star could potentially reach a development level similar to grade 4 or 5. Plus, with industrial production and shipbuilding stronger than the pre-war era, the entire planet's development potential would exceed any other world in the Tianma star sector. Even at present, by only roughly collecting the energy from the low-energy storms, which couldn't compare to the efficiency of the spiritualized gas fields, they still managed to reach about 20% efficiency, which was quite a decent output. Benefiting from the convenient high-grade energy, and because the Spirit engine produced by the black box could greatly reduce costs, Alliance ships were able to be massively equipped with such engines. Especially the Silver Sword and Black Fish, these two types of rapid vessels. Once they bit into a pirate ship, there was no escaping. Pirate ships, generally speaking, due to their combat characteristics, would not choose head-on confrontation, aiming for asymmetrical strikes instead. Being able to defeat transport ships and armed merchant ships was sufficient, and the rest of their points were allocated into speed. However, under the ships of the Alliance Navy, they still couldn't escape. After being hit by several annihilating blows, the Red-Eye pirate group was significantly weakened, their frequency of appearances greatly decreased, and they never succeeded again. For an average star sector, solving the pirate problem to this extent would be considered the end. Even most places with active pirates can't achieve this much. But the Alliance would clearly not let it go at that. Without completely annihilating the Red-Eye pirate group, the Alliance Navy would not cease their pursuit. Through the severe torture of captives, psychic searches of the mind, plus the Star Language Hall of the Psychic Cultivators Association monitoring all star language communications within the entire star sector, catching snippets of information about the pirates, they finally clarified the trail of this group of pirates. They had established a hidden base on a satellite near a gas giant in the Hongjian star system. There, they stored supplies needed by pirate ships, and thousands of slaves worked on ship repairs, locally sourced manufacturing of parts, and even managed a small underground plantation. That satellite of the giant planet, of course, was not subjected to any habitability transformation, and humans normally could not survive there. The slaves could only exist inside the base, and stepping outside required the appropriate spacesuits. Over 1,000 Alliance captives were being held there. After obtaining this intelligence, the Tianma fleet dispatched some forces to join the Alliance Navy and carry out a surprise attack on the location. 9 pirate ships were destroyed, and their base was demolished. Thousands of slaves and Alliance hostages were somewhat injured, but most were rescued. However, beneath the news of victory, there were losses. One of the Alliance Navy's Blackfish rapid patrol vessels was lost. It wasn't lost in a naval battle. With overwhelming power, the Alliance Navy, no matter how poor, shouldn't have lost ships. But after all the pirate vessels had been annihilated and the rebel forces at the base on the island were neutralized, as the Navy Marine Corps landed on the satellite's surface to liberate the slaves and hostages, they were fiercely attacked by a bizarre enemy squad. The loss of personnel was very heavy in the ground combat. What's more, this strange enemy squad turned around and seized a landing craft, taking it to the skies. Caught off guard, this landing craft demonstrated extremely agile piloting skills, slipped through the somewhat hesitant gunfire net, and crashed into a Blackfish patrol vessel. Subsequently, the pirate squad hijacked the Blackfish and escaped pursuit. When Ji Yuhang first saw this battle process, he was somewhat shocked. The entire operation proceeded without unexpected events, and the performance of the Alliance Navy met expectations, and could even be considered excellent for a newly formed force. But this debut was thoroughly messed up by that so-called pirate squad. The ability displayed by that squad was just too fierce. Before the action, the Alliance military had considered the possibility of ground combat, since they needed to resolve the personnel without bombing everyone. Therefore, at the start of the operation, in addition to the Navy Marine Corps established with the Navy, they also requested to borrow some elite troops from the 10th Special Operations Brigade of the Alliance Army. 100 Special Operations elites participated in the battle, including 3 teams wearing Servant God feedback-type powered armor. Could such a force really be breached by a so-called pirate squad? What the hell kind of pirate squad is this? Interstellar Warrior Pirates. Interstellar Warriors. Wait a minute. Ji Yuhang immediately focused on the following line in the battle report, which mentioned the survivors' description of these enemies. They were very tall, much taller than the average person, with an estimated average height of around 2.2 meters. They were wearing heavy powered armor, which was clearly different from the feedback-type powered armor. Their armor seemed somewhat tattered, with pure red paint, but the parts that should have clear markings, such as the breastplate and shoulder armor, were all scratched and painted over. In the back, there was a blurry photo. The emblem on the shoulder that was painted over was not very clear, but Ji Yuhang guessed, after some deliberation, that beneath it there might be a phoenix in flight. After pondering for a moment, he dialed a special number on Rage Owl Star. "Commander Mattins? It's me. The Alliance might need you and your warriors to provide some assistance. It could also be related to Phoenix itself." After a pause, he added, "Anyway, take a look at the report first." On Rage Owl Star, within the Warband Monastery, Mattins sat quietly and finished reading the battle report. Throughout this period, the star language communication had never been disconnected. On the other end, Ji Yuhang also waited patiently, or he might have taken the opportunity to attend to other matters while maintaining the communication. Realizing the time that had passed, Mattins said, "Sorry, Governor, to have kept you waiting." "No problem. What do you plan to do next?" "I will depart immediately with my team to take care of this issue personally. Thank you for your concern." Mattins was always very polite towards Ji Yuhang. "Good, I'll leave it to you. I'll have the Navy cooperate with you, whether it's the Alliance fleet or the Tianma fleet." "Thank you." After the communication ended, Mattins turned back around. From a secure safe behind him, he took out a thick notebook and placed it on the table. He flipped through the pages, which recorded one name after another. Those were the names of all the members of the Phoenix Battle Group since its inception to the present. He turned to a page where his own name was listed, and just 2 lines above it was the name, Sidney Bravens. He remembered that Bravens had joined Phoenix with him. They trained together, encouraged each other, underwent implant surgery together, and fought side by side. In the 79th year of Phoenix's penitent expedition, during a rebellion suppression mission, Phoenix deployed 50 warriors. Initially, the battle went rather smoothly, but later on, the front lines suddenly collapsed. The planetary defense forces, acting as allies, were routed, and he and his comrades were trapped in a siege, forced to hold out in a fortress. 50 Phoenix warriors fought innumerable enemy soldiers equipped with heavy firepower. They eliminated a vast number of enemies, instilling such fear in the rebels that they dared not attack any further and had to circumvent their defenses. Eventually, out of ammunition and supplies, the Phoenix warriors could not hold out any longer. Without any hope of reinforcement, they were forced to attempt a breakout. They charged through minefields, faced bullets and artillery fire, and endured airstrikes before finally breaking out of the encirclement. During this process, however, their ranks were scattered under repeated crises. When they regrouped behind the lines, there were only just over 20 of them left. Among the lost personnel, some died in the defense of the fortress, others went missing during the breakout and never returned. His friend, Sidney Bravens, was among the latter. Furious, he had the Planetary Defense Army commander who had ordered the retreat without notifying the Phoenix beforehand executed by firing squad. He decisively took over command and ultimately won the war. But there were no rewards, only pain and censure from the Empire. There were no rewards because they were on a penitent expedition, and honor was not something they could claim. The censure was because, as convicts, they had dared to execute a commander on the battlefield and take control. However, Mattins had no regrets, and neither did the battle group punish him. That incompetent and foolish commander directly caused the deaths of over 20 of their brothers, all in an ordinary rebellion suppression mission. This was something unforgivable. Especially since among those killed was his good friend. And at this moment, Mattins recalled the images of those days, the times he had spent with Sidney Bravens. The memory of his silhouette kept reappearing before his eyes, becoming more and more tangible. He stared at the picture that was blurry and fleeting for a long, long time. Extinct Soil Star is a desert world located in the cultivating Horse Star sector and connected to Hongjian Star on the star map. It's somewhat akin to an enlarged version of the Western Desert on Rajal Star. The entire planet is covered in desert, with a smaller ocean area and extremely harsh conditions. Still, about 200 million people manage to live here. Most of them roam following the availability of water and grass. The rainfall on Extinct Soil Star is scarce and shows distinct seasonality and regionality. The inhabitants have developed the ability to chase the rainy seasons, creating nomadic groups that wander across the entire planet. Additional minor populations inhabit valleys and oases, relying on underground water sources to establish stable residential areas and even cities. The main exports of this planet are grains, meat products, furs, and leather goods. A yearly tax of 20 million can be scraped together. Occasionally, in years of poor harvests or internal disturbances on the planet, a bit of head tax is taken to compensate. The life of the planet's governor, therefore, isn't particularly great. He's like a mender. And so, if life isn't going well, one always has to look for other solutions. After a visit from interstellar pirates who raided Extinct Soil Star, Governor Azimuba came up with an idea. Not only did he refrain from reporting the raid to the Empire, he even offered the pirate group more supplies and entered into a long-term collaboration with them, a group called Red Eye. Extinct Soil Star provided the pirate group with some supplies, even goods, which they sold in the pirate black market. The returns from these sales were higher than the regular imperial tax and regular trade. The resources obtained were used to purchase other items difficult to sell on the black market, which were then traded within the Empire's legitimate trade system for different goods. Additionally, they provided cover for the pirate group's identities, so whenever some official naval forces hunted them down, they could hide on Extinct Soil Star and disguise themselves as locals. Over time, the pirate group went so far as to directly recruit manpower on Extinct Soil Star. However, before this, Governor Azimuba and the individuals from the Red Eye pirate group at least understood the principle of not poaching near their den. Moreover, the interstellar trade in the neighboring cultivating Horse Star sector was not very developed, whereas the interstellar trade in the adjacent Tianma Star sector was much better, but it was constantly guarded by the Tianma fleet. It was precisely for this reason that the Red Eye pirate group had never operated in these two-star sectors. They treated Extinct Soil Star as a secret base, a fallback point, a supply station, and an import location for goods. The actual raiding activities would take place far away. It was only recently that this strategy began to change. The neighbor's life had improved, trade was booming, and that was truly enticing. The key point was that there were many unprotected civilian merchant ships wandering around. The main force of the Tianma fleet had also left due to the Iron Tooth War. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to make a fortune? Of course, if that was all, they would still hesitate. But at this time, during an operation in a far-off star sector, they encountered 8 warriors. Their main ships were taken, but instead of killing them, these 8 warriors joined their ranks and undoubtedly seized control. The leader of the Red-Eye pirate group became a tall man known as Needs. Anyone who had heard of the legends of the interstellar warriors would have no doubt been able to identify them by their stature and their powered armor. And looking at the way they conducted themselves, at the insignias that had been painted over on their armor, there was even more that could be guessed. But no one dared to speak out. Anyway, having a new boss wasn't such a bad thing. After all, the new boss was seriously fierce. Subsequently, under the command of the new boss, they abandoned their past strategies and began to make moves on the Tianma star sector. Initially, they had a few successful loots that indeed made them wealthy, which buoyed the morale of the pirate group. But then it became more difficult, and losses ensued. But this was normal. When you're a pirate, who doesn't get rich without taking some hits? However, it was about time to call it quits. That's what Azamuba thought too. Now in the pirate group, there were already quite a few people from extinct Soil Star, many of whom were his trusted followers. How easy is it to mess with Tianma Star Sector's Gu Hang? The more Azamuba heard about this man through official channels, the more terrified he became. It was best to stop now. They had made their fortune, some brothers had died, and it was time to pull back, go back, sell the looted ships, people, and materials, and with the survivors, each would get a big share. Extinct Soil Star could also breathe easier. The next imperial tax would no longer require a head tax. In recent months, he had suggested this point to Needs 3 or 4 times. But each time, he was rejected. When he tried to contact Needs again, he found that he couldn't get through at all. The Star Language Tower on extinct Soil Star was not advanced, and the spiritual energy practitioner that maintained the Star Language Tower was also a local who achieved mastery through self-taught skills, so his strength was not very impressive. But it was only a matter of contacting the neighboring star system, which should not have been difficult. Several attempts to make contact were unsuccessful, and Azamuba was already feeling an ill omen. But he still had a bit of wishful thinking. Perhaps the Red-Eye pirate group had just fled? Even if they had been destroyed by that so-called alliance, it's not certain they all perished on the ship, and the alliance might not even know the relationship between extinct Soil Star and this group of pirates. He could only think this way. What else could he do? The alliance was right next door. 1 star realm traversal from Hongjin Star was all it took to reach him. Compared to Mr. Gu, whether in terms of force or political influence, he and his planet were as insignificant as a small village, without any power to resist. What's more, there was no question that he had significantly violated the imperial law, supporting piracy, harboring pirates, colluding with mutinous interstellar warriors. Any one of these charges was enough for him to die several times over, and it would also drag down his entire household register. The key point was, he wasn't a pirate, and his planet couldn't move. Pirates could run, but he couldn't escape. He lived in fear and anxiety for some time, but what was destined to come would always arrive. His subordinate in charge of the observation star station told him that a ship bearing the Alliance's insignia had arrived in the orbit of extinct Soil Star. He thought it was the neighbors coming to exact punishment. On one hand, he hastily called his boss, the head of the cultivating horse star sector, omitted some information but shared the situation, while on the other hand, he also prepared to welcome them. But who would have known that the person who came down was not from the Alliance, but a Needs? However, the entire pirate fleet that went to the Tianma star sector with the Needs, as well as the numerous people from extinct Soil Star, never made it back. Needs leader. Where are my people? Azamuba asked, his voice trembling slightly. They can't come back. Then what did you bring back? We only brought back our own lives. Azamuba was choked up. After stammering for a moment, he asked again, what about the Alliance? Does the Alliance know? The Needs interrupted him, I don't know what the Alliance has grasped, but I don't plan to stay here much longer. Get ready the fuel, food supplies, and prepare some slaves, we will be leaving soon. Azamuba became anxious, if you leave, what about us? What does that have to do with me? No, you must stay, with us. Azamuba wanted to say, fight alongside us, but somehow, he couldn't say it. Fight alongside us to do what? Fight against the Alliance? What could 8 deserters possibly contribute? In small-scale fights, these 8 deserters were unparalleled. But in large-scale battles, under the rage of the Alliance, It didn't matter if there were 8 or 80 of them, they'd be useless. It was said that the Alliance also received the assistance of a starfighter battle group. That's a legitimate battle group. But Azamuba still couldn't let these deserters leave. If they didn't leave, he could still think of a way to hand these fellows over, whether to pretend he was bewitched or coerced, or to think of a way to redeem himself with meritorious deeds. However small the chance, he had to find some way out. If they ran away, then he would truly be finished. By now, who knows how many people from extinct Soilstar had fallen into the hands of the Alliance. No matter how much he hoped for the best, he knew it couldn't be hidden. However, he couldn't just tell the needs that directly. He had to think of something. Azamuba said, "I understand. I will try my best to meet your demands." "Don't play tricks. I'm only giving you 3 hours, the needs leader warned. "I will definitely meet all your needs within 3 hours, Azamuba assured him. After the needs leader left, Azamuba used the excuse of secretly preparing supplies and slaves to leave the planetary capital. If he stayed, he feared being torn to pieces. This was one of the few places on extinct Soilstar that could pass for a city, nestled in a lush river valley. Traveling by vehicle into the vast desert, Azamuba remotely directed his subordinates. He made a show of preparing the supplies but was dawdling. Once the 3 hours had passed, of course, the supplies were not ready. Azamuba had people apologize, saying he was making all-out preparations but because it needed to be done secretly and not to arouse suspicion. Coupled with the large quantity of items requested, it was difficult to prepare everything all at once. In short, he used every excuse in the book, claiming it would be ready soon. To put it plainly, he was just trying to buy time. And at this moment, all he was doing was praying that the Alliance would arrive soon. However, the needs didn't give him any more chances. They didn't believe any of his stories, and as soon as the 3 hours were up, they started killing people. Azamuba's confidants were killed, followed quickly by the collapse of the personal guard team watching over the deserters. The Planetary Defense Army that guarded the capital had no clear understanding but also acted according to Azamuba's orders. The orders they received were that pirates were attacking. The Planetary Defense Force's warriors had to destroy the landing craft that the pirates used to come from the sky, implement martial law throughout the city, and stop the movement of all suspicious individuals. Even though there were only 8 deserters and the Planetary Defense Force stationed in the capital had at least 50,000 troops, Azamuba felt utterly uncertain. He traveled aimlessly through the desert in a vehicle, maintaining contact with the city through the vehicle, and remotely controlling his troops who were loyal to him to obstruct the Needs' actions. Planetary Defense Force, can they stop interstellar warriors? Obviously not. Even though they are traitors, Needs, or rather, Sidney Blaywins and his 7 battle brothers, are veterans with at least 200 years of combat experience. Their combat experience is extremely rich. Blaywins and his comrades, a total of 8 men. 1 man did not come down from the patrol cruiser in the sky, leaving 7, with 2 following by Blaywin's side, the other 4 guarding their landing ship. Upon realizing that something was wrong, they made a decisive decision to start killing people and forced the people of extinct Soilstar to transport the prepared resources and slave labor to their landing ship. Transport as much as they could. As for those members of the Planetary Defense Force who dared to launch an attack against them, they did not hold back when killing them. The Planetary Defense Force on extinct Soilstar fully met the general impression of a planetary defense force. They were truly weak. Perhaps even within the defense force, they were among those with poorer equipment, training, and morale. They neither broke through the traitors' defense, nor did they manage to take out the coerced transport laborers or destroy the landing ships used by the traitors to touch down on the planet's surface. The 7 traitors, after spending about 20 minutes to kill over 1,000 soldiers from extinct Soilstar, left the surviving troops completely disheartened and afraid to engage further. Orders urged on by Azamuba kept coming in, the high-ranking officers gritting their teeth issuing mortal orders to the lower echelons, insisting they attack or face execution if they survived by not doing so. Under such circumstances, they finally managed to regroup and launched a few attacks. But one can imagine how poor the quality of such offensives was. Extinct Soilstar soldiers, reluctantly driven forward, after firing a few shots and witnessing their comrades being precisely sniped off one after another, would quickly retreat back. In such a situation, the traitors even launched a few offensives. They first located a Defense Army command post, destroyed it, and killed the commander. Although it was not the highest commander, the Supreme Commander was far in the rear. It still caused chaos among the frontline troops of the Planetary Defense Force. Then, in the confusion, they also destroyed the artillery positions of the Planetary Defense Force, eliminating the heavy firepower threat to the transport team. By the way, in this process, they also took down 5 aircraft with man-portable missiles. After dissolving the Planetary Defense Force's capability to resist, the coerced slave laborers finally managed to load all the resources, and themselves, onto the landing ship. The landing ship started its engines, with 4 interstellar warriors still guarding outside. They would jump onto the ship only once it had completed its launch sequence, and even when it was already about a meter off the ground. It seemed that no one could stop them now. The ship soared into the high skies. Azamuba, in the distant desert, heard the report from his subordinates. Both desperate and furious, he collapsed in rage, cursing the traitors with bitter words, calling them imperial traitors who would not die well, then cursing the officers under his command as a bunch of useless garbage, later accusing the Alliance of constantly closing in and making life impossible, though the Alliance had not had the chance to do anything from the start. However, at that moment, he heard another report from his officer. "Those pirates. They've come back." "What? They have flown back?" The officer's voice contained not the slightest hint of joy, but was filled with fear. Having thought that after so many deaths, they had finally dispatched the Angel of Death, Azamuba, even though he was cursing, let him curse as it seemed no one would die. But now the killers had returned, and that could very possibly mean more deaths. During the recent battle, they had already lost more than 1,000 lives, with the only result being the death of fewer than 100 kidnapped slave laborers, and those few pirates weren't even scratched, or at the very least, were untroubled. Why had they come back? Azamuba also pondered this question. Could it be to kill me? He had just been ranting about the pirates' escape, but now that they had returned, Azamuba was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly told his driver to go farther away, taking him to the nearest safe house. But then, a few minutes later, new intelligence arrived. It was a message from the observatory, indicating that a Navy fleet had entered the extinct Soil Star system. Some of these ships bore the insignia of the Tianma fleet of the Empire, but the majority of them were clad in the blue of the Alliance. Due to the backwardness of the observing means, the fleet had not only completed the star realm traversal by the time they were observed, but they had also arrived at a location not far from extinct Soil Star. In at most 4 hours they could reach the planet's orbit. This fleet must have crossed the star realm tunnel between Hongjin Star and extinct Soil Star at least 2 days ago, and only now were they observed. It also proved that the fleet from Hongjin Star had been closely following right behind the heels of Needs and his crew. Needs and his team had arrived at extinct Soil Star, and from the time they dispatched the landing ship until now, less than 5 hours had passed, yet the fleet from the Tianma star sector had arrived. No wonder Needs wanted him to prepare all the resources so urgently. Any slight delay would have spelled their doom, right? Combining this intelligence, Azamuba guessed the purpose of the traitors' return. They knew they couldn't outrun the Alliance Navy's encirclement in the Star Sea, so they weren't planning to run. Evidently, they didn't seem to be in the mood to make a desperate last stand. Instead, they planned to hide within extinct Soil Star, playing a game of cat and mouse with the Alliance in the vast desert. What should I do next? Azamuba's eyes whirled. His mind raced through idea after idea. He needed to find the right reason, explanation, excuse, to get himself out of this situation. But what to say? He crafted one explanation after another while also instructing his driver to head for the capital. The pirates' returning spacecraft didn't land in the city but headed elsewhere. If he returned, he wouldn't have to worry about being shot on sight. The Alliance Navy arrived faster than the observatory had predicted. They were expected in 4 hours, but in less than 3, the massive ships were already descending into orbit around extinct Soil Star. The orbit was so close that the ship's silhouettes could be seen with the naked eye in clear weather from the surface. Soon after, a message fell from the sky. This is a joint operation by the Tianma fleet and the Alliance escort fleet, carrying out a mission to pursue pirates. We have conclusive evidence that a highly criminal pirate group has landed on the surface of extinct Soil Star and suspect illegal relations between extinct Soil Star and this pirate group. We request a meeting with the governor of extinct Soil Star, Azamuba, and hope for the cooperation of the extinct Soil Star government with the investigation. The words were polite, request, hope, as if they truly needed Azamuba's approval. But in reality, the Alliance didn't wait for a response from extinct Soilstar. Dozens of landing spacecraft descended from the sky and headed straight for the capital city of extinct Soilstar. Azimuba, still considering his response, didn't dare let out a peep. Forget responses. He promptly sent a message of agreement and willingness to cooperate to patch things up. Then he hurried to the suburban landing field. More than 30 landing ships came down, too many for the suburban field to accommodate. But they weren't fussy, simply selecting several flat sandy areas nearby and setting down. Immediately after, hundreds to thousands of soldiers disembarked from each ship. They bore the unified insignia of the Star Realm Army, as well as a battle group emblem. The former was a golden skull with wings, the latter a colossal bear embroiled in thunderstorms. This battle group wasn't as well known as some of the more famous ones echoing throughout the universe, but after the end of the Corellia campaign and the spread of war reports, at least those around the Tianma star sector knew that this Rage Bear, named Legion, was even more elite than the Dragonhawk Legion. Along with them came the roaring self-propelled artillery, tanks, armored vehicles, Windfalcon fighters, and Qilin fighters. The sight made Azimuba's heart pound with fear. Was this a force to capture pirates? Descending from the ships, there was also a smaller but more elite group of individuals. Unlike the others, they bore no Star Realm insignia, only that of the Alliance. A 5-pointed star nested between spread wings, encircled by a ring of steel stars. Each element had its meaning. The open wings were part of the Empire's Sky Eagle. The star represented the Alliance. The surrounding sturdy steel star ring symbolized a solid, indestructible union. Each of them wore at least an exoskeleton armor, some donned powered armor. Leading them off one of the ships were 50 towering interstellar warriors clad in powered armor. At first glance, Azimuba thought it was Needs and his cohorts returning, nearly mistaking them due to his blurry vision. But upon closer inspection, he knew they were different. In demeanor, these men held themselves more proudly, heads held high, lacking the weatheredness of Needs and his group. In equipment, they were all brand new, with shining red paint gleaming brightly, unlike Needs' crew, who wore battle-scarred and somewhat battered powered armor. In insignia, their chests bore the clear mark of the Empire's winged skull, on their shoulders, a red and white image of the proud phoenix, heads held aloft. All these represented that they were true Imperial angels, interstellar warriors who were widely respected within the Empire. But it was only upon seeing them that Azimuba truly confirmed that Needs' previous cohorts were likely traitorous interstellar warriors. Moreover, he harbored an even deeper suspicion. The paint schemes of these Imperial angels before me are a bit too similar to those of Needs' group from before, aren't they? Dominantly bright red, with white borders at the edges of different parts like the chest plate, shoulder guards, belt, and knees. Needs' group seemed to sport the same look. Once the Imperial emblem and battle group insignia were removed, the two were nearly identical. Azimuba kept this suspicion in mind and quickly approached the leader, a figure in a Terminator power armor that stood taller than the average interstellar warrior. "I am Azimuba, the governor of extinct Soilstar," he introduced himself. "Mattins, Phoenix Battalion leader. Where did those pirates go? I need their exact location," the leader demanded. We don't know either. They took off and then were driven back, disappearing into the horizon, possibly hiding in the desert." "Good, I got it. From now on, the Rage Bear Legion and Alliance land forces will temporarily take over all defense duties of extinct Soilstar until all threats are eliminated. During this period, you must comply unconditionally with all our requests," the leader declared. Azimuba found it hard to accept. This was his planet, not Alliance turf. Seeing his hesitation, Mattins continued, "We now have evidence that suggests illicit cooperation between extinct Soilstar and the Red Eye Pirate Group. Governor Azimuba, your suspicions have not been cleared." "That's impossible," Azimuba instinctively retorted, but he immediately realized that if battalion leader Mattins made such a claim, there must be evidence, and no amount of sophistry would help. He quickly softened his stance. "Commander Mattins, there must be some misunderstanding. My family's loyalty to the Empire has spanned 11 generations. We would never conspire with the Empire's enemies. I will fully cooperate with your operations. I, too, wish to promptly exterminate those who once plundered extinct Soilstar. But, after that, you should leave, right?" "That depends on the investigation results," Mattins replied. Commander Maddens, please forgive my bluntness, but I've met Needs, the leader of those pirates. Perhaps there's a secret within the Phoenix Battalion? His words carried a veiled threat. It was a risky move, but he had to grasp at every opportunity, or if a crime was pinned on him, it would be too late. Clearly, his words piqued Maddens's interest. The battle group leader, whose gaze had been wandering around, for the first time looked down and met Azamuba's eyes. It seemed promising. His words indeed had an effect. Just as this thought occurred to him, his vision blurred suddenly, and he found it hard to breathe. He was being hoisted by the neck by Maddens, held up like a little chick. Maddens stared into his eyes and stated, "The Phoenix has no secrets." Azamuba wanted to speak, but found he couldn't. The pressure on his neck was increasing, and soon everything went black as he lost consciousness. The loyal retainers of Governor Azamuba reacted as soon as their governor was hoisted up. They instinctively drew their weapons, aiming at Maddens, but no one dared to fire. How could they open fire? There were just 100 or so armed personnel who had come to welcome these visitors from beyond the stars. But there were already tens of thousands debarking from the landing ships, with equipment 100 times better, not to mention the interstellar warriors present. All they could do was watch as their governor's body was discarded to the side like a piece of torn fabric. Maddens paid no attention to these locals. He signaled to an officer on his side and ordered, "Take full control of the city, isolate all extinct Soil Star natives who participated in the battle or witnessed the pirates." Pausing, he added, "Don't overlook any possible witnesses, and don't let anyone leave the quarantine camps. This is for necessary screening. The demon hunters will be responsible for the interrogation and identification process." "This place isn't bad." Needs, or as he was called Sidney Bravens, looked at the sand cave his battle brothers had found and expressed his satisfaction. "Let's settle here. But we still need to be cautious. We must set up sentries and rest in shifts. I did want to meet Maddens, but not by being ambushed by him. We've come a long way, over 30 years now. The decisions back then were made together by all of us, and I've never let down any one of you. Till now, we've only lost one warrior, and I hope that this time, none of us will die." The other 7 men surrounding him didn't respond immediately. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a kind of silence. One of them broke the silence. "I'm starting to doubt whether we really should continue like this. Perhaps, it wasn't too bad living as we have for the past 30+ years, at least." He couldn't even finish his own sentence. It was a while before another person replied, "If all we want is to survive and don't care for anything else, why not go to Zhang Jiwa, that traitor? He would surely accept us. How is it like going to Maddens, where we have to try every way to lure them out and still worry about whether he'll slaughter all of us?" Someone else said, "Indeed, I'd rather die than go to Zhang Jiwa." Enough with the facade of loyal servants of the Empire. If we were truly that loyal, we should have died 37 years ago or at least 9 years ago, alongside Fanhaoja. The brothers who had been through life and death together were on the verge of starting a quarrel. In fact, such debates had not been uncommon in the past. Their situation was unique, lost and confused for over 30 years. Even as interstellar warriors, they could feel helpless and even inconsistent. This was a very dangerous sign. Don't assume venting some frustrations might lead to improvement. On the contrary, if the circumstances can't change, then the wanton venting would only weaken the bonds between them, make their seemingly strong relationships crack and someday in the unforeseeable future, completely erupt. This was a problem Blawins, as the team leader, always tried to avoid. Whenever such a situation showed signs of arising, he would speak up strongly, nipping any potential disputes in the bud. No matter what his battle brothers thought in their hearts, whether they regretted past decisions or had new thoughts about the future, he expected them to keep their thoughts to themselves, without showing it outwardly. Of course, he understood that this was only treating the symptoms, not the cause. But as for a permanent solution, they had thought about going to Zhang Jiwa. However, most of the brothers felt it would be better to be dead. They had betrayed, yes, in that battle back then, they had the chance to rejoin the ranks but believed that the penitential crusade had no end, that no one would live to see it through. It was a journey of despair, tinged with resentment towards the Empire. Why, after all? The glory accumulated over thousands of years by the battle group and the sacrifices made during decades of penitential crusades weren't enough to atone for a single mistake? Clearly, the Empire didn't think so. They were not willing to die and be obliterated just yet. So, during the rebellion 30 years ago, they had a chance to join forces with Maddens and others, but in the end, They chose to leave quietly, to live in anonymity, wandering everywhere. Sometimes they would disguise themselves as regular interstellar warriors, get some subsidies, and save people along the way. But more often, they would erase their insignia and move amidst various gray groups. Sometimes as raiders, pirates, other times as mercenaries. They would meticulously assess the danger of the battles. Having lost the mission to fight to the death for any cause, they were even less likely to lose their lives for honorless actions, merely to survive. Yet, they had no intention of harming their mother group, nor did they truly want to become enemies of the Emperor. Also, due to some unspoken reason among themselves, they always kept an eye on the Phoenix mother group. Sometimes they would even move close to the battle group's combat zone and observe from a distance. There were even a few instances when they intervened at critical moments to save some warriors and then left without making contact. About 25 years ago, after a successful raid for supplies, they once again heard news of the mother group, who were engaged in a war against the chaotic evildoers. The do-nothing renegades, with a "let's just see" attitude, rushed over. In that battle, the battle group suffered significant losses. Out of the battle group, which originally had only a little over 200 people, half were stuck in a quagmire. That was something they couldn't save. With only 8 men, they were incapable of altering the battle that over 100 warriors could not escape from. They could only sadly watch from afar. In fact, this was mostly what they had seen while with the mother group in the past. The scenarios where they had a chance to save their brothers and then quietly withdraw were definitely rare. However, this time a drastically different event occurred. Those 100+ men, faced with a dead end, made a shocking move. Their leader, the Phoenix Squadron leader, went out to negotiate with those cult traitors. The company commander, Blaywins, was also familiar with him, whose name was Zhang Jiwa. As for the specific content of their communication, those who were observing from a distance, like Blaywins, of course did not know. But they could see the outcome. The group of battle brothers led by Zhang Jiwa no longer fought, even relinquishing their defensive lines, allowing the cult traitors to pass through their defense zone. Meanwhile, they held their ground in their camp, not firing a single shot, offering no further resistance, nor making any more contact with the outside world. Subsequently, scattered sounds of combat could still be heard within their camp. That, of course, was not due to any external invasion, but rather an internal purge occurring among the interstellar warriors. Clearly, not everyone was willing to accept Zhang Jiwa's actions. Within the community of interstellar warriors, the majority were those willing to die for honor, for their beliefs, for the Empire. In the end, after the cleansing was complete, the Phoenixes who walked out of that camp numbered only around 60 to 70 people. Following that, Zhang Jiwa led the remaining survivors deep into the territory occupied by the cult traitors, disappearing there. Ultimately, the issue of the cult rebellion on that planet was resolved, but on the Empire's side, neither the planet's defending army nor the Phoenix battle group had any idea that Zhang Jiwa's group had betrayed the Empire. From beginning to end, they all believed that Zhang Jiwa's company had perished in the war. And by the time the cult rebellion had been quelled, Zhang Jiwa's people had never reappeared. The Phoenix lost a company, and in the Star Sea, a new battle squad called the Ashen Dead emerged. They worshipped the tyrant. Mutations appeared on their bodies, with most members growing a single horn, and their powered armor was painted in dark red with gray stripes. Although the Ashen Dead were few in number and recently established, in these past 20 or so years, they had made quite a name for themselves. They pirated Imperial ships, slaughtering entire crews, and afterward, in the found derelicts, blood smeared every hallway, every room, every wall. In the bridges, assemblies, and ship chapels, there were blood-red 8-pointed stars, along with small mountains of skulls. This was a typical sign of a sacrificial ritual to terror. They had also assisted cultists in massacring worlds of the human empire, with at least 4 such incidents of worlds being destroyed or nest capitals slaughtered, involving their presence in 25 years. They even joined with several other squads and attacked an Imperial fleet that was transporting gene seed tithes of the Starfighter battle group, seizing a batch of gene seeds for the purpose of corrupting and strengthening their own numbers. They even merged with another squad, gaining dominance over it. Blaywins and others had once run into their old comrade, Zhang Jiwa, at a Pirate Alliance base. Zhang Jiwa had graciously invited them to join, but they had painfully declined. The only loss of a battle brother among them occurred while they were breaking out and making their escape. They indeed had defected, even shamefully turning into deserters, not dying alongside their battle group. However, they might bear the name traitors, but they certainly did not want to be associated with the likes of Zhang Jihua. Turning to chaos, worshipping the tyrant of terror, purging their own battle brothers. Those were acts Blaywins and his people simply could not commit, and they also felt dishonored to affiliate with them. But sometimes they wondered, when their mother unit perished in the penitent crusade, perhaps only they and the Ashen Dead would remain in this universe. No, Zhang Jiwa's group had changed their names, beliefs, paints, and symbols. How could they still be called phoenixes? The phoenix is a symbol of the indomitable, a phoenix reborn from fire. The new name they had chosen, bearing the words Ashen and Dead, clearly signified a complete abandonment of the battle group's traditions. The phoenix had finally fallen. However, as they aimlessly wandered through the cosmos, uncertain of where to go, or even what meaning the future held for their lives, they heard that their mother group had actually ended their atonement expedition. But with only 7 battle brothers left, what was the point? Now the mother group's numbers were even smaller than those of the defectors. However, by the time they received news about the Phoenix, they were already deeply integrated with a multi-star political entity known as the Alliance. The mother group now seemed to be fighting for a star sector leader named Ji Yuhang. They didn't know what had happened in the interim, but according to the latest intelligence, the situation of the battle group appeared to be unexpectedly good. Far from being on its last legs, the entire battle group had recovered quite robustly, especially since the news of the Corellia battle spread. Under the leadership of Mr. Ji Yu, they had eliminated a great demon, ending the invasion war it had personally orchestrated. Despite that, in that war, it was this person named Ji Yuhang who had seized the greatest degree of fame. Those who knew of the conflict extolled the wisdom and valor of this commander and governor, praising his powerful spiritual energy. Yet beneath the reputation of Ji Yuhang, those who paid attention could still see the contributions of the Phoenix. This group of interstellar warriors, who should have perished, greatly aided Ji Yuhang and displayed a combat force of roughly 100 or so during the fight. Those who didn't understand the Phoenix or didn't pay attention might not think there was anything to this. But to people like Blaywins, who had been following the mother group for decades, this was nothing short of a miracle. They knew that the battle group had lost their entire armory and gene seed banks in the final battle of the Atonement expedition. Under such circumstances, how was it possible to grow from a size of 7 individuals to over 100 in less than 10 years? Not to mention the success rate of the gene seed implantation surgery. It was simply impossible to have so many seeds. Could it be that Holy Terra or the Mars Cultivation Association had allocated some of the gene seed tax previously turned over by the Phoenix to support the battle group? That would indeed be a curious thing. Interstellar warriors of battle groups are also subject to taxation, but they pay no imperial tax and don't provide material tax contributions. They can even ask the Empire or some foundry worlds for equipment. However, they must submit 1/10 of all gene seeds produced during a certain cycle. Officially, this is to allow the Empire to inspect and monitor the purity of the battle group's gene seeds, ensuring they are not contaminated. It also serves as a kind of savings for the battle group so that in the future, if the group suffers losses, the Empire can provide the gene seeds previously given to help the group recover. But in reality, the former might be a legitimate reason. However, the latter is almost akin to a farce. If a group is not facing the risk of annihilation, then why would they need gene seeds? If they are facing extinction, why would I use gene seeds to support an old group with a deep history that might not be obedient when I could create a new, compliant battle group instead? The idea that the Empire would regurgitate consumed gene seeds is a fool's dream. Perhaps, with certain battle groups of special status, this might happen, but the Phoenix clearly wasn't one of them. Yet, did this unlikely event actually occur with the Phoenix? No matter how incredulous the matter seemed, after all considerations, this was the only possibility. Could Maddens have pulled gene seeds out of thin air? It was also because there were signs of revival within the mother group that these 8 lost souls began to entertain the idea of seeking out their mother group. They said it was to warn the mother group of the existence of the Ashen Dead. As for whether they harbored any unrealistic expectations, that was something only they themselves would know. There was one thing Blaywins and his comrades hadn't grasped. If Maddens knew they had been wandering around for all these years, even becoming pirates, what would he think? As for trusting the Alliance, that was even more out of the question for them. Thus, there had been a series of activities lately. Of course, Blaywins didn't initially intend to escalate the situation into its current state. The best outcome would have been to sneak into Rage Owl Star quietly and visit Maddens unnoticed. But obviously, they didn't have that opportunity. Nowadays, Rage Owl Star is equipped with sophisticated observatories, guarded by specialized spiritual energy practitioners, and fortified with numerous armed space stations and firepower platforms centered around Fortress Starport. On the planet's surface, there's anti-orbital firepower capable of covering the entire world, and outside, the Alliance fleet is patrolling. With their current conditions, there really was no way to sneak in. So they could only move around the periphery, and as they moved, the situation morphed into its present state. It wasn't totally impossible, though. Maddens arrived much faster than expected. And his movements were much more sharp. Blaywins didn't want to be ambushed, didn't want to start fighting before they could even exchange a word. Seeing casualties on either side was a result he didn't wish to witness. However, Maddens clearly didn't plan to be courteous. Blaywins and his group had left no clues. Ideally, they wouldn't be discovered and would instead initiate contact with Maddens on their own terms. But this plan quickly fell through. Maddens' skills were certainly no worse than theirs. Moreover, he had a large number of troops at his disposal. Not to mention the reliable soldiers of the Rage Bear Legion. There were also those from extinct Soil Star. After the death of their governor, under the coercion of the Alliance Army's vanguard and driven by the true angels of the Emperor, these locals were more familiar with the terrain. Maddens soon found the abandoned landing ship, and by deducing the time it was abandoned and the surrounding terrain, he quickly narrowed down some potential locations based on his knowledge of Blaywins. There were actually quite a few possibilities, but that was not an issue. Maddens had enough manpower to search and block off each area. Until someone spotted the sentry Blaywins had set up. The witness didn't engage in combat. The orders they had received were just to scout. They only had to report back upon sighting anything. The turncoats didn't initiate an attack either, because it was pointless. What use was killing the witness? Any noise, death, or even just a disappearance would without a doubt reveal their hiding place. They had to run, and run quickly. The entire squad began to move swiftly. However, they soon realized that they were enveloped in an encirclement. The team's first decision was to break out and escape the siege at all costs. But this was far from easy. Even by their standards, the Rage Bear Legion could be considered a formidable force within the Star Realm armed forces. Breaking out of their encirclement was more difficult than the operations they had previously conducted against the Planetary Defense Army of extinct Soil Star. In the conflicts in the Hongjin star system, the reason they had been able to succeed was mainly that they caught the Alliance troops off guard. At the time, the Navy Marine Corps had no idea what kind of enemies they were facing and still had the mindset of fighting conventional pirates. Even though there were some elite mortals in feedback-type power armor, they lacked defensive positions and anti-armor weapons, making them easy to break through. With no way to open the cans, it had been easy for Blaywins and his group to slip away. But now, the Alliance troops were quite clear about what they might be facing. Those Rage Bear Legionnaires now definitely carried thermite weapons, plasma weapons, and heavy explosive rifles, and were broadly equipped with armored vehicles, with the most formidable being the Lion tanks. All of these weapons were threats to interstellar warriors. Any one of them could be lethal upon impact. And the damage they could inflict was relatively limited. It wasn't much of an issue against ordinary infantry, but Lion tanks weren't like the ordinary tanks produced on some worlds. Lacking weapons to counter such heavy Star Realm military armor. Lion's armor couldn't be pierced by explosive guns or cut by chainsword blades, but the tanks could easily take out an interstellar warrior with a single shot. Such adversaries, for the past 30 years, they had typically chosen to avoid. Right now, if they really clashed head-on, breaking out wasn't entirely impossible, but they might well have to sacrifice some warriors' lives. They were just 8 people. Who would be mad enough to fight to the death against such well-armed Imperial regular army forces? As they observed the Star Realm forces not contracting their encirclement but rather reinforcing the blockade further, they roughly understood the foe's intentions. They were just waiting for Maddens to arrive. Truth be told, they were very uneasy.
The initiative they once had was gone, now they were just lambs waiting for the slaughter.
It wasn't too bad now, they still had the choice to break out on their own, even if it meant half of them might die. A chance nonetheless. But once Maddens arrived with a host of fresh phoenixes, they wouldn't even have the opportunity to flee. However, after weighing their options, they gave up on that first reaction. Forget it, just stay put and wait for Madden's. Even if they chose to break out now, with half of them dead, how could they escape Madden's pursuit in this desert? Amidst uneasy waiting, Madden's arrived. Of course, he did not come alone. Accompanying him were 50 new Phoenix warriors. Moreover, aside from the Phoenixes, there were also a number of elite warriors. Although these people looked like normal humans in stature, not having the visual pressure of generally towering figures over 2 meters tall, they were certainly not to be dismissed lightly. Each one wore feedback-type powered armor, bearing the Alliance's insignia. There were over 100 such individuals. When this group, led by Madden's in Terminator power armor, began to tighten the encirclement and advance towards their hiding place, every traitor knew clearly that there was no need to fight. Their subsequent orders depended entirely on the judgment's outcome. Despite this, they still did not relax completely. At the entrance of the sand cave where they were hiding, they set up a small defensive position. As Madden's approached with his men, a gun fired, launching a bomb onto the open ground before Madden's and his group's route of advance, full of warning intent. Madden's did not halt even a moment. His roaring voice, through the helmet's breath mask, pierced through the defenses. "Blaywins, I know you're in there, come out and see me." The 8 defectors were taken aback. It wasn't that the shout was so terrifying, it was just, "Man, there are so many outsiders right next to you. Your yelling is letting everyone know, isn't it?" Blaywins himself was a bit caught off guard. "Aren't I the Phoenix's disgrace? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid others won't know?" Before they could recover from their shock, Madden spoke again. "You betrayed the Empire, betrayed the battle group, betrayed all the brothers who sacrificed in the campaign of atonement. You traitors, deserters. How dare you even show your faces before me? Get out here and face your deaths." A defector said to Blaywins beside him, "Why don't you hurry up and go out? If he keeps shouting like this, the battle group's face will be completely lost." Having said that, he himself felt somewhat embarrassed, as if it were Madden's who had defected. Even Blaywins had not anticipated this. Until just now, his imagined scenario involved only Madden's arriving at the cave entrance with the Phoenix's interstellar warriors, and then just talking in hushed, private circles within the battle group. Whether the talk ended in life or death, at least the matter would be resolved internally. How could he have expected that while he, the defector, was still thinking about not airing dirty laundry, Madden's would be howling for all the world to hear? Helpless, he had to walk out. He did not carry a weapon, because there was no difference. Under Madden's gaze, he stepped forward, making a friendly gesture. "I want to talk to you." But what met him was Madden's fist. The powered armor deliberately stomped the ground loudly, and Madden's quickly stepped in front of him, smashing a punch into his face. The output force of the Terminator power armor was so immense, it sent him reeling, head spinning. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already lying on the ground, with Madden's foot pressing on his chest. He reached behind Blaywins' head with both hands, pressing on the nape and side buckles, and with an upward pull, he removed Blaywins' helmet, revealing the face underneath. It was a face weathered by time. Madden's removed the mask of his Terminator armor, and the two finally looked each other in the eye. In his eyes, there was a mixture of emotions, which was quickly replaced by rage. "Blaywins, it's really you." Madden's lowered his head. Their faces drew closer. "Why didn't you die at Carlo Cast?" Blaywins, however, laughed. "Die? For what reason? You, and those cowering traitors in the cave. Your very existence is a disgrace to the battle group." "Yes, we are a disgrace. But are we truly the ones who should feel ashamed? The redemption expedition? The redemption expedition? It was meant for us to all die? Why? After all these countless years, hasn't the Phoenix contributed enough? Why should we all be tarred with the same brush just because of the Circe rebellion? Moreover, was Circe wrong? Were we wrong? Is it not iron armor that is the true error? Why are we the ones in error? Because we lost. Is losing synonymous with wrongdoing?" Blaywins roared these words, making Madden's even angrier. He threw another punch. Blaywins' head burst open and blood flowed immediately. But Madden's had held back. Otherwise, even the skull of an interstellar warrior, far more durable than normal, would be smashed like a rotten melon under the heavy fist of the Terminator. After silencing Blaywins with a punch, Madden said, "There's no point in making excuses. Blaywins. I didn't come here to dredge up the past with you. I came to cleanse the battle group of disgrace, to bring judgment upon you damned traitors. Say whatever you want, the victor is always right, and now you've won. Blaywins, with a blood-covered face, spoke these words, but moments later, his expression turned hesitant, even somewhat pleading. Do what you want with me, judge me, and I will accept any verdict. Let all the blame fall upon me, but please, spare the others. They were misled by me at the beginning. Now they can rejoin the battle group, they are all elite warriors. When did you learn to daydream? Said Maddens, the Phoenix will forever remain the most loyal heroes. We accepted the imperial decree. We have been through the redemption expedition. We endured every test given by the Emperor, and paid countless prices for it. Today we have cleansed everything, but you cowards, who turned deserter during the redemption expedition, who abandoned honor, who betrayed kindred, dare to fantasize about continuing to be counted among our ranks? Ridiculous? Hey! Blaywin scoffed, but there was nothing else he could say on the matter. However, he hadn't forgotten the most important reason for this meeting. But I still have to warn you, we are not the only ones who did not die. What do you mean? Blaywins lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear. Zhang Jiwa and his group, they're also still alive. They have embraced chaos, merged with other traitors. Now, they call themselves, the Ashen Dead. Upon hearing this, Maddens was shaken. The Ashen Dead? Are they Zhang Jiwa's people? Yes. It took Maddens a while to digest this information. He said to Blaywins with a touch of irony, so it seems even among you traitors there's a hierarchy, huh? Blaywins turned his head and spat out a mouthful of bloody spit. Say whatever you want. Maddens grabbed the edge of his breastplate, lifted him up, then turned his head and shouted towards the cave entrance. The rest of you, come out, drop your weapons, take off your armor, surrender unconditionally. I will take you all back to the battle group's monastery. There, you will be interrogated, you will have to truthfully confess every crime you committed after your shameful betrayal of the Empire and the battle group. Then, you will receive a fair verdict. Pay the due price for your over 30 years of missed redemption expeditions, for your desertion, for all the sins you've committed since leaving the battle group. Blaywin spoke with difficulty. Stop with the pretense. You're the battle group leader now. Just say what you intend to do. After all, who else has the authority to judge all this? Mr. Gu. Blaywins was confused. When Maddens was escorting Blaywins and the other 8 to Rage Owlstar, Gu Hang had already received intelligence sent back from the Phoenix. In this intelligence report, Maddens did not withhold any information from Gu Hang. The origins of Blaywins and his group, as well as a series of intelligence about the Ashen Dead battle group, were included in detail in the report. After reading it, Gu Hang pretty much had a plan in mind for how to deal with Blaywins and the other 8. Without a doubt, Maddens hoped to save these people's lives. It may look as if the intelligence from the front line had recorded every single conversation between Maddens and Blaywins, throwing words like, Empire traitors, disgrace to the battle group, and cowards, at Blaywins and his companions' heads. Moreover, in Maddens' own report, he explicitly recorded their crimes, claiming that all rights to their trial were in the hands of the supporters, rulers, and saviors of the battle group, which is to say, in Gu Hang's hands. But if Maddens really wanted to wash away the disgrace, why didn't he just slaughter those 8 turncoats on the spot? Even if he were concerned about so-called procedural correctness or wanted to give them a ceremonial trial, he shouldn't have said that their fate was for Gu Hang to judge. It would have been more appropriate to report to the Empire, whether to the Imperial Inquisition or the Star Warrior Management Agency, of course, that might cause the Phoenix's hard-won reputation to fall, and potentially bring about scrutiny, which would be more trouble than it's worth. But anyway, what does Gu Hang have to do with the Phoenix battle group? Nominally, he's merely a benefactor. Indeed, Gu Hang is the actual controller of the Phoenix battle group, but when Maddens set off, Gu Hang had already made it clear. He would leave the handling of these potential traitors of the Phoenix entirely to Maddens. In the end, Maddens still brought them back alive. It isn't about what he says he'll do. It's about what he actually does that matters. As for whether these few people live or die, Gu Hang truly didn't care. Just 8 interstellar warriors. Even if they're all century-old veterans, even if they're elite, so what? Gu Hang can now mass-produce interstellar warriors, including the gene seed and personnel selection. It costs only about 1,000 grace points. Mk4 Majestic Power Armor can be mass-produced by the Alliance, and even the cost can be controlled under 100,000 tax currency. To Gu Hang, interstellar warriors were no longer a scarce commodity. 8th-century-old veterans were indeed quite formidable, useful as a core force, but after all, Ji Hang's training system could turn a single interstellar warrior into an old soldier for just an extra 200 points. Even if Blaywins and his men all reached the grade of sergeant major, Ji Hang would just spend 400 more points to get a new one. This was precisely why Ji Hang let Maddens handle it. Picking up 8 old soldiers and saving a few thousand grace points was indeed good. But if Maddens was bent on eradicating these people, Ji Hang had no objection. However, looking at the current situation, since Maddens seemed to want these people to live, or at least was ambivalent, Ji Hang thought it was acceptable to take them in. As for the risk, he saw none. According to Blaywins' confession, their past actions were very cautious. It was only recently, when they came to the Tianma star sector and tried to lure out Maddens, that they repainted their powered armor red. If they had carried out their normal operations before, they wouldn't even have had the red paint on, using all sorts of other colors instead. Who knows who they were? They could just claim that they had killed these pirates back on extinct Soil Star. After all, those who truly knew the truth were in the minority, namely the elite of the 10th Regiment. The reliability of these individuals was quite high, and Ji Hang wasn't worried about them leaking any information. Of course, they shouldn't get off too easily, either. After all, they were guilty. They may escape death, but they won't escape punishment. Ji Hang offered Maddens a suggestion, or rather an instruction. Under the battle group, establish a new squad, to be named Penitence Squad. After Blaywins and the other 8 had re-sworn their allegiance to the Emperor, their past actions would be kept secret by the battle group and the Alliance. But the Penitence Squad they would be part of was to partake in the most difficult aspects of every battle of the Phoenix battle group in the future. The Alliance would not engage in penitential expeditions that provided no reinforcements, lacked supplies, and were plainly sent on death missions. Their treatment would be the same as that of normal Phoenix warriors. They would not miss out on the necessary equipment, supplies and support power they were entitled to, nor would they be sent on any guaranteed fatal missions. However, they also had to undertake the tough tasks of assault and not shirk their duties. Under normal provision conditions, they had to perform excellently. That was the resolution for Blaywins and the other 8 individuals. Compared to dealing with these 8, Ji Hang was more interested in the past of the Phoenix and the information about the Ashen Dead mentioned by Blaywins and his group. He had previously researched the Circe's Flower Uprising that led to the Phoenix being sentenced to the penitential expedition. It was a highly classified piece of information, and initially Ji Hang could only garner a few bits and pieces, as well as some assertions regarding the Phoenix from Maddens and Priest Rizzo. But these were rather one-sided and scanty. Later on, when Ji Hang's good brother, Bochoya Galaraldo, made it big, it became much easier for Ji Hang to investigate these messages. Galaraldo gave him an internal secret report. The Bohemia uprising occurred within a star sector named Circe's Flower, which is located in the Spiderweb domain, inside the Princess Star domain. The Spiderweb domain is next to the Eastern Cosmos domain, situated to the north on the star map. Within the Circe's Flower star sector, there is a battle group named after the star sector, called the Bohemia Battle Group. It's a subgroup of the Phoenix Legion, sharing the same lineage as the Phoenix. In the Spiderweb domain, there's also a battle group called Iron Armor. Compared to Circe's Flower and Phoenix, the Iron Armor battle group had much more renown. They were directly in charge of the Princess Star domain, along with several other star sectors, forming a defense network. Their primary adversaries were the void insect species. The void insect species are terrifying alien creatures whose individuals lack self-will and are entirely commanded by higher-level node creatures. Their biofleets roamed the Star Sea, with each vessel serving as a giant space organism. They were true destroyers. Upon visiting a planet, they would swiftly devour all life on it, destroying the local ecosystem and laying down large swaths of flesh blankets. These flesh blankets would drain the nutrients from the entire planet and efficiently absorb stellar energy while hatching more of the void insect beasts, even producing many parts and sending them into space to form new biostarships. A hive fleet traveled via conventional means to the Princess Star domain, causing massive destruction. It wasn't until Iron Armor, along with several allied battle groups, arrived that the situation in the Princess Star domain was controlled and the influence of the void insect species was suppressed within a few star sectors. Though the disaster was contained, the characteristics of the void insect species meant endless vast numbers and an extremely rapid replenishment of forces. Moreover, the planets devoured by the void insect species became their flesh blankets, and even if humans reclaimed them, they could hardly make further use of them. Given this, considering the exorbitant cost necessary to reclaim these planets, the human empire commanded iron armor and several other battle groups to establish a defense belt around the multiple star sectors infested by the bug race. The goal of the human empire was to control the situation in that area and prevent the empire from investing more resources, as at that time, the solar expedition was in full swing, with a significant concentration of manpower and material resources in the southern parts of the empire. There simply weren't enough resources to address this significant disaster. For this, the Empire granted Iron Armor Battle Group a substantial degree of autonomy. They were able to collect taxes themselves and manage all the Empire's forces within the Princess Star domain. As long as they paid the Imperial tax, everything else was up to Iron Armor to manage. Even the various battle groups active within the Princess Star domain let Iron Armor take the lead, facilitating unified and coordinated actions. And so, the Iron Armor Battle Group became the de facto ruler of the Princess Star domain. Iron Armor Battle Group did indeed do a commendable job. They halted the void insect species' continuous expansion and fully paid the Imperial tax. If matters only went this far, then without a doubt, the Iron Armor Battle Group would be a great loyal and meritorious vassal of the Empire. However, it didn't take long for some scandals to emerge. The Iron Armor Battle Group had not paid nearly as much in taxes as it claimed, and the full tax payment of the Princess Star domain was in fact a doctored account. They exaggerated the losses brought by the void insect species by more than tenfold and retained 80% of the taxes that should have been paid in the star domain by lowering the development index and hiding population checks, among other methods. On top of that, they inflated the scale of battles with the bug race, continuously demanding money, personnel, and supplies from the Empire, threatening that they couldn't hold back the insects otherwise. Then they would actually withdraw from part of their defensive lines, allowing the void insect species to break out and wreak havoc in external star sectors, forcing the Empire to really provide funds. There were also problems with the tax they paid on gene seeds. They submitted a number appropriate for a battle group with about 800 or 900 warriors, but in reality, they overproduced many. According to the report, on the eve of the Bohemia uprising, the Iron Armor Battle Group had at least the scale of 6,000 interstellar warriors. The Empire had restrictions on the size of battle groups. They were not to exceed 1,000 warriors. 6,000 interstellar warriors meant the scale of 6 battle groups. What's more, they trained a large number of mortal auxiliary armies loyal only to themselves. This was classic behavior of nurturing one's own power to threaten authority. And the one who revealed all this was the Bohemia Battle Group. The Bohemia Battle Group was also within the Princess Star domain, but they already had some long-standing grievances with the Iron Armor Battle Group, and now they were expected to follow Iron Armor's command, which was somewhat unacceptable. If it were just this, for the greater good and for the Empire's command, they might have reluctantly acquiesced. The problem was that Iron Armor Battle Group was not generous. They often withheld resources from Bohemia and constantly sent them to fight the tough battles. The grudge just keeps getting bigger. It had been some time since Circe's flower was within the Princess Star domain, and the Iron Armor Battle Group had been up to no good for a while, so some evidence had been collected against them, and it was eventually given straight to Holy Terra, leading to an armed conflict with the Iron Armor Battle Group. Circe's flower couldn't resist the far larger scale of the Iron Armor Battle Group, to say nothing of the fact that 3 other battle groups were standing with iron armor. So, they began to shake people up. It was at this stage that Phoenix, who had good relations with them, was swayed to join their side. But at this point, things were actually not too bad. If you turned a blind eye, the situation could perhaps be passed off as not amounting to civil war. However, Holy Terra's subsequent actions exacerbated the situation. The Empire government certainly did not like what the Iron Armor Battle Group was doing. It was one thing to be a little disruptive, looking at the fact that you could indeed stand on your own, but causing serious trouble, like siphoning off 80% of a star sector's taxes. Overpopulation by 1,000 or 1,800 could be tolerated under a wartime scenario, but when you exceed 6,000, and add the solidarity of 3 other battle groups, resulting in nearly 10,000 interstellar warriors and a nearly independent kingdom in the making. That was truly improper. Thus, the Empire designated the behavior of the Iron Armor Battle Group as rebellion, set a deadline for the restoration of Imperial tax, and demanded that Iron Armor disband into 6 separate groups and accept deployment elsewhere by the Empire. Circe's Flower, Phoenix, and another group that was swayed, the Starbreaker Blade Battle Group, were assigned as supervisors. Iron Armor refused to comply, declaring the whole situation a targeted act, an absurdity with a traitor in Terra. They opened their defenses, allowing some of the void insect species to break out, while simultaneously implementing a complete blockade of the Princess Star Domain and several neighboring star domains, preventing any Empire ships from passing through the Princess Star Domain. Moreover, they launched a campaign of extermination against Circe's Flower, Phoenix, and the Starbreaker Blade within the Star Domain. This really escalated the situation. An incident affecting multiple star domains greatly impacted taxes, trade, and navigation in that part of the Empire. With the void insect species rampaging, Iron Armor followed under the guise of pursuing and opposing the insect creatures, taking over, even plundering, many planets, and even conscripting supplies from many of the Empire's tax fleets. Within the Princess Star Domain, Circe's Flower, Phoenix, and the Starbreaker Blade stood no chance against Iron Armor. Not only were they outnumbered, but Iron Armor had nurtured a vast and extremely elite mortal auxiliary army over the years. The 3 battle groups, having lost the support of the Empire, could only mobilize some planetary defense armies under their control. With a quality far inferior, they simply couldn't compete. With the situation having deteriorated to this point, it seemed almost impossible to resolve. Was there truly going to be a civil war within the Empire during the preparations for the solar expedition? It wasn't about not being able to fight. It was about having to deploy nearly 10 more loyal battle groups, along with countless Star Realm armies and Imperial Navy fleets, before this situation could be settled. After that, they'd still need to deal with the rampaging void insect species and leave enough forces to block the void creature tunnels that kept emerging within the Princess Star Domain. Upon assessment, the expense was simply too great. It was then that a Terra official took on a mission in the face of danger, sent to negotiate with the Iron Armor Battle Group. Relying on adept diplomatic skills, he persuaded the Iron Armor Battle Group to stand down. The Empire no longer pursued disbanding them. The Imperial tax in the Princess Star Domain was raised a bit higher, but not excessively. The territories they were meant to guard were still entrusted to them. The Empire continued to provide reinforcement supplies, and the Empire withdrew its decision of branding the Iron Armor Battle Group as rebels. The Iron Armor Battle Group accepted these terms. If Iron Armor was not the traitor, then who was? Someone had to take responsibility. Under the insistence of the Iron Armor Battle Group, Circe's Flower was blamed, and what was clearly a rebellion by Iron Armor officially went down in the records as the Great Circe's Flower Rebellion. They falsely accused the loyal Iron Armor, initiated the attack themselves, resulting in a breach of the bug's defenses, and caused a crisis spanning several star sectors, even dragging the Spiderweb Cosmos domain into jeopardy. Circe's Flower was thus completely eradicated under the suppression campaign of the Iron Armor Battle Group. Phoenix and the Starbreaker Blade were let off, but were sentenced to punitive expeditions. The Starbreaker Blade was wiped out during the 60-year-long punitive expedition. Phoenix survived a century-long expedition, but only 7 of them were left until they encountered Ji Hang. This was the entire process of the Great Circe's Flower Rebellion. Now, the Iron Armor Battle Group remains one of the major powers in the Spiderweb domain, strong and powerful, with their own independent small kingdom, still hailed as the heroic battle group fighting the void insect species. And the battle groups that opposed them, Phoenix being the only exception due to special circumstances, were all but wiped out. Ji Hang had occasionally thought about this matter. Originally, the alliance had little to do with the Iron Armor Battle Group. Though the Eastern Cosmos domain and the Spiderweb domain were neighboring domains, they weren't close on a star domain level. Dragonhawk and Princess were separated by at least 3 other star domains before they could make contact. Unless the alliance expanded to an absurd degree, they probably wouldn't come into contact with the Princess Star Domain anytime soon. However, another issue couldn't be ignored. If the problem with the void insect species inside the Princess Star Domain became explosive, whether iron armor couldn't hold back, or if they were up to something troublesome again on a grand scale, then the Dragonhawk star domain might actually be affected. But the probability of that should not be considered high. The incident that happened a century ago was already significant, having erupted over 3 star sectors, and it eventually took considerable effort to exterminate it. Yet, its direction did not come this way toward the Dragonhawk star domain. However, while that's the normal situation, if the Phoenix were to be resurrected, what would the Iron Armor battle group do then? Ji Yu Heng's understanding of this battle group all came from the reports of the Circe's Flower Rebellion. Based on what had happened in those years, Ji Yu Heng felt that this battle group's methods were quite unscrupulous. Moreover, they had a vengeful nature and were ruthless toward their enemies. If the Circe's Flower were to rise again, then Ji Yu Heng had no doubts that the Iron Armor battle group, even separated by 3 star sectors, would find a way to utterly destroy the Circe's Flower. The Phoenix, on the other hand, was slightly better off. After all, back then, the Phoenix had come to assist in the fight and didn't harbor as much enmity towards the Iron Armor. But that was only slightly better than the situation with Circe's Flower, and Ji Yu Heng still couldn't be certain how Iron Armor would react in the end. This could be a threat that needed attention. The Ashen Dead squad was in the same vein, and perhaps even more pressing. After all, the Iron Armor battle group was still part of the Imperial hierarchy. No matter how reckless they were, they couldn't completely discard the rules. But the Ashen Dead were a squad that had defected to chaos. Without any rules to bind them, they harbored full malice. According to some information revealed when Blaywins was later interrogated on the ship, the Ashen Dead harbored an obsession with all the past bloodlines of the Phoenix. After breaking out of Zhang Jiwa's encirclement, Blaywins and his group were continually tracked and intercepted by the Ashen Dead over the following years, but they always managed to escape. Zhang Jiwa really hoped they would join them because they shared the same blood, and it would be best if all turned into tainted blood. If any Phoenix remained loyal and even thrived, Zhang Jiwa would be extremely displeased. This was, of course, Blaywins' conjecture, and there might have been a bit of exaggeration on his part. But Ji Yu Heng believed it was highly likely that the Ashen Dead would consider the Phoenix an enemy, and consequently the Alliance as well. The Phoenix's recent strike on extinct Soilstar wasn't just about a minor issue with pirates, nor was it only about 8 Phoenix members. It also placed some future concerns before Ji Yu Heng. These were issues that needed to be guarded against. How to guard against them? It was nothing more than making oneself even stronger. Confronting the Iron Armor might still be far off. They were the overlords of a star sector, and a century ago, they had already exceeded an estimated 6,000 interstellar warriors. 100 years had passed, and although they had sustained losses in the ongoing resistance to the invasions of the void insect species, their gradual development would likely mean they were no fewer than before. In fact, the Empire now didn't know how many members Iron Armor had, and was very wary of them. They were not just a few thousand, but potentially tens of thousands of interstellar warriors. More importantly, they had consolidated the power of a whole star sector, and their strength level was comparable to the Star Realm Army's mortal auxiliary army, which was undoubtedly counted in the billions. The volume of the naval fleet, based on the Dragonhawk star domain, would at least be 3 to 4 times the full strength of the Tianma fleet. The current capacity of the Alliance was incomparable. But at least, that was a goal. To be honest, Ji Yu Heng did admire the Iron Armor battle group's rule over the Princess Star domain. However, Ji Yu Heng would not adopt similar methods to theirs to execute his plans. As for the Ashen Dead, they might be easier to handle in terms of strength. The scale of this squad might be similar to that of the current Phoenix, around 200 to 300 people. Besides, Phoenix had the support of the Alliance behind them. But the tricky part was that the Renegade battle group's movements were more unpredictable, and without a base or stronghold, they couldn't be tracked. Even Maddens really wanted to find the Ashen Dead to eliminate these true disgraces of the Phoenix, but the conditions weren't there. To deal with them, one could only passively defend. Direct confrontation wasn't the issue, but the problem was that Ji Yu Heng didn't know when their threat would come, from where, or in what manner they would strike, making it difficult to guard against. In light of this situation, Ji Yu Heng decided to invest a little more effort in the near future on strengthening the Phoenix battle group. The best way to counter Chaos Starfield warriors, of course, was with loyal interstellar warriors. Since they wouldn't be foolish enough to confront the vast size of the Alliance head-on, They would likely resort to unconventional tactics and special operations, so the alliance needed to have the corresponding strength to counter them. After pondering for a while about two possible future threats, Gu Heng casually dealt with the affairs concerning extinct Soil Star. When Maddens and others like Blaywins left extinct Soil Star, the alliance left about 20,000 members of the Rage Bear Legion from the Star Realm army to control the capital of extinct Soil Star. But in fact, Gu Heng had no intention of directly ruling extinct Soil Star under the alliance. The influence of the alliance was not a major issue within the Tianma Star sector. After all, Gu Heng himself was the head of the Tianma Star sector. However, expanding beyond the Tianma Star sector would be a politically sensitive event, likely leading to some consequences Gu Heng was not eager to see. He had contingency plans for such occasions, but perhaps they still lacked an opportunity to act. The key was, if there were particularly significant benefits, Gu Heng would take the risk. But clearly, the situation on extinct Soil Star and the profits it could bring did not equate to the risks. That planet hadn't been explored for minerals, but it likely didn't have much or anything particularly valuable, otherwise, it wouldn't be in its current state. Developing industry there also lacked some essential conditions. It was neither close to any market nor had a particularly large population, nor was it rich in resources. Merely relying on nomadic and agricultural practices to barely support 200 million people, Gu Heng felt there was no need to make a big fuss over it. The conditions on extinct Soil Star might even be worse than those on Rage Owl Star initially. Although Rage Owl Star had a small population and was a post-war wasteland at the beginning, at least it had areas like the Green Valley region, where the natural environment was decent, and resources like the low-energy storm were treasured. Moreover, when Gu Heng invested resources in building Rage Owl Star, he had no choice since his beginnings were there. Now that he had a choice, Gu Heng did not think that taking over extinct Soil Star and then spending a lot on its development was a good choice. However, not bringing it under the direct rule of the alliance didn't mean there were no other methods. The governor was dead, and the charges were ready. Take away the charge of betraying the interstellar warriors, and the rest was enough for Gu Heng to hang him. Subsequently, he would support a new governor for extinct Soil Star who would not join the alliance but could sign some cooperation agreements with planets under the alliance separately. The food and biomaterials produced by the nomadic groups there had value, and the alliance could also export some inexpensive industrial products, such as daily necessities, furniture, and home appliances, things that the imperial tax despised, in exchange. It would be good to serve as a small grain-producing base. Then, they could slightly leak some technology to better conduct the breeding and light processing industries, which would also stimulate the development of extinct Soil Star. Overall, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The alliance stood to benefit a little more, but it would not be like sucking blood. At the same time, the alliance's control over extinct Soil Star would be greatly strengthened. Though not a member of the alliance, it would be practically equivalent to being one. In the future, if the situation changed and Gu Heng needed extinct Soil Star, he could at any time request its application to join the alliance. Once approved, it would be done. The trip to extinct Soil Star posed a challenge for Gu Heng, presenting a long-term risk, iron armor battle group, and an imminent threat that could erupt at any time, Ashen Dead. Leaving the distant issue aside, the reason the Ashen Dead are considered an immediate threat is that, since Blaywins and his group could find us, so could Zhang Jiwa and his. Gu Heng was a bit annoyed, however, since he had already decided to handle crises through development, that remained the focus. And what is the biggest booster for development within the alliance? That would, of course, be the grace points in Gu Heng's hands. The last time he spent a large number of grace points was 4 years ago. At that time, he mainly boosted the alliance's shipbuilding industry, which directly created the current industrial situation. Now, after 4 years, although there hadn't been any large-scale wars within the alliance during this period, Gu Heng's control had stabilized over the entire Tianma Star sector, with a total population reaching 61 billion. Over these 4 years, the average lifespan under the alliance's rule had improved. The birth rate hadn't changed much, but what was key was the significant drop in the death rate. All these reasons led to quite a high level of population growth. The alliance's population increased by about 1 billion during this period. Such high population growth scared some worlds. More people means more money when the world population is next assessed for tax allocation. But the alliance wasn't afraid. Having a large population is a good thing. Fascist Tri-Star, Homgen Star, and even larger population capacity spaces. Coralia is expected to continue relocating people outward. Beyond population, the alliance's productive forces had been improving these years. The education system on Flying Wing Star opened up to the entire star sector, higher population quality, all of which drove the rise in the alliance's productive forces. Together with the improvement in living standards. All these factors, population size, population quality, average living standard and happiness, level of productive forces, all are strongly and positively correlated with the monthly income of grace points that Gu Heng receives. This also made Gu Heng's monthly income skyrocket. 4 years ago, before securing Flying Wing Star, Fascist Tri-Star, and Homgen Star, Gu Heng's income from grace points was 7,000. And that was after pulling up Coralia's situation by a lot to return to the levels when he only controlled Rage Owl Star and Heijian Star. But now, this number has grown to 32,000, an increase of 4.5 times. Of course, this number gradually rose, not skyrocketing all at once, and also, the rate of increase has slowed down a lot recently. But all in all, the cumulative monthly income Gu Heng obtained in these 4 years also exceeded 1 million. However, although he hadn't made any big spending all at once, Gu Heng had also spent about 600,000 of it in bits and pieces over these 4 years. The main uses were essentially in people and construction. He activated more heroes, spent a large number of grace points on political commissar training at the Loyal Air Academy, a fair amount on military training, occasionally exchanged gene seeds, and through basic training templates of the military badges, screened personnel to supplement new blood for the interstellar warriors. He exchanged many academy templates, factory templates, and even church buildings, bestowing them upon corresponding real-world structures to take effect. It was precisely these investments that led to high growth. Whether it was the growth of the alliance's income or the increase in grace points income. And now, it was time to use the remaining more than 400,000 grace points in batches. First off, he planned 200,000 points for use on interstellar warriors. With the continuous increase in the past, the number of Phoenix interstellar warriors had already reached a scale of over 200 people. And with this expenditure of 200,000 points, the number of Phoenixes shot up directly to 500. Apart from the gene seeds that Gu Heng directly exchanged, the first batch of Phoenix newcomers from early years had already passed 5 years. Their first gene seed has matured and been harvested. Initially, Maddens was thinking about whether to save some of these gene seeds to prepare for the gene seed taxation to be paid by Phoenix later on. This idea, when brought to Gu Heng, left him speechless. The Imperial Army's collection of gene seed taxes is calculated based on how many new seeds a battle group has produced in the last 10 years. It's an accountable number. How many new recruits have grown to the 5-year mark in the past 10 years? How many veteran warriors have fallen? This is the total number of gene seeds over 10 years, and they just need 1/10 of them. In regular circumstances, it's not too difficult for the Empire to grasp this information. Generally speaking, the loyalty of the interstellar warriors is somewhat assured. They report a number themselves, and the Empire generally accepts it if it's not far off. For inspections, it's actually a bit difficult, though counting the dead is practicable since interstellar warriors usually don't fight alone and other Imperial Army forces may control some of the situations. Monitoring the development of new blood is truly challenging. But it doesn't matter, the Empire won't be so stringent. The Sect of Mechanics and the Star Warrior Management Agency will check a battle group's total manpower, calculate an average number, follow routine experience to estimate how many seeds you can pay for 10 years. A battle group with 1,000 people usually gives 5 to 10 seeds in 10 years, unless there is a major event. Just about the right number will do. Only if the numbers deviate greatly will the Empire intervene. Now the question arises, how would the Empire know how many people are currently in the Phoenix? The last time information was reported, the Phoenix only had 7 members. Logically, even years later, the Phoenix wouldn't have grown much. Under Gu Heng's command, the common experience of the mechanical god cult and the Star Warrior Management Agency was of no use. The Empire had scant information on the Phoenix. As long as one kept their mouth shut, it would be hard for the Empire to know exactly how many people were in the battle group, how much tax was owed, and wasn't it up to oneself to decide. Now, with the 10-year period almost up, one could simply say they had 100 people, exchange a gene seed as a token, and that would be it. And you, Maddens, really want to pay based on the actual situation? That would be way too much to give, with 400 or 500 new members in 5 years, requiring the exchange of 40 to 50 gene seeds. Isn't that just making trouble for oneself? You are indeed very disciplined, true loyal subjects of the great empire, still thinking of paying the full gene seed tax honestly at this point. No wonder you can't beat the iron armor. But Ji Yu Hang didn't say this outright to Maddens. He responded by indicating that all the new gene seeds produced by the battle group's new blood should be used for developing new warriors, and that he would continue the usual practice of selecting young, T1 grade prospects through the soldier badge training system for implant surgery. The success rate of the Phoenix gene seed implant surgery was remarkably high, nearly 98% over the years, with only 9 failures out of 500 operations. The main reasons for this high success rate were twofold. First, the Phoenix seed wasn't too selective. Second, and most crucially, every candidate was trained to T1 grade at the appropriate age. Their physical condition, experience, skills, and mental willpower all met the standards, and as long as the individual's condition and compatibility with the Phoenix seed weren't exceptionally poor, failure was unlikely. Using the gene seeds produced by the new blood and those exchanged by Ji Yu Hang, the number of people in the Phoenix had risen to 500, which could be considered a revival. From now on, Ji Yu Hang would not even have to exchange more gene seeds for the Phoenix. The unique structure of the battle group's personnel, made entirely of new blood, meant that the amount of new gene seeds produced over 5 years was even greater than many full-strength battle groups. Coupled with the high success rate of implant surgeries, Ji Yu Hang wouldn't have to spend extra on gene seeds anymore, as their numbers would quickly increase through internal growth. By this stage, the Phoenix couldn't be considered powerful, but at least it resembled a normal battle group. Many starfighter battle groups, long embroiled in war and not faring well, might only have this many members. As for the missing elements like the battle group fleet, fleet servants, mortal auxiliary army, and armed and aerial vehicles, Ji Yu Hang could not provide all of those at once. But undoubtedly, their next actions would not be as an independent battle group but would always include cooperation with the Alliance Army. Requirements for war could be supplied and supplemented by the Alliance Army. Though armored vehicles driven by mortals were not as effective as some exclusive ones that allowed special neural connections for the interstellar warriors, they at least temporarily solved the problem of not having any at all. Even if Ji Yu Hang now wanted to equip the interstellar warriors with exclusive armored vehicles, it would be quite tough. While Rhino troop transporters could be manufactured, vehicles like the Raider tanks were simply not producible, not to mention mechas like the Dreadnought or the Apocalypse. To acquire them would rely solely on external procurement. But external procurement, that was too cost-ineffective. If the Alliance itself produced them, the actual cost would be materials, labor hours, food, and living supplies for the workers. Although the price listed in the Alliance's accounts would still be calculated using the Empire's standard pricing, the budget would appear as so much, but in reality, it wouldn't cost nearly that much. In the case of external procurement, however, it would genuinely consume the Alliance's tax currency without skimping a single cent, and with a good chance of a significant premium on such high-tech items. They would have to make do for the time being. Having invested 200,000 into the Phoenix, Ji Yu Hang was no longer too worried about the problem of the Ashen Dead once their number reached 500. That Chaos Combat Group, at best, had a little over 200 interstellar warriors. With around 2.5 times that number prepared, even if the ashy remains of the dead immediately rushed to their faces causing mayhem, Ji Yu Hang would have enough strength to cope with it. If they took a bit longer to arrive, say a few more years, then they would have to face a standard, fully staffed battle group of 1,000 soldiers. By then, Ji Yu Hang truly wanted to see what expression would appear on Zhang Jiwa's face. Are you coveting the bloodline of the Phoenix? 8,000 bloodlines are laid out right here. Come and take them if you can. Of course, those 200,000 points of grace that landed on Phoenix brought nearly 20,000 T4 T2 grade elite soldiers. Although these people were byproducts, they weren't without value. As usual, some were packed into the 10th Brigade. The rest were thrown into some specially numbered units, like the 1st Exhale Wind Brigade, the 2nd Beast Slaying Brigade, or into a few skeleton divisions. The 10th Brigade had already grown to over 10,000 men, all elite, fully equipped with special gear. Enough said. The other divisions and brigades siphoned off top soldiers and commanders, and even managed to assemble teams entirely of T4 grade, then fully equipped with exoskeleton armor and LR series, GHS series rifles, plus a higher ratio of armor and firepower. Such a force, when pitted against ordinary Star Realm army, could likely defeat an enemy 20 times their number. But the key is that such forces aren't there to exchange blows with the enemy on the battlefield, but to be deployed to critical battles where they can play a decisive role with their cutting-edge capabilities. In short, this also greatly strengthened the Alliance's military construction capabilities. As for the remaining 200,000 points of grace, Jiyu Hang thought about it and took out 100,000 to use for the technological lottery. At the 10,000 grace points bracket, we're far from being drained. However, after the earlier round of withdrawals, the odds of drawing something now are certainly lower than at the start. Nonetheless, throwing down 100,000 points of grace was bound to make some waves. Things like some advanced grade engineering machinery and the like, upgraded types of technology, and some less important tech, we'll just pass over and not dwell on them too much. Among these 10 consecutive draws, one significant acquisition was the elite technology, dynamic weapons. The power sword in Madden's hand belonged to this category of weapon. This kind of thing, to put it a bit flamboyantly, can be called invincible. In this universe, apart from a few materials that cannot be mass-produced, there's hardly anything in conventional armor that can withstand the assault of dynamic weapons. And it's not just power swords. Mjolnirs, force staffs, and especially, power gauntlets, more commonly equipped on Terminator armor. These all fall within the category of dynamic weapons. Dynamic weapons aren't exclusively for interstellar warriors to use either. Just like how the elite warriors of the 10th Brigade of the Alliance also make use of chainswords, dynamic weapons can be adapted and modified for mortals to use. They just have to be made smaller and lighter. And to further enhance the weapon's power, these dynamic weapons can also be crafted into fine work versions. Although the cost of production would greatly increase and mass production becomes difficult, it doesn't really matter. They are meant to be equipped by the leading combat forces. The objective is to make them more useful when facing off against some powerful individuals. With that, Jiyu Hang had concentrated spent a total of 300,000 points of grace. With the remaining 100,000, he wanted to keep them as reserves for any unexpected needs. Eagle Horse Star Sector, Eagle Horse 2 star system, the main force of the Tianma fleet was navigating to this location. Yelicia looked at the planets outside the bridge with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Leaving the Tianma star sector to participate in the war against the Iron Tooth clan had been over 6 years, a much longer period than she had anticipated. The years of constant warfare had also left their marks on her. Like many of the elite within the Empire, she had undergone a youth surgery. This procedure significantly slowed down the aging process, maintaining a youthful state until the end of life phase, when aging would rapidly accelerate, followed by death. Combined with life extension surgery, the elite of the Empire could still attain a long, high-quality life. A combination of the youth and life extension surgeries could extend a normal lifespan from 70 or 80 years to around 150 years, and twice that could go beyond 200 years. Some people, given their physical condition, could even handle 3 or 4 procedures. However, the more surgeries were performed, the greater the difficulty and the lower the success rate. Currently, the highest record for a mortal who underwent life extension surgery was 6 times, living up to 450 years. Compared to the true immortals and the interstellar warriors who had never aged to death as long as they didn't die in battle, there was still a significant gap, but it was still a remarkable achievement. Even though it was only applicable to a very small part of the population. Even so, the surgery could only maintain her body in a youthful state. It couldn't provide her with limitless energy. Several years of war and the persistent immense pressure had left her skin dull and unable to conceal her fatigue. Now, she just wanted to return home as soon as possible, to relax her mind and properly rest for a while. But that was not to be. On their way to the Eagle Horse Star Sector, the fleet began to decelerate. Upon inquiry, she was told that the leaders of the Eagle Horse Star Sector and numerous local dignitaries had cordially invited the meritorious Tianma fleet to stop by the Star Sector capital, also known as Eagle Horse 2, to attend a banquet. Yelicia was somewhat displeased. During interstellar travel, if the fleet could keep flying without stopping, the velocity would increase more and more. The time spent traveling at high speeds in the middle wouldn't be particularly long. Even the time spent warping through the star realm tunnels wouldn't be much. It was in the process of the fleet's acceleration and deceleration that time was lost. This stopover would delay their return to the Tianma star sector by 1 or 2 weeks. That was what Yelicia found most annoying, but she also knew it was unavoidable. The locations of their battles had first been in the Golden Pass star sector, then moved into the Silver Pass sector. Behind these 2 star sectors, the closest place that had not been engulfed in the flames of war was Eagle Horse. This place could be considered the main base of the military operation. A large quantity of supplies were allocated from various parts of the star domain through the imperial tax or other means, and the distribution started from the Eagle Horse star sector. The local star sector government was tasked with the responsibility of distributing these supplies to the front lines. It was essential to maintain good relations with them. On one hand, they had provided considerable help during the past 6 years of war, even prioritizing the provision of certain materials needed by the fleet. Now, it was time to express gratitude. On the other hand, the war was not completely over. Only the first phase of the objectives had been achieved. They would have to fight again, and the Tianma fleet would surely need to return, making it crucial to sustain good relations. Under these 2 reasons, when they took the initiative to invite with the intention of rewarding the loyal warriors of the Empire, it was truly difficult to refuse. Even if it meant delaying the journey, there was no helping it. Although it was a decision made by General Tyler Mungs, the fleet commander, in reality, had Yelicia been in the same position, she would have had to make the same decision. While Yelicia was feeling restless and displeased, and although she was eager to get home, she was still able to muster the patience to do what she ought to do. When the time was almost right, she changed into a fresh set of clothes. Her Navy Rear Admiral uniform was neatly dressed, all her medals were in place, and she took a shuttle to the planet's starport to attend the banquet. At the banquet, she put on a mask of a smile, interacting with the local officials in a manner that was proper, elegant yet enthusiastic. She reveled in the local officials' praise while humbly responding that it was her duty and couldn't have been achieved without the support of the officials. No matter how much of it was insincere, at least the atmosphere of the banquet appeared harmonious, fitting the description of a pleasant gathering for both host and guests. The banquet swiftly approached its climax. General Tyler Mungs, in his capacity as the fleet commander, was invited to the podium to give a speech. The general also blended in well with the current environment. A few humorous anecdotes came to him effortlessly, and the guests below responded with cooperative laughter. People listened to him recount the fleet's merits and the story of the previous victory. At the same time, they heard him looking forward to the future, proclaiming that the Tianma fleet was not only the Star Sea Defense Force of Tianma Star Sector but also an entity that would maintain the safety of the surrounding sectors, especially the Eagle Horse Star Sector. Just as the atmosphere was at its best, a naval aide, regardless of the fact that the esteemed general was still speaking, hurriedly went on stage and whispered something into General Tyler Ming's ear. This was, of course, very impolite. Even if there was something important, couldn't it wait until he finished speaking and stepped down from the podium? But on second thought, she would rather not waste another 20 minutes, which indirectly proved just how important this matter was. Yelicia could see that General Tyler Ming's complexion went through a very dramatic change on stage. From initial uplifted spirits, his face turned ashen as if touched by death within a moment's time. What on earth had happened? Yelicia's confusion did not last long. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her own aide-de-camp rushing over. The aide came up to her and whispered in her ear, "General, a major incident has occurred. Among the iron-teethed greenskins, a new great chieftain is suspected to have emerged. From the depths of the occupied territories, fleets of greenskins have suddenly swarmed out in far greater numbers than our previous estimates. Water Fog Star and Silver Pass II have already fallen. The Northern Fleet, after being routed, has regrouped at Silver Pass III and is currently encircled. Star Domain Naval Command has ordered us to return immediately, to fortify Golden Pass Star Sector, and to lend support to the Yunluo Fleet. The Yunluo Fleet has already taken action before us to rescue the Northern Fleet." Yelicia's face also darkened. The main achievements of the Allied forces of the Dragonhawk Star Domain in this battle were actually twofold. 1. To stabilize the conflict-laden Golden Pass. And 2. To conquer 4 star systems in the occupied Silver Pass sector, which were Water Fog Star, White Fog Star, Silver Pass II, and Silver Pass III. 6 years for such achievements, and now in the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 star systems were lost. However, what was most worrisome was not the loss of these achievements, but the emergence of a great chieftain within the Iron Tooth clan, bringing unity to the leadership of the clan for the first time in decades. Having lived through years of war with the orcs, Yelicia fully understood that this race, with or without a strong leader, displayed completely different behaviors in warfare. But this also depended on the level of the so-called Great Chieftain. The last but one Great Chieftain had sparked a massive wog, causing the fall of 3 or 4 star sectors, establishing the power of the present-day Iron Teeth Empire, directing their force toward the heartland of the Dragonhawk star domain until he was unexpectedly killed in battle, finally halting the expansion of the Iron Tooth clan. The last Great Chieftain was rather mediocre. He could barely keep the fragmented Iron Tooth clan together, far lesser in prestige. But even so, he ended humanity's ability to recapture the 4 occupied star systems and caused the 6 surrounding star systems to fall into years of continuous warfare. A few years ago, the Dragonhawk star domain decided to launch a campaign to retake the occupied territories because that Iron Tooth Great Chieftain was challenged and killed in the brutal internal struggles of the green-skinned orcs, and his challenger, equally lacking in authority, soon died too. Consequently, the once barely unified Iron Tooth clan plunged once more into internal strife. Wasn't this a rare opportunity? But unexpectedly, the green-skinned orcs had quickly determined a new Great Chieftain. Moreover, Yelicia suspected that the war actions of the Dragonhawk star domain might have acted as a catalyst for this. As for the current situation, one could only hope that this new Iron Tooth Great Chieftain was like his predecessor, who had ascended to power barely and could not truly command sincere submission from all military leaders of the Iron Tooth clan. Regardless, the plan for Yelicia and others to return and regroup was now out of the question. Even though the entire fleet's condition was not good, many ships having sustained damage in the previous wars and needing repair, there was no choice now but to drag their wounded selves, turn around, and head back to the front lines. A banquet that had begun in good spirits thus came to an abrupt end. The Tianma fleet hurriedly headed in the direction of its past engagements. On the way, Yelicia took the time to use the star language tower aboard the ship to make contact with Ji Yuhang. She informed Ji Yuhang of the latest situation at the front and reminded him to take this matter seriously. Ji Yuhang asked, could it possibly reach the Tianma star sector? Yelicia smiled, that is unlikely. Ji Yuhang understood her meaning. After all, there were still 2 star sectors in between. From the occupied Silver Pass to Tianma, there was Golden Pass star sector and Eagle Horse star sector. However, while one could hope for the best, preparations must be made for the worst. I understand, I will make some preparations. Yes. Even though the chances of the conflict reaching Tianma star sector are slim, if the war in the star domain escalates, they may consult with various leaders and governors about what to do, and there may be allocations and borrowings necessary. You really should make some preparations in advance. Ji Yuhang instinctively frowned. Allocations, borrowings, none of that sounded like good news. Yet, if the war really deteriorated to that extent, it seemed inevitable. Otherwise, what can we do? Watch as the situations in the 2 neighboring star sectors deteriorate? Impossible. A tooth will be cold without the lip. The green-skinned orcs have almost no possibility of negotiation. If the situation really turns rotten, there's no reason they would spare the Tianma star sector and not attack. However, compared to dispersing the barely accumulated wealth of the alliance to the star domain government, or even transferring the troops, Ji Yuhang was still unwilling to accept that. If it really came to that step and the situation became unavoidable, then he would rather lead the alliance to join the battle directly. At least having command and independence in action would be in his own hands. Ji Yuhang instinctively distrusted all other commanders from outside. When he had nothing to do and was reading some of the Empire's battle examples, documentation, reports, he always felt that the Empire's generals or even the judges, when fighting, did not spare manpower as long as they could achieve their goals, no matter the number of deaths. It seemed an acceptable price to them. Objectively speaking, it might indeed be so. The Empire world counted in millions. The population of the Empire was immeasurable, lacking everything but people. Your green-skinned orc dies one less, my 50 good brothers are endless. However, Ji Yuhang himself truly disliked that approach. Human resources have always been the most valued by him. A living person, in their lifetime, can create wealth far greater than being sent to the battlefield to die easily. He certainly understood that many times, sacrifices, even large-scale sacrifices, are inevitable. But precisely because of this, one must respect such sacrifices. Compassion does not rule soldiers. When it's time to be ruthless and disregard casualties, then it must be done. But when it's not that necessary, he's not happy even with one more death. That's why Ji Hang did not like his subordinates to be commanded by other imperial forces. They didn't have his mindset and wouldn't be concerned about his soldiers. I understand. Maybe we might meet on the battlefield against the Iron Tooth clan. Yelisia smiled and then said seriously, but I really hope that doesn't happen. You'd better wish for me to win the battles and return triumphantly. Following her words, Ji Hang said, return triumphantly and become my wife? Pa. Yelisia slightly turned her face away, then turned back. Wouldn't that be the best? Indeed. But you still have to be careful and take care of yourself. I will. Having had a conversation with her fiancé, although they didn't talk about much, Yelisia's mood had improved a lot. She felt she had the strength to face the coming storms. But at that moment, she was not yet aware of the severity of the problem. The orders they received were to deploy defenses in the Golden Pass Star Sector, to support the Yunluo fleet and the Northern Fleet. The latter was blocked at Silver Pass 3. The former was trying to rescue them, which required a supporting force. At the same time, it was also in preparation for the worst-case scenario. If the situation at the front changed, and the achievements made in the Silver Pass Star Sector had to be completely relinquished, then the defensive line established by their Tianma fleet would drag the green-skinned Orcs fleet into the Golden Pass Star Sector. The situation of both sides would likely revert to what it was before the war started 6 years ago. This was almost the worst plan. However, when they actually entered the Golden Pass Star Sector, they found the situation was even worse than that. After several hyperlane jumps, upon entering the Golden Pass Star Sector, the Tianma fleet was actively seeking the latest frontline news. But no messages came back. The Yunluo fleet, the Northern Fleet, both were unreachable. In the movements and battles of the Space Fleet, since ships spend most of their time in high-speed motion or even traversing the Star Realm Tunnel, coupled with the varying specifications of star language towers and the proficiency of star speakers aboard each vessel, it was quite common to be out of contact. However, when two entire fleets, without a single ship able to communicate, remain out of contact for several days, that begins to feel terrifying, frightening. Moreover, shortly after they entered deep into the Golden Pass Star Sector, they unexpectedly encountered Iron Tooth Orc vessels. Green skins should not appear in the Golden Pass Star Sector. From the fallen regions to the core location of the Golden Pass Star Sector, the most central points are White Fog Star and Silver Pass 3. To enter the Golden Pass Star Sector from the fallen regions, these two star systems are mandatory passageways. These places haven't been lost yet, so how could the greenskins have made it through? They still harbored a bit of wishful thinking, suspecting that it was merely a small raiding party of the greenskins. That was possible. A star system, such a vast place, generally has only 1, 2, or at most 3 or 4 developed colonial planets. Even with the construction of star fortresses, space stations, and even megastructures, the area they can cover is still limited. But in the universe, it's the empty void that is most abundant. Gazing at the night sky, those sparkling stars indeed attract the eye, so much so that they make one overlook the vast expanses of darkness in the background. The only way to fully secure a star sector, not to let even a mosquito through, is to seal off the jump points in the star system's star realm tunnel. The scale of the universe is so immense, with distances of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years. Without the star realm tunnel, without the spatial leaps, the time it would take to reach different star systems is excessively long, so much so that it's nearly considered impossible. However, sealing off jump points is quite difficult in reality. A jump point, although referred to as a point, is relative to the cosmic scale. In fact, it's a very large area. The small ones are comparable to the size of several stars combined, and the large ones can be as big as hundreds or thousands of stars. As long as you're within that area, you can make a jump. How difficult is it then to enact a blockade? Some particularly important star systems, such as the solar system where the Holy Terra, the capital of the human empire, is located, would indeed establish multiple star fortresses at all jump points to ensure that the entire range of the jump point is encompassed within the defenses of the star fortresses, guaranteeing that no one could sneak through. But most star systems simply cannot construct such immense, remote space fortresses away from the planets. Not to mention the difficulty and cost of construction, the ongoing maintenance is an even greater expense. Having a space station near the jump point, where people are permanently stationed and serve as an observation platform to monitor the jump point, is already quite good. Many star systems don't even have the conditions for this. In such situations, it's normal for small groups of enemies to slip past the defenses in the vast and boundless void and jump from one star realm tunnel to other places. In the past, didn't Yelicia also work with Gu Hang at Rage Owl's star to annihilate a small green skin fleet? It's possible that those green skins sneaked over in such a manner, not expecting to be able to conquer planets but mainly aiming for raiding, slaughtering, and harassing the trade routes. The Tianma fleet destroyed several small fleets they encountered. The largest was just the size of a destroyer, and most were just ordinary patrol vessel level. The green skins' junk ships were still junk. Generally speaking, under the same classification, they couldn't beat the ships of humans. And, because of their inherent nature, the green skin junk ships generally had thin armor but heavy firepower, making them painful to bombard only for a few shots, but on the flip side, hitting them with a single salvo often shattered both their shields and ships. While clearing out these small bands of orcish pirate vessels that had invaded the Golden Pass star sector, the Tianma fleet continued their unrelenting efforts to obtain the latest situation on the front line. On one hand, they continued calling out to the Northern Fleet and the Yunluo fleet, and on the other hand, they actively dispatched patrol vessel squadrons towards the frontline battlefield, trying to figure out for themselves what exactly had happened. Finally, the new message arrived. A squadron of rapid patrol vessels, after venturing out 2 star systems ahead, finally received a message from the Yunluo fleet. They didn't see them, they were simply in the same star system, and the star language system was finally able to break through the interference and make contact. This was devastating news. The Yunluo fleet had been decimated and was retreating to regroup. The Northern Fleet was either completely annihilated or soon would be. It was finished either way. According to this new branch of the Yunluo fleet, they had lost a battle at Silver Pass 3. Their initial mission had been to rescue the Northern Fleet, but just as they had jumped into Silver Pass 3, they were ambushed by a green skin fleet that had been lying in wait. The number of the enemy's vessels was roughly equal to theirs, and under normal circumstances, with the capabilities of human ships, they should have been able to win. However, for some unknown reason, the human fleet's observation systems did not alert them to the ambush. No warnings from the augury, no alerts from the thinker array, and no signs from the squadrons that had jumped into Silver Pass 3 ahead of them indicating that everything was normal, which led to the occurrence of this ambush battle. Green skin ships are terrible. They're terrible structurally, slow, and with weak hull strength. They can be terrible in many ways, but their firepower is absolutely not one of them. The Yunluo fleet, having just completed a jump, directly ate 2 volleys of uninterrupted fire. Had it not been for the fleet's quick response, with shields promptly deployed, the outcome would have been annihilation, not just defeat. The Northern Fleet was beyond saving, and the Yunluo fleet itself took a serious beating. They managed to destroy a portion of the Green Skin fleet, but also sustained losses. Just as they were contemplating whether to continue the rescue mission, they detected another green skin fleet, rivaling their own in size, rushing towards them. There was nothing more to say, it was time to run. In a constant game of cat and mouse, most of the Yunluo fleet managed to escape, though scattered, needing regrouping. As for the Northern Fleet, they were essentially beyond rescue. Even if they hadn't been exterminated yet, it was probably only a matter of time. The Northern Fleet was done for. Next, they would be facing the swarming greenskins. This was a pessimistic thought. The Northern Fleet might hold out for a while longer, keeping the Orcs' main force tied down at Silver Pass 3 for as long as possible. This was an optimistic thought. The Yunluo fleet also issued a request, hoping that the Tianma fleet could continue the support mission, with the only change being that the rescued target had shifted from the Northern Fleet to the scattered Yunluo fleet. What to do then? The Tianma fleet had no choice but to comply. The Yunluo fleet still needed rescue. In the entire Dragonhawk star domain, speaking just of naval strength, there were actually only 3 legitimate fleets, ranked by strength as follows: Yunluo fleet, Northern Fleet, Tianma fleet. Even with this ranking, the difference in strength between the 3 fleets was not significant. The strongest, the Yunluo fleet, had only 3 more cruisers than the Tianma fleet. The rest were just small detachments from local powers, with the Alliance Navy being considered quite strong and negligible in comparison. With the Northern Fleet likely out of the picture, this essentially meant the naval strength of the Dragonhawk Star domain had diminished by a third. It was imperative to save the Yunluo fleet, otherwise only the Tianma fleet would be left, and it would be hard-pressed to stand alone in the future. They had come to the Golden Pass star sector precisely for the purpose of support, which was expected. However, the situation truly changed thrice in one day. Just as the main force of the Tianma fleet let a small green skin detachment slip by and was preparing to rendezvous with the Yunluo fleet at several positions they provided for their regrouping, news came once more. The greenskins pursuing the Yunluo fleet were faster than expected. Forced to change course, the Yunluo fleet couldn't stick to the planned locations, and had to keep fleeing southwest, almost spilling out of Golden Pass into the southwest, toward the Cursed Bone Star district. At this point, the position of the Tianma fleet suddenly became awkward. If you're running, what should I do? After picking up a few of the Yunluo fleet's smaller ships, and receiving this abrupt news, the Tianma fleet had encountered a small-scale green-skin pursuit fleet, beaten them, and didn't dare pursue to expand their victory, only to retreat dejectedly. During their retreat, naval leaders were on tenterhooks. Geographically speaking, their position was even more perilous than the Yunluo's. However, there was good news. The main forces of the Iron-Tooth orcs were not fixated on them, but continued their relentless chase after the Yunluo fleet, spreading the war further west and south. As for the Tianma fleet's direction of retreat, it was toward the southeastern part of the Golden Pass star sector, heading for the Eagle Horse star sector, a different route. Yet, even so, they were caught up just as they entered the Eagle Horse star sector. That was at Steelwing Star. Steelwing Star can be considered the most important location in the Eagle Horse star sector in this war. A major thoroughfare with connections in all directions. To the south lies the interior of the Eagle Horse star sector, and just a bit further southeast, you enter the Fatches star system within the Tianma star sector. That's the core area of Seven Horse territory. If you head northeast, it borders with the Mist Horse star district. The Mist Horse star district's days ahead are likely to be difficult, as it borders with the Copper Barrier star district, another area adjacent to the Fallen territory. However, the present situation in the Copper Barrier star district is not the focus of the conflict and is comparatively better, if the latest intel update is correct. West-northwest from Steelwing Star, one enters the Golden Pass star sector. In an era long before, Steelwing Star could almost be considered a strategic stronghold, the focus of several surrounding star sectors with complete defensive fortifications. It could even have been called a fortress world. However, as peace mostly reigned in the Dragonhawk star domain, and the Eastern Cosmos domain became unified, Steelwing Star lost many of its enemies and gradually its need to exist as a fortress world, thus transforming into a trade hub station. But a few decades ago, after the rise of the Iron-Tooth clan, the chaotic circumstances in the vicinity caused a sharp drop in trade volume, leading to a decline. It wasn't until 6 years ago when war broke out again that the importance of Steelwing Star was recognized once more. It became the rear base camp for the attack on the Golden Pass star sector and the pivotal station for the mobilization of resources and personnel. After retreating to Steelwing Star, Yelicia stated in a military conference, "We can't retreat any further." Upon hearing Yelicia's words, no one spoke. Everyone was a bit flustered, looking rather lost. Tyler Mungs didn't speak either. Yelicia was sitting in the conference room of Quintet, looking at the virtual images of her colleagues, and sighed, saying, "If we retreat any further, we will have nowhere to retreat to. Are we going to retreat all the way back to the Tianma star sector? Without our defense, Eagle Horse will definitely fall completely, and no Space Force can contend with the Iron-Teeth greenskins. When that time comes, those greenskins will still chase us into the Tianma star sector, and we will not be able to avoid this war. It's better to stay at Steelwing Star. There is no other planet more suitable for defense than Steelwing Star from here on out. By staying here, we can also request that the Eagle Horse star sector mobilize all available forces. The Tianma star sector will also give us full support. On the contrary, if we retreat to Tianma, then we only have the human and material resources of the Tianma star sector at our disposal." Under Yelicia's analysis, the minds of the others roughly settled down. Considering her words, they had to admit she was right. Defending Steel Wing Star, at least there was a way to retreat. Even if they really couldn't beat the Green Skin Fleet in a space battle, by hiding under the protection of the firepower platforms, armed space stations, and star fortresses of Steel Wing Star, self-preservation was certainly ensured. Also, because of the defensive facilities and forces on the surface of Steel Wing Star, it would not be easy for the Green Skins to take down the planet through a ground assault. All things considered, this really was the most suitable place for defense. But the ultimate question was, would Mr. GU from the Alliance agree to send people and exert effort to help defend, instead of retreating to Tianma Star Sector? Yelicia saw the virtual images of her colleagues looking towards her, and she also sighed with a bitter smile. I will talk to him. Let's decide on that. Tyler Mungs made the final decision. No problem, I support your decision. After listening to Yelicia's explanation, Jiu Heng agreed almost without thinking. Yelicia breathed a huge sigh of relief. Truth be told, such matters would be quite difficult for an average imperial official to accept. Everyone knows the principle of mutual dependence, but why does it have to be my turn to provide warmth to others when I'm not the one in the cold? Why can't you warm me when I am cold? But fortunately, Jiu Heng was not such a person. As she was thinking this, Jiu Heng went a step further and said, the Alliance will not only support the battle at Steel Wing Star, but I will personally lead the troops there. The Alliance Navy, Alliance Land Forces, Phoenix Battle Group, 3rd Group Army of the Dragonhawk Legion, and the Rage Bear Legion will all take part in this war. Jiu Heng accepted the invitation to join the war and was willing to personally lead the Alliance's troops to participate in the war at the Eagle Horse Star Sector. The factor concerning Yelicia certainly played a part, but it was not decisive. The main reason was that the enemy had already reached their doorstep, and this was a battle that had to be fought. In the past, Jiu Heng had reservations about the Dragonhawk Star Domain government's war strategy against the Iron Tooth clan. He felt that if the situation here hadn't been resolved in decades, and had been dragged out to this day, it would eventually blow up. However, it blew up a bit too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. After all, not long ago, the Star Domain government had just declared victory in the war, boasting significant gains. But now, everything seemed on the verge of collapse. In comparison, the current strength of the Alliance was somewhat insufficient to deal with a disaster that could threaten the entire Star Domain. To cover the entire Dragonhawk Star Domain, he didn't have the ability for the time being. Regarding the current situation in the Star Domain, Jiu Heng had to admit that he was deeply concerned. But this didn't prevent him from making the right decision. Even though he had already decided to join the war, it wasn't time to dispatch troops immediately. The situation in the Eagle Horse Star Sector was difficult, but no matter how difficult, if Jiu Heng rushed there in haste, there would be no good outcome. Instead of easing the situation, he might end up sacrificing himself, leading to an even greater catastrophe. Jiu Heng recognized that fighting the green-skinned orcs should not fan the flames. That would only cause the fire to burn more fiercely. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough power to quell the Iron Tooth orcs in one fell swoop. But precisely because of this, the Alliance had to gather strength as much as possible. Only by clenching their fists tightly could they amass the power necessary to change the course of events. The Alliance's war machine had been set into motion since Jiu Heng received the report about Yelicia's situation. The Tianma Fleet's branch divisions within the Star Sector received orders from General Tyler Mungs, demanding that Du Shiliang lead all ships to the Eagle Horse Star Sector immediately. But Jiu Heng intercepted them. Jiu Heng requested that Du Shiliang and the 2 cruisers, as well as several other ships he was currently commanding, act in concert with the Alliance's forces. With the Northern Fleet annihilated, the Yunluo Fleet in disarray, and the main force of the Tianma Fleet shivering in fear, what impact on the battle could Du Shiliang have with just 2 cruisers? Obviously none. It was better to go with the Alliance's forces than to rush there on his own. If something happened on the way, that would be truly regrettable. Du Shiliang hesitated over this. Over the past few years, his cooperation with the Alliance had been fairly comfortable. He had grown accustomed to following Jiu Heng's suggestions. But this time, while he thought Jiu Heng's suggestion made sense, it clearly contradicted the orders from his superiors. In the decisive moment, it was Jiu Heng who managed to engage General Fufana to work on Du Shiliang's mindset. On the other hand, after learning about Jiu Heng's intentions, Yelicia also placed full trust in him. Yelizha's choice to trust Ji Yuhang was not because he was using various excuses to conserve strength and avoid battle. She believed he genuinely had a plan. Therefore, she personally approached General Tylermungs to persuade him, leading to the retraction of his previous orders. Additionally, the Alliance Navy was actively preparing for war. Aside from the existing fleets finishing their assembly and acting in unison with Du Shiliang, the two major shipyards on Rage Owl Star and Flying Wing Star were rapidly taking stock of their current shipbuilding dock operations. Firstly, all staff holidays were cancelled, and they went to work overtime in the factory, with a corresponding increase in worker benefits and overtime allowances. At the same time, political and ideological efforts were intensified, with the Alliance's propaganda department fully engaged in creating an atmosphere of an impending war, proclaiming the Navy's importance and declaring this a key moment that would determine everyone's fate. All Alliance citizens were called upon to grit their teeth and weather the crisis. For this, the Alliance still wasn't satisfied. More factory technicians were drawn into the shipyards. Everything that could be solved with more manpower and resources was being addressed as much as possible. Across multiple planets, all industries related to shipbuilding followed similar strategies. Constructing naval ships wasn't an overnight task. The cruiser construction period at the Flying Wing Star shipyard was 4 years per ship, with 2 docks. The previous ship delivery cycle had just passed, and the new cruiser project had only just begun construction. Even with various measures to accelerate construction, it would still take at least 3.5 years, at the minimum 3 years, to deliver the next 2 ships. However, smaller ships, such as destroyers and escort ships, were nearing the end of their construction cycles. These became the focus of accelerated efforts. Within the shipyard, resources were allocated accordingly. Priority was given to putting all effort into those ships that were about to be completed. The goal was to increase the number of available ships in the shortest possible time. According to estimates, within a month, 3 additional destroyers and 5 additional escort ships would be available, not to mention the smaller patrol ships. Furthermore, another strategy being vigorously promoted by Ji Yuhang in conjunction with his mother was underway. The Alliance had no ships, and the Tianma fleet had no ships left, and that was as much potential as could be mined. However, within the Tianma star sector, there was one family that did have a lot of ships: the GU commercial firm. Most of the ships owned by the GU commercial firm were civilian ships, namely transport ships and merchant ships. Those flying Pig class, Whale class, and even the massive Belly class ships didn't really have any combat capabilities. But earlier on, the firm did have quite a number of armed merchant ships. The combat power of these armed merchant ships was definitely far from that of the regular Navy ships of the same grade, but their quantity was not insignificant, which was an advantage. The Navy Department of the Alliance, in cooperation with the 2 major shipyards, quickly assessed the situation and came up with a proposal to further strengthen the armed merchant ships to meet the upcoming confrontation with the green-skinned orcs. Really, there wasn't much to it. The basic characteristics of the armed merchant ships, such as structure, energy, and power, couldn't be altered too much. But if there was room, it was possible to install larger shields or cram in more cannons. Strengthening protection and firepower was the most basic increase in combat effectiveness. Although the cost was actually not low, and it seemed wasteful under normal circumstances, in a time of war, it obviously wasn't the time to consider cost effectiveness. Under the extremely limited time frame, the Alliance had to muster as much power as possible. According to the latest estimates, counting the armed merchant ships that had been conscripted, as well as the subsidiary fleets of the Tianma fleet, plus the Alliance Navy's own forces, and including the ships that would soon be completed swiftly. All added up, in a month and a half, the Alliance would launch a space force with 200 ships of various grades. Although the quality was somewhat lacking, with only 2 musician-class cruisers and about 30 destroyers as the backbone, having a grand total of 200 ships was still something. If used properly, their effect would not be too bad. On the land forces side, the Alliance couldn't possibly deploy all its troops. People had to be left on each planet. The Dragonhawk 3rd Corps and the Rage Bear Legion, totaling 30 million troops, definitely had to be mobilized. A large amount of combat power was called up from various planets, especially Corellia. The Alliance land forces would bring out 80 million troops for combat, which included a large number of the top-ranked teams within the Alliance army to participate in the war. Besides the military troops preparations, Ji Yuhang had also brought out a sum of grace points. There wasn't much point in hastily adding more troops. After all, if more troops needed to be sent, it wasn't a problem of manpower itself, but that the delivery capability was limited. However, in comparison, Yu Hang could improve the combat effectiveness of the troops being deployed. He didn't have enough grace points to significantly raise the level of the warriors to T4. A T4 grade soldier could only train 10 people with 1 point of grace. On the vast scale of battle that was foreseeable, this small number of hands would have a relatively limited effect. But Yu Hang had another trick up his sleeve. Under his soldier card training function, there was a rarely used ability, bestowing the Beast Slayer trait to soldiers who had completed T5 grade training. This was a trait that had special attack effects against the green-skinned orcs. Soldiers who possessed this trait would have a better understanding of the weaknesses of the green-skinned orcs and master various techniques needed to confront this enemy. Although their overall strength levels were still at T5, with this specific trait, they would receive a significant boost when fighting the green-skinned orcs, and if they couldn't reach T4 level, at least they could be considered at AT 4.5 level. And the key was, it was much cheaper, 100 people, point. The same price as training T5 level soldiers, 10 times cheaper than T4 level soldiers. Yu Hang had 100,000 grace points at hand, plus the brand new and still warm 14,000 that he had just received this month, a total of 140,000. He spent 100,000 of them, and directly created 10 million soldiers with this trait from among those about to be dispatched. Compared to the naval forces of the Alliance, which were just starting out, the Alliance's land forces were a more reliable force. After all, the Alliance started out with the land forces. But as powerful as the land forces were, the deployment of the hundreds of millions of troops soon to enter combat was a major issue. Crossing the ocean in a bathtub was impossible, let alone the Star Sea. Fortunately, the Alliance had managed to cobble together more than 200 warships. These ships were packed with members of the Alliance army, and it wasn't about how many soldiers a warship could carry. The key issue was that the Greenskins really liked to engage in boarding combat during naval battles. Even putting aside the fighting capability of the conventional Navy Marine Corps, their sheer numbers were cause for concern. If enemies managed to breach the defenses during a battle and a few landing pods or landing ships got through, letting those greenskins cause havoc aboard, even if it was only a few hundred or a few thousand of them, it would be an exceedingly troublesome affair. Having the land forces inside provided a much greater sense of security. And who says humans can't board enemy ships? However, if sea battles could be settled with sturdy ships and powerful guns, then it was best to do just that. For human troops, boarding was always a very last resort. Except for the Starfighter battle group. Aboard the main ships of the Navy, 500 Phoenix warriors stood ready and waiting, potentially a key force in a critical moment. These were roughly the military preparations. During this period, Yu Hang held one military meeting after another to discuss the major issues and directions of various matters. He couldn't possibly handle the specific details himself. The movement of hundreds of interstellar warships and hundreds of millions of troops wasn't something he could process with one brain. At times like this, he could only fully trust in the alliance system he had helped build to withstand the test of this suddenly erupting full-scale war. But Yu Hang never forgot one thing. War was about politics, and even more so about economics. If they went to the Eagle Horse Star sector and failed to win, or even suffered a crushing defeat and complete annihilation, followed by those green-skinned orcs cutting a bloody swath all the way into the Tianma Star sector, then there would be nothing more to say. At that point, all would be lost, and Yu Hang would have to figure out how to grab a bucket and run, then see if he could make a comeback from someplace else, and he would also need to find a way to cleanse himself of the stain. However, as long as it wasn't that scenario, if the war stalled to a stalemate to some extent, regardless of whether it was an advantage, disadvantage, or balanced situation, the rear would still need to provide a continuous flow of all the necessary materials for war. War was not just a matter for soldiers, but also for civilian administrators, workers, farmers, and in fact, for all 61 billion citizens of the Alliance. The meaning of total war, of general war, lay here: to wage war by mobilizing all the power of a political body. This was not a matter of a single battle. The military was only part of a total war, and though important, the maintenance of a wartime economy and continuous supply from the home front were even more crucial. Could the Alliance afford to lose 100 million troops, and then immediately field another 100 million? Could they afford to lose 200 ships? Ones that took years to build, and then instantly crank out dozens, perhaps 100 more? If that were possible, then victory in the war would always be within reach. Not to mention, the margin for error would be greatly increased, and the range of military strategies that the troops could employ would be significantly expanded. That was essentially the demand Gu Hang made to Alliance Premier Osenia and the entire Alliance government. As for his earlier demand to the Alliance government for an annual GDP growth rate of more than 10%, that had been indefinitely shelved. They would revisit that when the war was over. For this reason, every bit of administrative power that the Alliance had established over the 9 planets of the Tianma star sector was now mobilized in full service to the war effort. Gu Hang had signed the relevant documents, declaring that the Alliance had entered into a wartime system. A third-grade mobilization order had already been issued, and a second-grade mobilization order was on the way. A large number of civilian factories were converting to military production, and many people, if they couldn't join the military, were at least being pulled into industries related to the war. The atmosphere of war had descended upon everyone. The Alliance's forces, no matter how much they needed to gather and prepare in advance, could not afford to delay for too long. If too much time passed and the Eagle Horse star sector fell into disrepair, the Alliance would have to fight to the death against those green skins on its own turf. It would be better to strike at Steel Wing Star instead. The departure date was set for 45 standard Terra days after Gu Hang agreed to join the battle with Yelisia. This timeline made General Tyler Mungs and Admiral Yuan Chengchuan break out in sweat. The former goes without saying, but the latter, as the Commander-in-Chief of the United Defense Force of the Eagle Horse Star Sector, had just been awarded the military rank of Marshal of the Star Sector. This marshal rank was an honorary title, or you could say, akin to a planetary defense army marshal, different from a Star Realm army marshal. Planetary military ranks, although recognized by the Empire, were only valid within the Planetary Defense Force and were unrecognized outside of the planet. Originally, Yuan Chengchuan was merely the military commander aboard Eagle Horse II at the Star Sector capital. However, in these particular times, Ren Wanxia, the head of the Eagle Horse Star Sector, created the title of Marshal of the Star Sector, in order to consolidate the military power of the Star Sector to resist the invasion of the green-skinned orcs, granting him the Marshal rank for all planets within the Star Sector, to facilitate the integration of the entire Star Sector's defense forces. At present, on Steel Wing Star, General Tyler Mungs was the commander of the naval forces and generally regarded as the leader of the entire war zone. Yuan Chengchuan was his adjunct, primarily responsible for the overall command of the ground troops composed of the planetary defense forces. Both men were under tremendous pressure, especially with the news from the Golden Pass Star Sector. One bad report after another, with no good news and a bunch of calls for help and reinforcement. But how could they help? They were simply incapable of providing assistance. At this moment, the entire Golden Pass Star Sector had fallen into the fires of war. It goes without saying that the space regions were a lost cause. With the Yunluo fleet's retreat to the Curse Bone Star District, Tianma fleet withdrawing to the Eagle Horse, and the fate of the Northern Fleet hanging by a thread, likely more misfortune than fortune, the Golden Pass Star Sector could essentially be considered abandoned. Of course, losing the space segments did not mean the war was over. The Orc fleets indeed deployed a significant number of troops for ground invasions on 13 worlds of the Golden Pass Star Sector, but the planetary defense forces on these planets were still resisting. Additionally, as the Golden Pass Star Sector had been on the front lines against the Green Skins for decades, its economic development surely had been hampered by the war. However, the persistent population transfer, military deployment, and conscription by the Star Domain government meant that the planetary defense force's combat effectiveness on each world of the Golden Pass Star Sector was fiercer than most places. The Green Skins would find it no easy feat to conquer every single world so quickly. In fact, their chances of success might not even be that high. While the number of Iron-Tooth Orc tribes was terrifyingly vast, they also needed a huge number of troops to conduct simultaneous operations on 13 worlds. The forces allocated to each planet might not be that substantial. Moreover, there might still be human military resistance on the surface of the 4 planets in the Silver Pass sector. After all, the Dragonhawk Legion's 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 8th Army groups, totaling over 200 million soldiers, were present on those 4 worlds. These were legitimate Star Realm forces, not so easily wiped out. Of course, orbital control is crucial in ground warfare. If one side completely loses the ability to control orbits, the threat from above becomes terrifying. Naval gun strikes are unstoppable and devastatingly precise when aimed at ground targets. However, they are not entirely without countermeasures. Digging extensive defense works, particularly underground fortifications, can effectively guard against heavy artillery bombardment. If people take cover and are struck directly by naval guns, their fate is sealed, and even 20 meters underground might not suffice. But if they're not at the center of the detonation, the effectiveness of shelters and bunkers can be tremendous, and on the edge of the blast, what would be certain death above ground might result in no harm whatsoever. Furthermore, by deploying forces separately and avoiding overly congested defensive lines, the damage caused by orbital bombardments can be significantly reduced. However, adopting such a defensive posture essentially rules out any offensive operations. To attack, you need to gather forces. Once you gather, it's easy to be spotted. Being spotted means one blast from above, and it's all over. But with defense alone, the pressure becomes much less. Admittedly, with the cover of orbital fire, the enemy's offensives are often overwhelmingly successful, but if the defenders grit their teeth and hold firm, they can still drag out the conflict. Although they may not avoid a defeat in the end, prolonging the battle for a few months, a year or two, even 5 or 6 years, is not uncommon. The most critical point is, this is not a civil war. When fighting against a hostile species like the greenskins, no matter how low the morale of the soldiers, no matter how desolate they feel, there may be desertions or a reluctance to fight, but there will never be surrender. Orcs don't accept surrenders, they only wish to fight and kill. Surrendering means death, the only difference being whether it's a mass slaughter or being tortured to death within a month as a slave. Better to fight with all one's might and take a bite out of the enemy when death comes. Moreover, what people found most strange was that when those green-skinned orcs launched their ground assaults, they barely used orbital firepower. All calls for help mentioned this detail. Although the orcs came in great numbers and their offensive was fierce, catching them off guard and leading to heavy losses, they indeed suffered very few orbital bombardments. Even on the planets of the Golden Pass star sector, most of the orbital defense firepower remained intact. Some starports hadn't even been overrun. Why was that? It certainly wasn't likely that the green-skinned orcs were showing mercy. Green-skinned orcs don't know the meaning of mercy. So where did the enormous fleet of orcs go? The answer to this was also quite evident. Either the northern fleet hadn't been completely wiped out, and even though they had lost contact, perhaps they were still somewhere tying up a large number of the orc ships. Or another part of the orc fleet was chasing the Yunluo fleet, heading deeper into the Dragonhawk star domain. Of course, there was also the possibility that a considerable part of the fleet was on its way to the Eagle Horse star sector. In such a case, could they hold out on Steelwing Star for 45 days? Moreover, the 45 days mentioned by Ji Hang was only the time it took for the main forces of the Alliance to depart. Even if they were to assemble from the nearest Fatch's star system and set off, it would take 5 jumps through the Star Realm tunnels to reach Steelwing Star, at least half a month's journey. Waiting for the arrival of the main forces of the Alliance could well mean a wait of up to 60 days. However, after having an in-person exchange with Ji Hang's quite calm demeanor made him accept the reality. This was indeed the most extreme limit for the Alliance to mobilize all its forces and issue a mobilization order before departing. They couldn't expect the Alliance to come over immediately. Such a deployment of ships would pose problems, and bringing just 100 million ground troops wouldn't suffice without a series of heavy equipment, in addition to untold amounts of ammunition, bullets, food, and other supplies all needed. After all, the troops were being sent to fight a war, not to be sent to their deaths. And Ji Hang was indeed very sincere. The first advance fleet had already departed. This fleet consisted of 20 transport ships, accompanied by a part of the armed merchant escort fleet. They primarily transported various types of weapons, ammunition, food, and the like, enhancing the reserves on Steelwing Star in terms of materials and preparing for the arrival of the main force. Among these ships, the most important thing for the Tianma fleet was the technical crew that came with the ships, as well as some vital ship components. The Tianma fleet was in desperate need of these. After all, they had been through 6 years of war. Although there had been some basic maintenance in the Golden Pass star sector during that time, the damage to ships and parts from such prolonged combat was inevitable. The arrival of a group of professional technicians would allow for the replacement of severely worn parts, and the entire fleet's condition would see a significant improvement. Looking at these technicians, Tyler Mungs even recognized some familiar faces. These were some of the old technicians from the Flying Wing Star shipyard. This made him realize that Ji Yu Hang was indeed very sincere, as well as strategic and rational in doing the right thing. But even so, it didn't alleviate his deep concern. According to intelligence reconnaissance, his earlier guess had largely come true. The Green Skin Fleet did not provide cover for their ground troops during the attack but continued to amass forces, spreading the flames of war throughout the Dragonhawk star domain. A Green Skin Fleet had already reached the Tamir star system of the Golden Pass star sector. Within this star system, there were 3 Imperial planets. The Green Skin Fleet conducted a bombing spree, destroying some of the orbital defense systems, deployed batches of Green Skin Legions, and then moved on. Their next target was the Eagle Horse star sector. The Tamir star system's Star Realm tunnel directly connected to Steel Wing Star. This meant that Tyler Ming's long-awaited opponent had finally arrived. Upon learning that a Green Skin Fleet was traveling from the Tamir star system in the Golden Pass star sector to Steel Wing Star, he initiated the strategy he had already envisioned. The main force of the Tianma fleet rushed to the system's jump point to await the approaching enemy. The two sides collided at the jump point, as was expected. The Tianma fleet intended to ambush them here, and the green-skinned orcs could actually predict this. Although these beings appear reckless, warlike, impulsive, and seemingly simple-minded with a penchant for relentless action, they are in fact quite cunning and cruel enemies endowed with significant battle wisdom. Ambushing them without difficulty was a tough task. That's why it was a battle that was anticipated, and it was brief yet fierce. Highly experienced, Tyler Mungs had roughly predicted where the Greenskins' junk ships would appear, down to the minute and second, before they even materialized. The prep fire was already amassing, waiting to unleash a barrage of intense firepower on the green-skin ships the moment they came into view. The first wave of green-skin ships to jump in was large in number. They had expected the human fleet to intercept them here, immediately deploying dark green energy shields and preparing to fire as they emerged. However, the heavy artillery of the humans gave these rampaging green skins a hard hit on the head. Under focus fire, a large number of green skin ships were destroyed as their energy shields couldn't ramp up to full power quickly enough. Then, amidst the exchange of fire, the green skin fleet, having just completed the jump, even if they had been preparing their firepower as quickly as possible, was still slightly lacking in their counterattack. The key was that their ships were still moving at the speed they had before the jump, a velocity difference that Tyler Mungs exploited. The green skin fleet burst out as soon as they appeared, but the Tianma fleet grazed past them at an oblique angle and started circling around the green skins. This caused much of the green skins' firepower to miss, giving the human fleet some advantage. After a dozen rounds of exchange, at least 15 green skin ships of various classes had been reduced to space junk while, by comparison, the human fleet emerged virtually unscathed, only losing an escort ship. There was no doubt this was a victory. Then, the human fleet immediately retreated. Before the battle, Tyler Mungs hadn't entirely dismissed the fantasy. If this wave of the green skin fleet was not too numerous or powerful, and if they responded poorly, the humans might be able to secure significant victories at the outset, perhaps even attempting to completely annihilate the invading enemy right there. If they could achieve a decisive victory, even if the Iron-Tooth clan still had many ships, at least it would significantly reduce the pressure and push back the arrival of the green skin tide. But alas, fantasies are just that, fantasies. The number of green skin ships coming through the jump point swelled and quickly exceeded 300, with clearly more to come. Although the quality of the individual ships in the Tianma fleet was much superior to the green skin junk ships, their numbers barely reached 100. The gap in strength between the two sides was still evident. If it came to a real fight, leveraging the initial advantage, they might achieve good results in the early stages of the battle, but it was clear they couldn't achieve a rapid annihilation. As time dragged on and the green skin ships made their adjustments, that advantage would gradually fade, and the struggle would come down to brute force. By then, the Tianma fleet's chances of victory would, at best, be around 30%. While the enemy in sight was no doubt part of the main green skin fleet, and winning would certainly be a major victory. To risk the entire Tianma fleet on a 30% chance? Forget it. Tyler Mungs wasn't that reckless. After gaining the advantage of 15 ships, it was time to make a quick exit and retreat to Steel Wing Star. There, a complete orbital system awaited, with the ground equipped with numerous anti-orbit cannons, making it a more suitable place for a decisive battle. Ji Yu Hang had always been closely monitoring the situation on Steel Wing Star. The choices made by Tyler Mungs in the battle at the jump point were, of course, correct, and he fully supported them. What he feared most was that a general in one of the regional armies would have their own ideas and then create a major upheaval. To stake the outcome of an entire campaign on a tactic with only a 30% chance of success was absolutely unacceptable. Playing it safe was better than anything else. Subsequently, the humiliated green-skin orcs were not willing to give up. They pursued the fleeing Tianma fleet all the way to Steel Wing Star. By that time, the main force of the Tianma fleet had already been positioned. The Green-Skins, not caring for tactics, launched a fierce and furious attack. And truth be told, such an aggressive stance did indeed bring great pressure. Steel Wing Star had not experienced war for many years, and much of the war equipment had only been recently reactivated, causing some initial chaos. But ultimately, after getting through the initial period of adjustment, they still demonstrated the advantages of a complete planetary defense system, stubbornly repelling the Green-Skin fleet's attack and even inflicting significant casualties. During that month-long battle, the Green-Skin fleet continuously lost 30 to 40 warships, but their gains were limited to destroying some armed space stations and fire platforms. The most important Star Fortress and Starport remained standing. The main force of the Tianma fleet was preserved, with only 3 ships lost. If they could keep trading at such a ratio, it was a deal they could take 100 times over. No matter how numerous the Green-Skin fleet was, they could not sustain this rate of attrition. They soon slowed their offensive. However, during this process, the Iron Tooth clan played another card. A massive number of Green-Skin orcs, using landing pods, descended to the planet's surface. Forcing a landing on a well-defended planet like Steel Wing Star came at a considerable cost. More than half of the landing pods were intercepted and destroyed during descent. Yet, the planet was so large that compared to the entire world, even a space city like Starport was a minor detail. The Green-Skin fleet could always stage a feint in one area to draw attention, then send other ships to less fortified areas to deploy ground troops. Even if only half made it through, millions of fearless orcs landed on the ground. This was exactly what Tyler Mungs feared most. If the Iron Tooth orcs only had an abundance of ships, that would still be manageable. They could rely on the planet's defensive system, coupled with the Tianma fleet, which was far from defenseless. Who would be afraid then? It was the vast scale of the ground attack that was worrisome. When the regular Star Realm armed forces battled the Iron Tooth orcs on the ground, even they struggled significantly, let alone now, when Steel Wing Star's main ground forces were the Planetary Defense Army. Though numerous, counting over 1 billion, and of high quality within the Eagle Horse Star sector, Tyler Mungs still could not fully trust their capabilities. The outcome of the ground battle was critical to the space battle. Once a large area of the planetary surface fell, the strategically deployed anti-orbit cannons would be gone. Without the protection of the anti-orbit cannons, the Starport and Star Fortress would be endangered. If these 2 essential structures were destroyed, Steel Wing Star's orbital defense system would collapse completely. Then the Tianma fleet would have to flee again, and there was no guarantee they could escape. At this point, they were, in a sense, trapped at Steel Wing Star. To prevent the worst-case scenario from occurring, Tyler Mungs reallocated several ships away from the struggle against the Green-Skin fleet to support the ground battle instead. But the Green-Skins had countermeasures as well. Their ships would move into position during key ground battles and open fire on the surface. Although much of the firepower would be intercepted, it could still provide some support. Thus, the battle for Steel Wing Star began. The fighting was still extremely brutal. Now, Admiral Yuan Chengchuan was very grateful for the 20 ships of supplies previously sent by the Alliance. Although the Eagle Horse Star sector itself had been prepared with a significant stockpile of supplies gathered on Steel Wing Star before the preparation for war, once the battle truly began, it became apparent that there was never enough military supplies. Especially since the supplies sent by the Alliance were quality goods. There's no need to talk about the food and standard ammo, but the crucial items like the heavy explosive rifles, plasma guns, and high-performance thermite bombs were all quite reliable. Having one could fortify a sturdy fire position. A burst of gunfire or a couple of shots from a plasma gun could destroy a rampaging orc war truck or eliminate a killing machine. This could often save a position or spare dozens of lives. Steel Wing Star's landmass accounted for 43% of the globe, mainly consisting of a single large continent situated in the eastern hemisphere. The scale of the ground combat quickly expanded to nearly the entire northern hemisphere. But human forces couldn't completely neglect the southern hemisphere. The greenskins descended from drop pods, and from each meteorite, made of rock and metal, often thousands, if not millions, of greenskins would emerge. As long as one landed, the impact site and the surrounding area would have to sound the alarm. Under such circumstances, human troops must be deployed for defense in all terrestrial regions of the entire planet. Even those desolate wildernesses that seem to hold no value mustn't be neglected. If a batch of greenskins were to land in the wilderness and plant those green skin spores, and if they were to proliferate, the greenskins wouldn't even need to bear the heavy casualties of transporting troops from the Golden Pass star sector. They wouldn't need to bother with airdrops anymore. They would quickly build their unique ecological system in the wilderness, starting with basic fungal plants, through all sorts of scug beasts, to fart spirits, and even green skin youngsters. They would keep emerging from the ground and soon become a calamity. If at present we are facing an enemy invasion, then if that step is reached, human troops will have to contend with a planetary cancer. It is best not to let this situation occur, or at the very least, to delay it as much as possible. In fact, the green skin orcs really did make such an attempt. They dropped some airdrop pods onto the southern continent experimentally. This highlights the importance of maintaining vigilance across the entire planet. It is impossible to completely obliterate the green skin orcs. On those hundreds of ships, there are plenty of orc youngsters and fart spirits. Sometimes, halfway through a battle, a few green skin ships would return to the Golden Pass star sector to bring back more troops. The most important objective for Yuan Chengchuan was to not lose anti-orbital capabilities. The second objective was to prevent the enemy from establishing a stable ecological cycle. If this trend was detected, even if it meant paying a not insignificant cost, or even calling for support from the busy Tianma fleet, it was imperative to eradicate them resolutely. The third objective was to eliminate as much of the enemy's living force as possible. With this guiding principle, Steel Wing Star eventually stabilized after the initial chaos at the start of the war. The green skin orcs were also quite committed to this interesting war. They continued to exert force on the planet's surface, constantly pressuring the human orbital defense systems in space. The war began to reach a stalemate, and this was precisely the outcome Gu Hang had hoped to see. If Steel Wing Star could become a giant magnet that firmly captivated the enemy's attention and could also hold its ground, that would be for the best. At the moment, it seems that if the greenskins don't send in large-scale reinforcements, it's not just about holding Steel Wing Star for 2 months. Holding it for half a year is very hopeful indeed. But soon, the greenskins took some measures Gu Hang did not wish to see. While their main force was blocking Steel Wing Star, they split off a portion of their force. Arranged in groups of 10 or 20 small junk ships, they moved towards the interior of the Eagle Horse Star sector. This was unstoppable. If the enemy diverted a large force, then the Tianma fleet was not dead. They could easily follow and concentrate their forces to eliminate the divided enemies. However, if it was merely a small-scale diversion like this, with the main force still converging on Steel Wing Star, then if the Tianma fleet initiated a decisive battle now and left the cover of Steel Wing Star's orbital system, the chances of victory would still be low. They still had to hunker down and disregard those small-scale diversions. However, the significance of such small-scale diversions was not that great. A dozen small green skin junk ships might not even have the combat capability of an average human escort ship. Plus, with their thin hulls, they were unlikely to independently destroy a planet's orbital defense system. However, many worlds in the Eagle Horse Star sector had orbital defense systems that were also average at best. There was little that could be done against these junk ships. These junk ships roamed around freely, bombing a planet here and dropping a bunch of airdrop pods, then moving to another star system. Soon, the entire Eagle Horse Star sector was engulfed in war. Within the star sector, 12 worlds, nearly every one of them, suffered green skin invasions to a varying degree of severity. Even the neighboring Mist Horse Star district to the north suffered. The green-skinned ships that slipped from Steelwing Star into the Mist Horse Star Sector's Emerald Spring 2 star system, as well as the greenskins that invaded Emerald Spring I from the already war-torn Copper Barrier Star District, rapidly worsened the situation in the Mist Horse Star Sector. And this behavior of the greenskins significantly disrupted the support level for the war effort among the various human worlds. Many planets, with their productive capacities destroyed and facing invasions, were forced to deal with immediate problems, reducing their contribution to the broader war effort. At the same time, the Iron Tooth clan's approach of scattering warfires everywhere also plunged multiple star sector borders into panic. These were certainly detrimental effects, but from another angle, as panic was exacerbated, a plan that Ji Hang was advancing became easier to push forward. With the entire alliance initiating a wartime regimen and racing against the clock to assemble forces in preparation for war, the alliance was also making extensive political efforts. The location of the Tianma star sector lies in the southeastern corner of the entire Dragonhawk star domain. This place also has another name, known as Seven Horse Territory. The reason for such a name is that this corner is surrounded by 6 other star sectors centered around Tianma: Eagle Horse, Mist Horse, Purple Horse, Border Horse, Cultivating Horse, and Iron Horse. Put together, they are known as the Seven Horse Territory. And Ji Hang was promoting the establishment of the Seven Horse Pact, a military defense alliance. In the face of the threat from the green-skinned orcs, he hoped to establish a wartime mechanism that could integrate the powers of the other 6 star sectors. The pact should stipulate that each star sector would establish a unified military command system and a unified resource allocation mechanism under the Seven Horse Pact. Of course, the leader of the Seven Horse Pact would naturally be the Tianma star sector, that is, the alliance itself. The alliance would guarantee the military security of every Covenant world. Ji Hang's envoy, having boarded accelerated Voyagers, went to various places, carrying his letters to discuss with the leaders and planetary governors of the major star sectors. The negotiation process for the Seven Horse Pact was not very smooth. Mr. Ji, aren't you just taking advantage of the war to expand that so-called alliance of yours? What's the real difference between signing this Seven Horse Pact and joining the alliance? Although, after signing the pact, the alliance will not continue to expand its system outward. However, the military would have to listen to the command of the Seven Horse Pact. The Planetary Defense Army would no longer be their own, and additionally, there is a financial expense to fully support the Pact Army, providing personnel, providing resources. Each of the planets naturally had significant doubts about this. The imperial tax is already a huge burden for each planet, and now you want us to pay a protection fee to your alliance? Why should we? Because you cannot withstand the greenskins' attacks by yourselves. Another important factor was the overall situation in the entire star domain. Not to mention the situation in the eastern part of the Dragonhawk star domain, it was the central and even the western parts where the green skin onslaught was truly raging. The pivotal battle at the Steelwing Star would not account for the real main force of the Iron Tooth clan. In fact, the main force led by the orc chieftain named Titus followed the remnants of the Yunluo fleet, bringing the battle fire deep into the core area of the Dragonhawk star domain. From the Golden Pass star sector to the Curse Bone star district, and onto the Snow Eagle star sector and Rapid Eagle star sector, they were all fully swept by the green skin tide. The Yunluo sector, where the capital of the star domain resides, and the Steelfire Dragon star sector wherein lies the only foundry world, Jindi Star, of the Dragonhawk star domain, are likely the next targets of the green-skinned orcs. In fact, the difficulty of interstellar communication with the capital of the star domain from the Seven Horse Territory has become exceedingly challenging due to the green skin tide. The imperial tax collection that was supposed to start has been forced to a halt. The tax fleet can't get through. The path is blocked by the green skins. In such a situation, Mr. Gu, the planetary governor, declared that he had been authorized by the star domain government to take extraordinary measures in extraordinary times, even possessing the power to allocate this period's imperial tax. Many people were skeptical about this, unsure if it was true or false. But in times of uncertainty, there were those who made a bold decision. Ren Wanxia, the leader of the Eagle Horse star sector, announced first that he and all the planetary governors within his star sector would sign the Seven Horse Pact. This set a good leading example. Was Ji Hang using the war to expand the alliance's influence? Objectively speaking, yes, subjectively, he did indeed have this idea. However, he felt no guilt about it. On this matter, he believed he was doing the right thing. Given the dire situation in the Cosmos domain, and even the Yunluo sector itself being hard to defend, the Seven-Horse territory could not count on external reinforcements for at least a short term. If the situation in the star domain deteriorated to a certain extent, the threat posed by the Iron Tooth clan would undoubtedly be greatly elevated by the Central Empire. By then, it might not just be the forces from the Eastern Cosmos domain that would arrive, but the Central Empire might directly organize an expeditionary force to quell the disaster in the Dragonhawk star domain. However, that would require a long wait. Based on Ji Yuheng's understanding of the Empire's response speed, he was very pessimistic about the Empire being able to quickly assemble sufficient forces to suppress the threat as soon as it erupted. He believed that given the Empire's vast size and endless military strength, the Iron Tooth clan appeared to be a catastrophic disaster within the star sector and star domain, but for the Central Empire, the matter was not too grave. If the Central Empire so desired, they could quell the issue with a single slap. But similar disasters were always occurring in the thousands of star domains within the Empire's borders. By the time the Central Empire realized and assembled forces, the entire star domain might already have been devastated. Let alone the central government, Ji Yuheng was even uncertain about when the Eastern Cosmos domain's reinforcements might arrive. By the time the support forces from the Cosmos domain or the central government arrived, and if the Seven-Horse territory had already been ravaged, what significance would it have for Ji Yuheng? He did not seek to resolve the Iron Tooth clan issue by himself. That would depend on the subsequent development of the war. However, defending his homeland and the achievements of his years of struggle meant that he had to integrate the forces of several nearby star sectors. Those with people contribute people, those with strength contribute strength. Only in this way was it more likely to fend off the greenskins. If the alliance's influence expanded in the process, that was just incidental. As for what Ji Yuheng told the leaders and governors of other star sectors, that he had been authorized by the star domain government and had the power to allocate resources from surrounding star sectors to fight this war, he wasn't lying. He just hadn't told the whole truth. This matter originated from a communication Ji Yuheng had with Yunluo star. Ever since the tide of green-skinned orcs swept through the star domain, it had become very difficult to contact the stellar capital Yunluo star from the eastern part of the Dragonhawk star domain. Ordinary star speakers just feel that the phone couldn't get through, but Ji Yuheng's perception was clearer. When communicating using star language, he could distinctly sense that the subspace transmitting the information was churning unnaturally. Before his eyes was a frenzied green color, a very violent spiritual energy force stirring throughout the subspace. Was this the so-called Wog? The term Wog in green-skinned orcs refers to many things, originally derived from their battle cry. They could Wog in joy, Wog in anger, and Wog in sorrow. Oh, green-skins might not feel sorrow. The Iron Tooth clan had launched a grand Wog, and this Wog energy spread throughout many star sectors along their campaign. As a result, subspace became more tumultuous and unpredictable, with a massive amount of subspace energy transforming into the green tide, making star language communication extremely difficult. With Ji Yuheng's capability, he had even previously managed to contact Holy Terra directly using an average star language tower. Contacting Yunluo star should have been easy, but now it was difficult. The surging green tide energy in subspace had great malice towards other forms of energy. Breaking through the barriers and making contact elsewhere was indeed very difficult. For this reason, when Ji Yuheng finally got through with the star language communication and contacted Yunluo star, the other side was also very surprised and immediately alerted many people. Several bigwigs from the star domain government immediately pulled Ji Yuheng's communication into their own offices, and so began an unconventional meeting. Star domain head Tan Jui, Minister of Internal Affairs Lois, Minister of Justice Shu Dekan, and General Michelle Oliki, Supreme Commander of the Dragonhawk Legion, were all present. They were also eager to know the current situation in the Eastern Star Domain, which had been out of contact for 2 months. In fact, before making contact with Ji Yuheng, they had even braced for the worst, assuming the Eastern Star Domain had completely collapsed. Tan Jui made it clear to Ji Yuheng, "Your call is the only good news I've heard recently." Then, they exchanged information. The situation in the Eastern Star Domain was as such. with the focus on the battle at Steelwing Star, where the fight was still ongoing, and Ji Yu Hang would soon lead a team to fight in the Eagle Horse Star sector. Meanwhile, the situation in the central and western star domain was even worse than in the east. Dozens of star sectors were engulfed in war. Most of the star sectors had been rapidly invaded by the Iron Tooth clan. The green-skinned orcs, like sowing seeds, scattered one green skin force after another onto various planets, engaging in combat with the local human armies and attempting to establish their own green skin ecosystems. But these could only be considered minor problems. The bigger issue was the green skin main force led by Great Chieftain Titus of the Iron Teeth. As it stands, they have about 600 or more warships, with the largest being Titus' own flagship, which in terms of specifications, has already surpassed the flagship of the Yunluo fleet, the Dragonhawk battleship cruiser. Adding the over 400 warships from the eastern part of the Star Domain, the Star Domain government can't figure out how these green skins managed to accumulate so many ships within the 4 star sectors they initially occupied. If they were all junk ships, worthless ships, that would be one thing, but the key is that they have that extremely powerful flagship. Could it be that the Iron Tooth clan had been lying low over these past decades, biding their time for a big move? This doesn't seem to fit the character of the green skin orcs at all. Previously, they didn't even have a unified chief to lead them. In a state of constant warfare against each other, there wouldn't have been enough warships to spare from the losses of their civil conflicts. How did they save up so many? The Star Domain government still hasn't figured out the reason up to now. But this does not hinder their efforts to deal with the current crisis for the time being. The greatest effort made by the Star Domain government was reaching a consensus with the founding general of Jindi Star, a high-level leader of the Mingyang sect. The two parties already had a fairly close cooperation. Jindi Star and Yunluo sector were simply connected by a star realm tunnel. They also hit it off when it came to the common goal of opposing the green skin orcs. At the personal request of Tan Jui, the protection army and fleet of the Mingyang sect set off. They engaged in a brief battle with the vanguard of the green skin fleet. The Mingyang sect really went all out, even sending out their lifeline of Jindi Star, a mechanical arc, directly into battle. They defeated the vanguard of the green skin fleet, lifting the embattled state of the Yunluo fleet that was being pursued relentlessly. At last, the Yunluo fleet was finally able to turn their ships around and gather their forces. Multiple scattered ship clusters were reassembled. After accounting, the size of the Yunluo fleet had been reduced to around 30% of its original strength. Fortunately, the flagship, Dragonhawk, battleship cruiser was still there, along with 4 other cruisers and 2 light cruisers as well. Including the mechanical arc from the Mingyang sect, humanity's naval forces were finally rallying back together. But the pressure was still immense. The main forces under Titus had received the news. He personally led the main green skin fleet and had already moved from the Cursed Bone Star district to the Snow Eagle Star sector. From the Snow Eagle Star sector, there are 2 pathways, each leading to the Steel Fire Dragon Star sector where Jindi Star is located, and the stellar capital Yunluo Star sector. Now, it's still unknown which terrible choice this wild beast will make. But either option is destined to lead to a fierce battle. The combined protection fleet of the Mingyang sect and the Yunluo fleet, totaling 400 ships, are still probably not a match for the might of the main green skin fleet. Tan Jui posed a question to Ji Yu Hang. Whether the Tianma fleet and the combined naval forces of the alliance could possibly arrive at the Yunluo sector soon to assist in the battle? He even, considerately, thought out their route of advance for them. Coming directly from the route taken by the Iron Tooth clan was definitely unrealistic, but in the southernmost ring of the Dragonhawk star domain, the edge of the Iron Tooth clan's offensive had not reached. They could travel from the cultivating horse star sector to the Haigu Ridge. The Haigu Ridge star sector had traces of greenskins, and several planets had been invaded, but the greenskin fleet's forces should be weak. As long as they fought their way through Haigu Ridge to the area of White Eagle and Fire Eagle, they could then directly reach the southern part of the Yunluo star sector and safely enter. Hearing this suggestion, Ji Yu Hang suddenly increased the signal strength of the interstellar communication, revealing his face to these star domain officials. He maintained a polite smile on his face, not explicitly agreeing or disagreeing, and his gaze fixed intently on each person. It wasn't until Tan Jui himself coughed lightly twice and awkwardly skipped over the topic that Ji Yu Hang's stare ended. Such an outrageous proposal. Who knew what the star domain head was thinking? Did the pressure cause him to lose his mind? Lois quickly stepped in to smooth things over. General Tyler Mungs has done well, and holding Steelwing Star would also be good. Jiyu Hang. You also must fully cooperate with the Tianma fleet and support the defense actions of the Eagle Horse Star sector. If you can attract as many enemies as possible in the Eastern Star Domain, that would be a significant achievement, Lois said. Jiyu Hang was still smiling. Of course, I will do so. In fact, I have already pledged to personally lead my forces, along with the more than 200 ships I've gathered, as well as the billions of land forces warriors of the Alliance, to Steelwing Star to join the battle. As he said this, he purposely skipped over the so-called cooperation. Then, some of his demands further revealed his goals. However, defending the Eastern Star Domain and attracting the attention of the Iron-Tooth clan as much as possible is not just the Alliance's task but concerns the whole Star Domain. Right now, due to the invasion of the green-skin aliens, most of the Star Domain is engulfed in war. The eastern and western parts are cut off, making communication extremely difficult. For this reason, I hope to gain more autonomy in the Eastern Star Domain, he continued. For the many worlds and star sectors in the Eastern Star Domain, I want to establish a unified front against the Greenskins, sign a treaty, become integral with each other, and help one another. All planetary defense forces, planetary governments, star sector governments, and the ships owned by traders of all grades should operate under a unified command to fight against the Iron-Tooth clan. The imperial tax from the Eastern Star Domain has been cut off and cannot reach the stellar capital Yunluo Star, so I want to temporarily take over the role of the Star Territory Taxation Department in the Seven Horse Territory and all other occupied areas within the Star Domain to collect the imperial tax. All collected taxes will be entirely used for the war, and the accounts will be fully prepared, with no misappropriation, he explained. After Jiyu Hang finished speaking, these high-ranking officials of the Star Domain government fell silent. When Jiyu Hang first spoke about autonomy, they could still continue listening, but the latter two, I want to, were too excessive. A unified treaty. Ambitious Jiyu Hang. Was he finally planning to expand his alliance beyond the Tianma star sector? This was a sentiment that had always existed within the Star Domain government. When the Space Domain government inexplicably approved a multi-star political alliance, many officials within the Star Domain government were murmuring. After all, it wasn't without precedent, but it was somewhat extraordinary. As the alliance grew in size, eventually occupying the entire Tianma star sector, it was no longer murmurs but genuine vigilance. Many Star Domain officials made a detailed study of the history of the alliance's rise to power, believing that this tightly structured union should not expand any further. Otherwise, it would affect the authority of the entire Star Domain, creating an intractable potential threat. However, over the years, the alliance had been very compliant. Now, taking advantage of the war, were they finally showing their fangs, ready to loot amidst the fire? Your so-called integral with each other, helping one another, isn't that just a replica of your alliance? Jiyu Hang's intentions are well known to all. In normal times, this could not be agreed to. But in these extraordinary times, Jiyu Hang's words made sense. The Star Domain government here, with the help of the sect of mechanics, didn't even know if they could hold back the tide of greenskins, let alone the loosely affiliated star sectors in the Eastern Star Domain. With communications cut off between the two sides, and only Jiyu Hang, a top spiritual energy practitioner, occasionally able to break through the barriers for interstellar communication, how could they fight without the star sectors of the Eastern Star Domain uniting under a strong leader? And if this so-called Seven Horse Treaty could still be considered a special measure under special circumstances, the subsequent issue involving imperial tax was even more difficult to accept. What standing do you have to dare to speak of collecting imperial tax on behalf of the government? Compared to the Seven Horse Treaty, the collection of imperial tax is a far more sensitive matter. Indeed, the very authority of governments at all levels of the empire finds its roots in the imperial tax. Why do they say that the planetary governor is a king of the soil, the absolute ruler of the planet? It's because as long as the imperial tax is sufficiently paid, the planetary governor theoretically has unlimited power within the planet to do as they please. Naturally, in reality, due to differences in planetary strength and importance, planetary governors are always subject to various forms of supervision and appointments, but that's another story. Among the various levels of government, the star sector government actually holds the least power. Their authority primarily centers on setting the imperial tax, assessing population numbers, and development levels of planets. They don't collect taxes themselves, and their operational revenue is theoretically supposed to come from higher-level allocations, but in reality it is shouldered by the local planets through tax offsets. This also means that if the head of a star sector possesses inadequate skills or fails to garner the support of most planetary governors, their authority can diminish exponentially. However, the star domain government is an entirely different beast, being a formidable local government. The reason is that the star domain government has established a complete imperial administrative system. Beneath the star domain government, the Department of Political Affairs, Department of Taxation, Legal Department, and Military Affairs Department are all present across the star domain. Typically, a unified command center for the Star Realm Army and Naval Forces is also established in the star domain. Although those four major government institutions still take orders from their higher counterparts, such as the corresponding institutions of the space domain government, and the Star Realm Army and Navy theoretically do not fall under local government jurisdiction but have their own chain of command. This complete structure, combined with the responsibility for tax collection throughout the entire star domain, endows them with power. Often, the star domain government can retain 30% of the taxes they collect, with the remainder needed to be forwarded to the space domain government, of which, another 20% will be retained by the space domain government. This also means that the space domain government, possessing a complete set of government institutions as well and retaining taxes with the direct power of personnel over its subordinate institutions, the star domain governments, forms an even larger powerhouse. Of course, all these cannot compare to the Central Empire that takes 50% of the tax revenue. Now, Ji Hang is looking for more than just the military command of the Seven-Horse territory. He is even further requesting the right to collect imperial tax. Although currently, with the isolation between the East and West in the star domain, the Yunluo authorities couldn't collect taxes from the East anyway. This is a precedent that absolutely cannot be set. Once set, what will be done in the future? If this Iron Tooth clan war ended quickly, then it's still manageable, and the star domain government could find a way to terminate the temporary strategies of the Seven-Horse Treaty and collection of imperial tax. But if the war dragged on for 10 or even 20 years, then, the whole Eastern Star Domain might only recognize the alliance, not the Dragonhawk. The first to jump out in opposition, unexpectedly but also not unexpectedly, was Nell Lavis, the chief administrator who promoted Ji Hang and has been a supporter of Ji Hang all along. Her voice trembled slightly as she coldly said, "Ji Hang, you are dreaming. How could the Star Domain government possibly agree to your collection of imperial tax? You're challenging the entire empire's legal system and order." Ji Hang's smile remained on his face, but the sharpness in his eyes was like a blade pointing straight at Lois's heart. "Chief Administrator Lois, I don't understand what you mean by challenging the empire's laws and order. However, please consider our current situation. The green-skin orcs of the Iron Tooth clan have been ravaging the entire star domain. If I don't collect these taxes, who will? Should we leave it for those green-skin aliens to collect? Would you rather those bullets that should be shot at aliens, after being seized by the greenskins, be turned to hit the Empire's soldiers? My proposal is to concentrate resources to the utmost to win this war." Lois started to speak, but at this moment Shu Decken, the head of the legal department, suddenly spoke up. "I support Ji Hang's proposal. In these extraordinary times, we need extraordinary means. The Alliance's influence and capability in the Eastern Star Domain is currently the only choice. Everything he said makes sense, and I also believe in Mr. Gu's loyalty." Shu Deshen's support left Lois incredibly incredulous. Her gaze almost immediately shot toward Shu Decken. What is this chief of the legal department trying to do? In the past, the parliamentary faction Shu Decken represented was not on good terms with Ji Hang. On the contrary, she was Ji Hang's supporter. If she is opposing him, then why is Shu Decken showing such support? After a moment's thought, she immediately said, "Currently, the Eastern Star Domain and Yunluo Star have not completely lost contact. Ji Hang, the Alliance should operate under the unified leadership of the Star Domain government to support this war. This isn't the time to." "Enough, Chief Administrator Lois, you know full well the reasons Mr. Ji has cited," Shu Decken interrupted. "If we could act under the unified leadership of the Star Domain government, that would naturally be the best. Aren't we talking about a what-if scenario here? We have to prepare for the worst. In the event we lose contact between the two sides of the star domain, isn't allowing Mr. GU to act independently the best option? Above all, our prime objective is to win the war. Survival is our first concern. Everything else can be deferred, isn't that the principle? Lois fell silent. Tan Jui let out a sigh. He did not concern himself with the words exchanged between his two subordinates, but instead spoke seriously to Ji Hang. I cannot accept your terms. Regardless of my wishes, I don't have the authority to agree to such a significant request. Hearing this veiled refusal, Ji Hang's expression remained unchanged. He said softly, I regret this, but, Mr. Tan, as well as General Lois and General Shu, please realize one thing. This is not a request but an announcement. If it comes to the point where we cannot achieve victory without doing this, I will still do it. I cannot stand by impassively when everything I have is on the verge of being destroyed. Not a single governor in the Eastern Star Domain, nor any imperial official or even the imperial citizens, will sit back and wait for death. After a pause, Ji Hang continued, I also believe that, after the war is over, the Empire will judge my actions fairly and decide their true nature. Ji Hang. You are being too presumptuous, Lois responded furiously. Tan Jui gestured for Lois to refrain from speaking further, and then said, do whatever you want to do. The Star Domain government will not hinder your actions, but it will not acknowledge or agree with them either. That is all. Personally, I still hope you can hold up half the sky in the Eastern Star Domain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The call ended there. Ji Hang's message had already vanished from the Star Language channel. Meanwhile, the various high-ranking officials of the Dragonhawk Star Domain were still in the channel. They were silent for quite a while. Even Lois, who had been the most emotional before, was now silent. They all needed time to digest a fact. The actual person in charge of the Eastern Star Domain, for the time being, was Ji Hang. Clearly, when it came to affairs in the Eastern Star Domain, the Star Domain government no longer had a say. They couldn't stop Ji Hang from doing anything. Even thinking about settling scores after the autumn, that would have to wait until autumn comes. And, could they really settle the score with Ji Hang after the autumn? That was far from certain. Chances are, he might become a war hero again. But Lois was still in a rather foul mood. In the past, she saw Ji Hang as one of her own, someone she had supported, a trusted confidant who provided strong support in the local government. But now, it seemed that Ji Hang had his own thoughts. A confidant? Forget about it. She had the feeling that Ji Hang was out of control. She found this hard to accept. She couldn't help but say to Shu Decken, do you realize what you just said? You're fueling Ji Hang's ambition. Lois was referring to the moment when Ji Hang first started expressing his outrageous ideas. She opposed them, yet Shu Decken had said some supportive words. However, Shu Decken remained unfazed. General Lois, do you remember who was the one who strongly supported Ji Hang's rise to power at the beginning? It was you. If you now think the alliance is a problem, then perhaps the root of this problem should start with you. For a moment, Lois was at a loss for words. Even in her mind, a rather unsettling thought arose. Was Shu Decken setting a trap for her? Ji Hang carried her mark indelibly, and was Shu Decken trying to push him in the direction of rampant ambition and then drag her down as well? Tan Jui remained silent all the while. What he hoped most, of course, was that Ji Hang would lead his forces to the Western Front and let go of the East. But he knew that was impossible. So, as a next best, Ji Hang drawing the Greenskins' attention in the East as much as possible wasn't a bad thing either. Under this goal, the bigger a commotion he made, the better. As for the Seven-Horse Treaty, the collection of imperial tax, or even if Ji Hang really used the Seven-Horse Treaty to annex multiple star sectors into his so-called alliance, those were not his responsibility. The person Lois had promoted was Ji Hang. The alliance was established with the impetus of Galaraldo, and there were also signatures from Zhuo Zhaofeng and Wang Xuan, the two current and former Cosmos Domain presidents. None of it could be blamed on me, Tan Jui, right? As for the thoughts of the Star Domain bureaucrats, Lois, Shu Decken, and Tan Jui, Ji Hang could more or less grasp them. But to be honest, he didn't care. Just as he had said before, no matter what those Star Domain bureaucrats thought, the things he needed to do would always be carried out. Those people, their minds were too complex, thinking too much. For Ji Hang, winning the war came before everything else. If he won, he had many ways to make all his actions, right or wrong, eventually seem right. If he lost, even if he adhered to all the rules, in the end, all the blame would fall on him. Now that he had received the Star Domain government's permission, Ji Hang began even more brazenly to peddle his 7-horse covenant. Negotiations with the other 5 horses continued, and as for the Eagle Horse Star Sector, which had already agreed and even signed, Ji Hang provided clear feedback. The time agreed with the Tylermungs was also nearly upon them. The Alliance army, having completed its war preparations as planned, finally reached the moment of departure. Over 200 warships, an equal number of transport ships, 110 million from the Star Realm Army, the Alliance army, along with an astronomically high number of war supplies, the Alliance's forces set out. For the Alliance, assembling such a military force undoubtedly meant going all in with their entire stake. Under Ji Hang's leadership, the Alliance's ability to regenerate was quite formidable. Even if this army was completely wiped out, without a single survivor, the Alliance could amass a force no less than the current one. Possibly a slightly smaller navy and fewer transport ships, but still sufficient and roughly of the same caliber, if given about 4 years. But the issue was, if this all-in gamble failed, whether the Iron Tooth Orcs would give Ji Hang 4 years to rebuild, which was a big question. As for the future, that was to be discussed later. At least, Ji Hang's current priority was to fight the battle at hand well. Total war, although the support from the rear was most crucial, did not mean that the military aspect was unimportant. If the commander was incompetent, then no matter how strong the support from the rear, it could not make up for the troops being senselessly squandered day after day. The first action of the embarking Alliance Legion was to fight an annihilative battle at the jump point in the Fatch's star system. Today, the Alliance's Storm Mage Corps had grown to over 500 in size, even having 3 or 4 B-grade spiritual energy users. At the outset of the war, the Alliance set up its most advanced stargazing equipment within the Fetches too. 2 days prior, they had detected a green-skinned fleet moving through the Star Realm tunnel from Eagle Horse 3 to Fatches. The number was unknown, but since the battle at Steelwing Star was still ongoing, the number couldn't be too great. Thus, the Alliance Navy took the initiative to strike first. The intruding green-skinned plundering fleet of 6 ships was immediately met with an attack by at least 100 human warships. The outcome was predetermined. Some green-skinned ships tried to flee, but the Blackfish-class patrol ships of the Alliance Navy were experts at the chase. They formed groups of 3 or 4 and clung to the fleeing green-skinned ships, reducing their shield strength until the Silver Sword arrived. Then, the specialized fast torpedo escort ships, the Silver Sword, equipped with M-size Skycleaver missiles, often ended the battle with a single strike. A zero-loss naval battle victory served as a good omen for the start. Although the 6 downed green-skinned vessels were the lowest grade of junk ships, a victory was still a victory. There were still a few days left before the scheduled departure time, but since the forces were already at the jump point, the vanguard of the Alliance Navy, after consulting with the Central Command, simply crossed the jump point into Eagle Horse 3. Were there any green-skinned fleets roaming in Eagle Horse 3? Unknown, but in any case, they dared not show themselves anymore. Even the most battle-loving greenskins wouldn't rush to certain death when completely outmatched. Immediately following, the Navy quickly deployed to the orbit of Eagle Horse 3. Scalpel, Skycleaver, missiles, Heat Hammer, cannon, Meltdown, light spear, began unleashing violently on the surface, over the green-skinned strongholds. The native defense forces on the surface of planet Eagle Horse 3 were greatly invigorated. They had endured orbital bombardment from the greenskins and suffered terribly from the onslaught of millions of green-skinned troops. Now that the Alliance had arrived, it was time to breathe a sigh of relief and fight back. Taking advantage of the support from orbital bombardment, they launched a counterattack and achieved certain victories. On the other hand, the greenskins had to start shrinking back. Merely relying on the orbital bombardment in addition to the counterattack of the planetary defense forces, the situation on Eagle Horse 3 was greatly alleviated. The vanguard of the Alliance Navy left behind 1 destroyer, several armed merchant ships in orbit around Eagle Horse 3 to continue providing assistance, while also waiting for the arrival of the subsequent main forces. The rest pushed on, entering Eagle Horse V, and then proceeded to the Star Sector capital, Eagle Horse 2. Wherever the Alliance Navy went, The Green Skin Fleet dispersed. They had no choice. The vanguard of the Alliance Navy had several dozen ships. Even though there were no cruisers, there were several destroyers. With this number and quality laid out there, those branches of the Green Skin plundering fleet could certainly not resist. In fact, on Eagle Horse 2, one Green Skin plundering fleet was bitten hard, losing 4 ships before managing to escape. It can be said that once the Alliance Army entered the Eagle Horse Star Sector, the space, which had been utterly chaotic and almost completely left to the whims of the Green Skin plundering fleet, suddenly became quiet. Humanity regained space, regained orbit, and the ground combat became much easier. And at this time, the main force of the Alliance Army also entered Eagle Horse 3. They only made a brief stop here, where Ji Hang met the planetary governor of Eagle Horse 3. The latter had already signed the Seven Horse Treaty more than half a month ago, and the Alliance was here to fulfill the treaty. The governor of Eagle Horse 3, holding the paper document of the Seven Horse Treaty, took a photo with Ji Hang. Ji Hang left satisfied with the main forces of the Alliance. Before leaving, he deployed 8 divisions to Eagle Horse 3. 1 skeleton division, 6 infantry divisions, and 1 armored brigade, adding up to around 330,000 troops, all belonging to the ranks of the Alliance Army. With them, the issues on Eagle Horse 3 should be resolved. And indeed they were. The participation of the Alliance land forces immediately turned the ground situation on Eagle Horse 3, which had already improved due to the orbital bombardment, into a complete advantage. Eagle Horse 3 was a world with approximately 800 million inhabitants, an agricultural plus mining planet, and the Greenskins had cumulatively committed about 1 million troops to this world. The quality of the planetary defense forces of Eagle Horse 3 was mediocre at best, and the scale was only about several million. Moreover, half of them had been drawn away by Yuan Chengchuan to Steel Wing Star, so they struggled greatly against the million-scale invasion of the Greenskins. The idea of arming the entire population was hardly effective, they lacked the weaponry. You can't expect civilians to fight the Greenskins with pitchforks and mining picks, right? That would be a pure slaughter. In reality, the Greenskins already had a vague intention of taking root on the planet. After they defeated a defense army unit on the planet's tropical continent, they established an ecosystem and started planting mushrooms everywhere. If left unchecked for a few years, there would be no need to send reinforcements from the Star Sea, as their own numbers would multiply on their own. However, all of this was destroyed and undone by the arrival of the Alliance Army. The first wave of orbital bombardment targeted the main forces of the Orcs. The second wave took care of their ecosystem. Afterward, once the Alliance land forces landed, according to the agreements of the Seven Horse Treaty, the colonel in command of the 8 divisions became the supreme commander of the planetary battlefield. The nearly 2 million planetary defense forces of Eagle Horse 3 also came under their unified command. At the beginning, the planetary defense forces were a bit reluctant. Being military men, there is always some pride, and even the planetary defense force felt this way. No matter what, they had been fighting bloody battles with the Greenskins for the past month, with severe losses. Even though they couldn't win, they had made sacrifices. The Alliance came to help us, and we're happy, but where does it say that we should hand over our authority all at once? If it were the Star Realm Army, that might be acceptable, but we're all defense armies. Are you better just because you have more money? However, the governor of Eagle Horse 3 knew his stuff, and under his strong orders, the defense army was fairly obedient. Moreover, as the battles commenced, even the little bit of reluctance among the defense army's leaders and officers quickly evaporated. No matter how reluctant, could they withstand the effectiveness of the other side? Once assuming total command authority, the Alliance land forces had no intention of using the local troops as cannon fodder, a concern that had worried the local military. Although they required the participation of 1 million troops to fill the battle lines, that was pretty much their only role. For the real assault, the Alliance land forces rolled up their sleeves and got to work themselves. The well-equipped Skeleton Division, using their own subordinate armored units as the spearhead, found an area to forcefully push into the tropical rainforest of Eagle Horse 3. Lion King led the Lions, mercilessly knocking down and crushing the jungle trees. Elite tanks equipped with anti-gravity engines did not care about the condition of the roads. Robust power and extremely capable tracks are standard issue. On muddy paths, when necessary, the activated anti-gravity devices substantially reduced the weight of the vehicle. even allowing it to hover a few centimeters above ground for a short time, capable of going through any rough terrain. The green-skinned strongholds were uprooted one after another, and the Alliance soldiers following them quickly eliminated any threat. The native defense forces behind them would just transport supplies, use flamethrowers to burn the mushrooms and clear the battlefield, and help clear the trees to make way as needed. It was precisely because they accompanied the Alliance forces in doing this menial work that they witnessed firsthand how the Alliance waged war. Those green-skinned orcs, who were considered quite troublesome in their eyes, collapsed under the onslaught of the Alliance's iron tide, unable to make use of the rainforest as cover. If the greenskins ever engaged in combat with the Alliance army, they first had to endure a round of fierce artillery fire always accompanying the main forces, followed by the merciless crushing of the armored units. Even if they somehow managed to get close to the Alliance tanks, the Alliance infantry was no pushover. They generally had excellent shooting skills, superior tactical abilities, and high morale, not at all afraid of frontally confronting the greenskins. The heavy machine guns within their squads, the heavy explosive guns and infantry cannons, and rocket launchers in their companies, all of these as infantry firepower, would also give those greenskins a lot of pain. When the two sides were in close quarters, they often could seize the opportunity, concentrating fire from a dozen guns to eliminate green-skin orcs one by one, never dispersing their fire, and working together perfectly. Even in the unlikely event of hand-to-hand combat, the Alliance soldiers would fearlessly fix bayonets and group up to hunt down the rushing green-skin orcs. Despite the tough skin and immense strength of these orcs, who could still inflict significant casualties on Alliance soldiers at close range with their robust vitality and powerful clack-clack guns, the native defense forces had never seen Alliance soldiers show fear. Even retreats were due to orders from higher-ups, executing strategic missions, not because they were easily defeated. If the disparities in equipment were an unacceptable gap for the Eagle Horse III's defense army, the absolute gap in combat skill, tactical ability, and fighting will left them speechless. The swiftly subdued Eagle Horse III defense army became even more obedient. They cooperated actively with the Alliance army's operations and gradually shook off the feeling of impending doom that they couldn't win, which had gripped them for the past month. They began to believe that with the help of the Alliance army, victory would ultimately be theirs. The rising morale of the Planetary Defense Force was also beneficial for the Alliance land forces. After all, the Alliance land forces had only deployed a little over 300,000 troops to Eagle Horse III, facing 1 million greenskins, and they couldn't possibly take them down alone. The greenskins might use junk, but they themselves were not junk. The 2 million land forces of Eagle Horse III were still a force to be seriously utilized. With tighter cooperation between them, the Iron-Tooth Orcs' territory on the tropical continent of Eagle Horse III became increasingly constricted. The Orcs were not the kind to sit idly by and await death. They launched a fierce and cunning counterattack. A defense army unit, under the command of the Alliance army, was engaging a group of Orcs that had lost all heavy firepower and armored forces, with an 8-fold advantage in manpower. This should have been a relatively simple task. Although if faced head-on, even with a 4-fold advantage, the defense army might be overwhelmed by the Orc forces. The greenskins without their heavy artillery, killer cans, war trucks, and giant skug beasts, armed only with rifles and machetes, were still no match for the defense army with heavy artillery support. Although eradicating them would still result in some casualties, it was essentially an overwhelmingly favorable battle. Should the unexpected 1 in 10 chance occur, an Alliance land forces infantry battalion was nearby, ready to provide support quickly. However, the unexpected did happen. An army of greenskins arrived from outside and encircled them. All they could do was to call for help. The Alliance infantry battalion immediately went to provide support. However, the number of enemies far exceeded initial estimates, and they too were besieged. The calls for help continued, attracting an Alliance army division along with about 100,000 defense army troops. Then, they were also surrounded. Only at this point did the human side realize that not only were there a large number of enemies, but they also possessed advanced units like killer cans, death cans, and heavy armored orcs. With the combat strength and numbers of this green-skin force, they could have annihilated the human forces within the encirclement long ago, even denying them any chance to call for help. Their reason for not doing so was deliberate. It was a fishing expedition, or more accurately, encirclement to strike at reinforcements. This wave lured in 40,000 Alliance land forces and another 100,000 Defense Army troops, which was enough for the iron-toothed boss in command to prepare to net a satisfying catch. He even brought out a long-hidden Skug behemoth cluster. A Skug behemoth was an excellent war machine. They were like gigantic unicorns, with the smallest among them being the size of a Lion King tank. They were covered with a layer of thick scales on their enormous bodies. Their skin was extremely tough, and their bones were as strong as steel. The green-skinned craftsmen would also hang all sorts of armor on them. While well protected, their brute strength, tusks, and large feet could smash strong defensive structures. They often carried a huge cannon on their backs, and many battle cabins hung on either side of their bodies, from which the green-skinned youngsters would shoot or throw explosives from within. Thus, a Skug behemoth could simultaneously serve as a battle tank, troop carrier, and siege weapon. However, despite heavy investment, the greenskins found themselves in a bind when it came time to close the net. Even though this division of the Alliance land forces was surrounded, they were still surprisingly tough to chew through. Heavy artillery was the core of the infantry division, which gave the greenskins a lot of trouble. A sizable number of high-level units were destroyed by heavy artillery in combat. The terrifying Skug beasts, too, couldn't withstand too many heavy artillery strikes. The greenskins thought of many ways to deal with the besieged heavy artillery of the Alliance army. Orc Air Squadron air raids, special ops airdrops and infiltration, heavy artillery duels, armored beast rushes. They were effective, of course. But first, they couldn't completely wipe them out, and second, their own losses were also significant. The infantry division of the Alliance also placed great emphasis on anti-air defense, with anti-aircraft guns equipped on vehicles featuring powerful servo skull-locking systems, and they also carried anti-aircraft missiles. There were individual soldiers equipped with anti-aircraft missiles as well. The Alliance Army's own flying squadrons wouldn't just watch their comrades get encircled, as Wind Falcons and Kirans took off in succession, engaging in dogfights with the Orc Air Force. The Greenskins' aerial forces suffered no small losses, and the special ops teams that infiltrated were met with fierce resistance from the Alliance Army's artillery array guards and were wiped out wave after wave. The armored beast rush was indeed effective. The mobilization of Skug beasts often managed to take a position, but the retreating humans, even with severe losses, quickly rebuilt new positions further back. The beasts had to bite off one piece at a time while also risking being targeted by concentrated heavy fire. And the heavy artillery duel was also useful, as the greenskins managed to muster up quite a few cannons for a while. But such dueling takes a long time, and the problem is destined not to be solved immediately. That iron-toothed boss awkwardly discovered that if he wanted to completely devour this group of besieged human troops, the greenskins would also have to lose about 20 or 30,000 of their own. The loss of various high-level units would not be small, and it would take at least 6 or 7 days. To reduce losses, adopting siege tactics was also an option, trapping the enemy until they ran out of ammunition and provisions. That way, not too many green-skinned boys would need to be sacrificed. But it would take at least 2 or 3 months. Before he could decide exactly what to do, the humans' response came first. The skeleton division of the Alliance Army, along with an armored brigade, arrived in position directly. Along with them, 200,000 of the Defense Army also assembled and came over. What was originally just a predatory battle by the green-skinned orcs, an annihilating fight by surrounding and aiming for reinforcements, quickly escalated into a main force battle. That green-skinned boss was also ferocious. Seeing that things had reached this state, he too was continuously calling for reinforcements. In a brutal month-long battle, both sides kept calling in troops, fueling the fire of war, making the battle fiercer and fiercer. In the end, the total number of troops participating in this battle on both sides reached over 1 million. The final result was a victory for the human side. When one Skug beast after another perished under the humans' heavy artillery, fell in clashes with the Lion King. When one armored unit of the greenskins after another was destroyed by various anti-armor weapons. When one green-skin boy after another was brought down by various weapons. That green-skin boss also fell during a charge he personally led, taken down by a plasma gunshot, followed by a thermite bomb that obliterated him. The Orc army collapsed thereafter. About 300,000 greenskins were wiped out in this one battle. Although the Planetary Defense Force lost over 300,000, and the Alliance army paid the price of over 70,000 lives. Various armored units and artillery units also suffered heavy losses. But the victory in this main force battle laid the foundation for the overall victory in the ground combat on Eagle Horse III. Without their commander, the Green Skin Army became like a scattered herd of sheep. More importantly, they had almost completely lost their elite forces, leaving the 500,000 or 600,000 surviving Green Skins severely lacking in high-level units, with their overall combat effectiveness severely diminished. For now, they could no longer pose any threat to Eagle Horse III. Apart from the war zones, Eagle Horse III was strenuously resuming production and restoring social order. Within the war zone itself, these greenskins would also be completely eradicated within at most half a year. The governor of Eagle Horse III was very pleased. He personally visited the front line to console the Alliance army and also paid a visit to his own defense army. He lavished praise on the colonel from the Skeleton Division. He was even prepared with medals and a promotion in rank. How could a colonel's rank do justice to his contribution? At least a full general's rank was in order. But the colonel of the Alliance refused and left behind a word. Perhaps, before long, all ranks will be united. After hearing this, the governor of Eagle Horse III didn't know whether he should be happy or not. The warfare on Eagle Horse III was a microcosm of the situation in the entire star sector. When the edge of the Alliance's military entered the Eagle Horse star sector, many worlds here played out similar scenarios. The pattern was much the same. As the Alliance fleet entered the relevant star system, driving away or eliminating green-skinned ships, they then provided orbital support to the respective planets, and then, depending on the state of the stars, deployed some troops. Eagle Horse III was considered minor, and frankly speaking, the green-skin threat wasn't that big, just about 1 million orcs, taken care of by just 8 divisions. The bigger problem was on Eagle Horse II, which has 3 human worlds, one of which, the primary star, had a population of 4 billion, making it the most populous world in the Eagle Horse star sector. The entire Eagle Horse star sector, with 12 worlds combined, had a population of only about 15 billion. The second and third planets of Eagle Horse II each had only a few tens of millions of people, purely mining planets.